Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku had Devourer Quirk with massive harem? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
As he entered the doctor's office, little Izuku Midoriya was practically bouncing. As his mother, Inko, held his hand and grinned down at her 4-year-old son, who was holding his All Might action figure tenderly in his other hand, his curly green hair bounced with him. They had come for Izuku's quirk appointment in order to ascertain what it was and whether any changes would need to be made. Izuku recalled that his best friend Katsuki had received his and that in order for his body to transform the sulfur into his nitroglycerin sweat, he needed to start eating more spicy food. For the next hour, the two sat silently while people came and went around them. Eventually, they were called back to talk with Dr. Tsubasa. He had a bushy mustache and was an older bald man. He carried a file with him when he walked into the room. Almost ignoring them, he sat down and turned in his chair, facing them and holding the folder open, saying, "I have the results of your examination right here. What's my quirk, sir? Can I fly, move things like mom, or maybe something with fire like dad?" Izuku began to vibrate. The doctor nodded. "Nothing like that. You have a regeneration quirk. Young man, if what I'm seeing is true, you'll heal from just about anything given a short time. That's nothing like anything my late husband or I can do. Can you be more specific?" Inko asked, casting a bewildered glance at Dr. Tsubasa. The doctor turned to Izuku and said, "Hold out your hand for a moment, please." Izuku did so, and the doctor quickly made a small cut on his hand. "Ms. Midoriya, it's basically as simple as I said. Burns, stabs, cuts, loss of blood, dismemberment. He won't have to deal with any of the long-term or lethal aspects of any of them from what I can tell, but don't go thinking you're invincible." The doctor shrugged. The boy flinched back in agony, but it wasn't big or deep. They saw the cut go away as if it had never been there, proving that, just because you'll heal, it doesn't mean you don't feel pain. When it was finished, the doctor gave Izuku a protein bar that he had taken out of his coat. "Is there anything else we need to know?" Inko asked with a thoughtful expression. The doctor perused his paperwork. "Well, given the passive non-combat nature of his quirk, there isn't much. His body processes biomass to do what it does, so you'll have to keep that in mind. Biomass is basically fat, protein, carbohydrates. If it was living, it has biomass, and the rarer the better. Cooking can burn off or lessen the amount available. It's minimal at the moment, but just to be safe, make sure he always has something dense on hand in case of an emergency, like protein bars." The doctor pointed to the bar that Izuku was snacking in. "Is that all?" Inko asked, pale. The doctor took a moment to think. "That's about all I can tell you for right now. I do need to stress that you keep an eye on his nutrition though, and watch for signs of altered mental status. With these kinds of passive quirks, too much or too little can have a degenerative effect on one's mind. Case in point, I had a patient that had an ossification quirk in the form of a bone-like exoskeleton. He needed massive amounts of calcium. He lost his job and couldn't afford to go shopping as often, and after a while he turned to villainy in order to relieve the pain in his bones. I remember him. That sounds like the milkman. I saw a video of All Might fighting him," Izuku exclaimed with excitement. The doctor exhaled. Yes. He had a lot of potential, but in the end he was just another poor soul locked up in Tartarus. "Well, that takes care of what I've got for you today. One of the receptionists will give you the information on a quirk counselor who should be able to help. It was nice seeing you, but," the doctor grinned, "since you only need to see me if there's a problem, I hope I don't see you for a long time." He laughed and led them out of the room. The smirk turned into an irritated frown after they left. A new deep voice emerged from the computer screen as it flickered and went dark while the doctor sat and took a moment to rub and stretch his aching back. "Thank you, my friend. I know you believe these conversations beneath you, but this one was special." The doctor laughed. "That I know, master. It's not every day that your son comes for an evaluation. I will admit to finding the results of this test intriguing though. We gave him a weak regeneration quirk last month during the tests, but to see how far it progressed in the boy, it's simply astounding. My only worry is whether it was wise to give him the original, and not one of the copies. Given how rare any regeneration quirk is, it seems an awful waste, and worse, it seems to avoid clear observation like a sentient quirk." The woman giggled. "All in good time, doctor. He is my son. He will be anything but ordinary. All we need do is wait. The world is cruel. He'll come back on his own, and when he does, the voice cracked up, then he will be ready to accept my gift. As you wish, Master All for one, the doctor said with a nod. Izuku smiled as he entered his preschool on Monday morning. His quirk wasn't particularly noticeable, but he was confident that he and his best friend Katsuki could work out a way for him to get stronger. At first, Katsuki was thrilled to see Izuku's big smile, but as soon as Izuku told him about it, his excitement gradually faded. Katsuki scoffing, he simply crossed his arms and said, "So you heal no matter what. Is that all?" Ignoring the gloomy expression in Katsuki's eyes, Izuku nodded. "Yeah," Izuku chirped. "Okay, that's cool. Kachan, hurry up. Together, let's become great heroes." Izuku extended his hand, but it was slapped away. Once more, Katsuki merely sneered, "A great hero? No, having a quirk like that will, at most, make you a great punching bag." Katsuki cocked his head and said, "You might as well be quirkless for all the good you'll be in a fight. In fact, you do have one use. Jiko, you can at least construct a decent shield." Izuku was taken aback and initially didn't react when Katsuki began to move away, but he quickly chased after him in an attempt to catch up, saying, "Wait, Kachan. I am able to assist. We intended to be partners." Izuku Midoriya became Jiko, the dead weight, the practice dummy on that day. Izuku hated it, but since he always recovered before he could report it, no one seemed to care for the next 2 years. That's when Katsuki turned and blasted Izuku in the chest. It was the first time Izuku had ever felt pain like that, as the heat of the small firework-sized explosion went off and singed his shirt. Izuku had the wind knocked out and his chest hurt. When Izuku was 6 years old, he met her in a park. She was quiet, reserved, and had a happy-looking smile, but Izuku could tell she was depressed because of her small pink dress and her untidy blonde hair buns. Izuku wanted to lift her spirits, so he went over and sat with her. She didn't notice him at first, but when she did, she jumped, and Izuku saw a pair of fangs as she retreated. Izuku simply smiled and held out his hand. "Hello. You can call me Izuku Midoriya. If I frightened you, I apologize. I wanted to help because I noticed that you were depressed." The girl stared at him bewildered, but then the wind changed and she smelled it, blood. Her eyes briefly widened, but all she saw was the boy and his warm, radiant smile. "I'm Himiko, but I don't think you can help me," she said. "According to my parents, I'm a monster and a demon." A hand gently took Himiko's, and she froze. When she turned around, she saw Izuku staring at her worriedly, saying, "You don't look like a monster to me." She saw him blush, adding, "I like your hair buns, and your fangs are really pretty." "What do you mean?" Himiko stammered, flushed. "Why would you say that?" Izuku shrugged and said, "My mom says that I should always be kind to girls and that sometimes when someone is sad, they just need to look at things differently. Therefore, I don't understand why anyone would believe you to be a monster because you don't look like one." "I like to drink blood," Himiko sighed. "This is when you run away," Himiko said with a sad expression. "I need it for my quirk and it makes me feel warm inside, but my parents just say it's disgusting and I don't need it, so they refuse to give me any. Everyone else does, so it's okay." Rather, Izuku took Himiko by the hand and pulled her out of sight before glaring at her angrily and asking, "Himiko, are you telling me the truth? You swear?" Himiko just nodded, looking perplexed, but then she saw something she couldn't believe. Izuku bit his own arm until it bled, then held it out to her, saying, "This is the best I can do right now because I don't have any money to buy blood. Drink as much as you require." Himiko wanted to argue, but she was so hungry that she fell to her knees, closed her eyes, and simply drank until the wound healed. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the boy was already prepared, with his other arm still bleeding. This went on for another minute before Himiko stopped him with tears in her eyes. He appeared pale and a little unsteady from blood loss, but what really drew her attention was the broad, joyful smile on his face. Himiko began to cry. "Why? What made you do that? Why would you assist me?" "Because you're not a monster," Izuku said, giving her the weakest embrace he was capable of at the time. "Being in need of blood is not repulsive, it is a natural part of who you are, similar to breathing. I'll give you everything I have if you ever need blood, Himiko. Regeneration is my peculiarity, I'm capable." Izuku began to pass out, but Himiko stopped him. "I'm sorry, Himi, after Kachan earlier, I suppose I'm still a little exhausted. Please go find my mother and just lean me against this wall. She has my protein bars in her bag." Despite her nervous appearance, Himiko nodded and asked, "How does she look?" Izuku laughed, "Green hair like mine, but longer," even though he appeared to be about to nod off. "She's thin, but her hugs are the warmest." Izuku slumped and began to snore after saying, "Her eyes are green and pretty, but not as pretty as yours." This prevented him from seeing the blush on the slightly older girl's cheeks. It wasn't difficult to find Inko, and she followed Himiko without question as soon as she noticed that she had been crying. Inko had been very concerned when she found Izuku, but he appeared fine as usual, albeit a little pale, which she had come to believe was just him being extremely exhausted. After all, he came home from school that way every day, so she wasn't overly concerned. When Inko opened one of the disgusting protein bars that Izuku had come to love, she saw his body jolt and sniff until she tore off a piece and put it in his mouth. Himiko looked perplexed, and whatever it was that Izuku's mother was giving him looked greasy and smelled like blood and old McDonald's grease. Inko grinned and said, "I don't think you'd like it, but you can try if you want." Himiko nodded, and Inko gave her a small piece, which she swallowed as soon as it hit her tongue, and Inko laughed, "Sorry, dear. If it helps, I also think they're nasty, but I keep getting them because Izuku adores them. Anything for my darling little boy." Before Inko could ask, she heard Himiko sniffle, "I'm sorry." Inko had been grinning when she noticed Himiko's dejected expression. "I am solely to blame for this. My parents are correct, I'm a monster." Himiko felt Inko suddenly embrace her and stroke her head, saying, "Shush, I don't know what's going on, but you're not a monster. In order for me to assist Izuku, you ran to get me. Thank you." Don't thank me," Himiko sobbed. "I caused him to injure himself. He's like this because of me." The girl whispered, "I'm sure it's not that bad," and Inko simply kept holding her and stroking her hair. "Could you tell me what happened and what your name is? I promise I'll listen." Himiko was sure the woman would hate her after, but she owed her the truth, so Himiko started to tell her story. After a minute, Inko shifted so she could listen to Himiko while continuing to feed Izuku, and by the time Himiko was done, Izuku was happily munching on his fifth bar looking sheepish. Inko sighed, "Izuku, is this true?" "Mom, she needed help, and I could help her," Izuku said, furrowing his brow in outrage. "I was forced to. It's crucial that people get what they need, according to the doctor and the kind woman at the clinic." "Izu, honey, why didn't you just bring her to me?" Inko simply shook her head. "We could have obtained her blood by visiting Mr. Carver." Izuku looked sheepish, but Inko smiled and kissed him on the head, saying, "I'm not angry. You didn't need to bleed yourself. My little hero, I truly am very proud of you, but you must first think. What if she became ill from your blood? She might have suffered serious injuries if you both passed out. You shouldn't take these kinds of risks just because you recover. Although I understand your desire to assist others, harming oneself is not the appropriate way to do so." When Inko turned to face Himiko, she winced, but before Inko could say anything, Himiko whimpered, "It's okay. You're perfectly justified in being angry. I swear I won't defend myself. Proceed." "Himiko, what are you talking about?" Inko asked, looking at her in confusion. "Are you going to beat me up and take me to Tartarus now?" Himiko sniffed. "My parents warned me that if I hurt anyone, that's what would happen. It's all right. I'm worthy. I hurt Izu, and I'm a demon. It didn't work, despite their claims that the beatings would make me less hungry." Izuku hugged Himiko as Inko watched, saying, "Please, Mom, don't hurt her. I should be punished if anyone should. She never harmed me when I made her drink from me. I wasn't even made to bleed by her. Yes, I did. Himiko is a very pleasant person. Don't harm my friend, please." When Himiko felt Inko give them both a big hug and say, "I'm not mad at either of you," she was in shock once more. She had hurt him and drank from him, but he was still trying to protect her. He even called her a friend. How could this boy be so nice? "Himiko, none of this is fair to you." Himiko nodded, and Inko went on with a kind smile, "If your parents refuse to give you blood, please let me know. Young lady, I need you to make me a promise. With Mr. Carver, I'm confident we can find a solution. He's already selling us everything his butcher shop normally can't sell for practically nothing, and he's a nice guy. He can probably bottle some blood for you as well. More importantly, though, I want you to swear to me that you will flee if your parents ever hit you again. I'll show you our residence. I'll make sure you always have a safe place to go if you can accomplish that, okay?" Himiko simply embraced the Midoriyas. Izuku had been correct. Inko loved the warmth of Inko's hugs, but after seeing Izuku, who was her hero, Himiko thought she might have found something or someone she loved even more. Over the next 4 years, Himiko slowly became a part of the Midoriya family. If Inko expected the Togas to care that she spent all her time at a friend's house, sometimes entire weeks at a time, she was in for disappointment. Himiko's parents seemed to be happy to be rid of her, much to Inko's infinite disdain. But eventually they slipped up. Himiko had brought one of her blood bottles home so she wouldn't get hungry while she studied for her end-of-term exams, and her parents caught her. The beating that followed was the worst of her life, but she managed to get away and took on Izuku's shape to hide. By the time she made it to Inko, Himiko was limping, one of her arms was broken, and she was covered in bruises. Izuku managed to catch her before she passed out, but that was the final straw. Himiko was never going back. In the end they reached an agreement. Inko wouldn't have them arrested, but they were never to have contact with Himiko again. Inko wanted to get Himiko's little brother out too, but Himiko convinced her not to. Nito wasn't abused like her, and they actually cared for him, so Inko relented. Himiko was thrilled to be joining Izuku at his school. She would have to repeat a grade, but that would only mean she could be in Izuku's class, and Inko knew that Himiko would eventually become her daughter. She wasn't really hiding the fact that she was completely smitten with Izuku, but even if that didn't work out, Inko would adopt her. She was a sweet girl, but sadly, neither of them realized it until the following year, when both teenagers entered middle school. Katsuki never stopped. A week into the school year, Himiko became concerned when she noticed that Izuku was taking a very long time in the restroom. When she went to look into it, she discovered Bakugo leaving the restroom with a few of his friends laughing, including a pudge boy with wings, Tsubasa or something. Himiko was about to wait outside when she heard Izuku sobbing and whimpering in agony. Stealing her nerves, Himiko looked inside and froze. Izuku was lying on the floor in a pool of blood as he slowly healed. All of his limbs had been blown off, and his abdomen looked severely burned. Devastated, Himiko tried to go get help, but Izuku begged her not to leave him, it hurt. So, Himiko did the only thing she could, putting his head in her lap while she gently stroked his cheek and hair in an attempt to console him. After a minute, Izuku began to explain, and the worst part for Himiko was how he blamed himself, believing that his weakness was his own fault. Izuku's regeneration took only a few minutes, and there was no proof that it ever happened, but it took the rest of the day to persuade Himiko not to tell Inko. In return, Izuku had to promise that no one would harm her Zuzu if she had anything to say about it. The fact that Himiko never left her side only served to intensify the rumors that they were dating, much to both Izuku's and Himiko's delight, but it had the desired effect. Bakugo left them alone. Bakugo didn't try to approach them for the remainder of middle school, at least not until their senior year. Himiko had to miss a day to go to court with Inko to finalize her emancipation, and Izuku couldn't accompany her. He had a test, and while Himiko could be excused, Izuku couldn't. There was also the added incentive of staying Bakugo's academic superiority, but neither teen brought it up. Bakugo kept it under control until after class. Their teacher made a big show of having 3 potential UA students in the class during homeroom, and Izuku could smell the boy start to perspire as his anger grew toward an explosion. Bakugo managed to punch Izuku in the face hard enough to knock him to his knees, but he refrained from using his quirk. For once, Bakugo did it in public, but no one came to help him. Bakugo pulled Izuku close so he could whisper in the boy's ear, "This is your final warning." Bakugo chuckled, "You might be able to regenerate, but can she? If you and your horde don't back out of going to UA." Izuku's nose was momentarily broken by Bakugo's second punch, but it snapped back into place before his head hit the floor. For the remainder of the day, Izuku couldn't get rid of the thought that Bakugo might kill the girl he loved if he didn't follow instructions. He wasn't confident enough to tell her yet, but he was left with a choice. On the one hand, he had Himiko, who would hate him for being a coward and giving up on their dream, even for her, but at least she would be alive. On the other hand, he could roll the dice and think they could stop him. Himi had always told him that he needed to learn how to stand his ground, but she didn't get it. She had never experienced the feeling of having your limbs blown off, or having your head blown up like a ripe melon, or having to pull yourself back together afterward. Izuku knew pain better than anyone else, and it scared him. A mass of green slime suddenly tried to force its way down Izuku's throat, but he fought hard. Izuku dreaded the conversation he'd have to have when he got home, so he chose the long way. As he passed through a tunnel, he heard an unfamiliar voice say, "A little scrawny, but you'll have to do." When the slime villain heard a voice he hoped he would never hear again, he was shocked that the child could fight this hard despite not being able to breathe. Texas, smash. A strong burst of air pressure suddenly forced the slime off of Izuku, and as he gasped for air, he saw his savior, All Might, the top hero in Japan and possibly among the top 3 in the world. Izuku watched the hero scoop the unconscious villain into a bottle, and without thinking, Izuku reached down to help, much to the hero's surprise. When they were finished, Izuku turned to thank All Might, but as he was about to jump away, it dawned on him that if anyone knew what to do, it was the number 1. Unfortunately, All Might's aim was thrown off, and they ended up rolling across a rooftop a block away. All Might tried to adjust so that he would hit the roof first, but Izuku wouldn't let him. As they hit the roof, All Might was horrified to hear the sound of cracking popping bone as his half-ton body squashed Izuku's against the roof. All Might stared at the teen's mangled body until he heard a groan. Don't worry. I'm all right, I'm Fug. Please give me a moment to gather myself. Are you okay? When Izuku looked up, he saw a skeletal blonde man hacking and spluttering blood instead of the muscle-bound hero the world knew. Seeing the bewildered expression on the teen's face, the man sighed, "I'm as good as I can be, but I think we both have a lot of explaining to do." All Might was so taken aback as he watched the teen literally pull himself back together, as good as new, that he didn't notice his change until it was too late. After verifying that he was All Might, the man going by Toshinori began to describe how a villain had gotten a lucky shot on him several years prior, and as a result, he was slowing down. He couldn't sustain his hero persona as long as he used to, he just didn't have it in him anymore. Toshi pulled his shirt aside to reveal his gut scar, saying, "I mean that literally, kid." The blonde sighed and said, "All right, young man. He took organs with him when he got me. Now it's your turn." "What was that?" Izuku laughed as he turned to face the man. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I believe I may be your complete opposite," Izuku said. "Even though you are incredibly strong, your body is failing you. I can't die unless I'm totally destroyed because of my quirk, complete regeneration. Other than that, my body cannot be permanently damaged, but I am helpless and weak. I wish I could share my peculiarity with you. You could fight indefinitely with my quirk. The only positive thing about me could be properly utilized with your strength, but that isn't possible." After giving him a strange look, All Might approached the boy and embraced him. "Well, I'm out of time for today, and this guy," All Might says, holding up the bottle, "I'm not going anywhere. While I take a little break, tell me your story." "I'm not number 1 for nothing," Toshinori laughed, adding that he might be able to assist. Izuku spent the next 15 minutes telling Toshinori his life story without mentioning Bakugo by name. He might despise him, but he wasn't ready to do that yet. Toshinori was appalled, and on several occasions he appeared to want to start punching, but instead he just spat blood, much to Toshinori's increasing alarm. When Izuku finished, Toshinori took a moment to process everything, but when he did, he grinned and laughed aloud. Izuku felt a little hurt that his hero seemed to be laughing at his suffering, but he knew he shouldn't be shocked. Izuku sighed and leaned back against the building's edge. "I suppose I was correct. I must give up. Giving in and giving up is the only way I can keep the people I care about safe. I'll never have your strength." Izuku began to cry and said, "I'll never be a hero. I tried to be good. I tried to protect the people I love. I need to stop fooling myself. I can at least keep the people I care about safe, but I'll never be strong enough to save others the way you do. They won't, but my dream might. Izuku Midoriya, you have the heart of a hero, and I'm going to help you. You're going to be a hero," said the skeletal hand that suddenly touched Izuku's shoulder. Izuku felt a glimmer of hope rekindle as he gazed up into Toshinori's smiling face. "One even greater than I ever was, but first, we need to drop off this villain." After a pleasant stroll during which they simply chatted and got to know one another better, Toshinori would only laugh when Izuku tried to ask how the older man would help him become a great hero. Eventually, they arrived at a police precinct, where Izuku was asked to sit while Toshinori handed over the villain. Izuku shrugged and complied, but then he noticed Toshinori talking to a detective wearing a stereotypical duster. The detective looked familiar, but even more shocked and hopeful. Shortly afterward, the adult duo approached Izuku and told him to follow them. The detective led them to an unmarked car and introduced himself as Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, a friend of Toshinori's. Izuku felt that Toshinori was trying to force him to report his bully. Active quirk use without a license was illegal and the ideal justification to look into the bullying, but Izuku remained silent and simply nodded. He hated Katsuki for everything he had done to him, but Mitsuki, the boy's mother, was always kind to him. Fortunately, the two men seemed unconciliated in Izuku while Tsukauchi drove. Apparently, Toshinori could jump tall buildings in a single bound. The two men put on serious faces when they got to the Midoriya's house, and Izuku stood behind them. Inko was understandably scared to see a stranger and a detective at her door with Izuku, but she invited them in anyway. For the next 2 hours, Toshinori interrogated Inko, Himiko, and occasionally Izuku about everything he had been told, as well as specifics about Himiko's situation and their family situation. Himiko was caught completely off guard when Toshinori asked Izuku if she was the girlfriend he had mentioned, causing both teenagers to blush. Before Izuku could respond, Himiko straightened and asked, "So what if I am?" Izuku just froze for a while, but then he noticed that Tsukauchi never spoke and only nodded occasionally, which caused him to change the subject or shock his head until the other person was forced to tell the truth. This resulted in a few revelations, such as Inko confessing that she didn't really know if Izuku's father was dead, but he was definitely dead to her, and that Inko had caught him talking to some shady characters a few times. When asked, however, Inko didn't recognize any of the names Toshinori rattled off beyond news reports. After that, Inko gave the skeletal man a serious look, saying, "We've answered your questions, and humored your lie detector." Inko pointed to the detective, who looked away sheepishly. "Now it's our turn. I assume this isn't an official police visit because you haven't mentioned my son getting into trouble once, so I currently only have 2 questions. What do you want and who are you?" "I apologize for the interrogation," Toshinori said with a smile. He laughed, but Inko simply crossed her arms and became irritated. Toshinori sighed and sat forward gravely, saying, "Young Izuku has a big dream. In this case, I prefer to think of it as an interview. His heart is heroic. Even though he is surrounded by loving people who help to keep him grounded, he is lacking something. It's not strength, motivation, or expertise. He requires a mentor, someone to mentor him and assist him in achieving his objectives. I provide that, along with a lot more. He will undoubtedly become the next emblem of peace with what I have to offer. You only need to answer, yes." "Zuzu doesn't need you," Himiko sneered. "He is capable of doing it alone. Why do you think he needs your assistance? Who in the world do you think you are?" "It's been long enough for me to do this for half a minute," Toshinori said as he stood. Toshinori's body expanded as he assumed his heroic persona. "I am here. You asked who I am and why he needs my help. That's because he needs someone who has already done what he wants to do and because... Quote. He needed to deflate and spit up blood before he could continue, but Inko and Himiko watched in disbelief. "As you can see, my time as #1 is fading," he said. "I can't keep up the pace I used to, and I'm growing weaker and slower." Toshinori grinned at Izuku and said, "I want you to be my successor. We have some time to do this correctly, but after meeting him. I can't go into the specifics, but like my mentor before me, I can impart my strength and quirk to a deserving person. You, Izuku, are the first person I've found who fits the bill and is genuinely deserving after years of searching. However, this is your decision. I won't make you do it. What is your response?" Everyone was staring at Izuku, but he appeared to be lost in thought as he spoke more quickly than anyone could comprehend, giving the women a tender smile and the men a worried expression. After a while, Izuku paused and glanced at Toshinori's outstretched hand before shaking it, saying, "When do we start, sensei?" Breakdown. I don't know if you'll ever see this, but thank you to Dummy Wearing a Hoodie over on Wattpad for your incredible and inspirational stories. This story is the result of months of planning and thought, but in the end, it owes its existence to a story I came across completely by accident to relax. Now for the breakdown. So, just a little fun at the beginning. Based on everything I could find, Katsuki is supposed to enjoy spicy food, so I thought, is there a reason for that? And this was my headcanon. It does matter, but it's just another entertaining, arbitrary point of reality in the fantasy. Keep an eye out for more clues about the milkman, it's quite the conspiracy. Another story with Daddy AFO, shocker. To be honest, I only have one story in the works where he isn't Izuku's birth father, but Hisase isn't very good in that story either. On a lighter note, baby Toga is adorable, isn't she? This is pre-psychosis, so there's still hope for her, yay. Don't worry, I have plans for Katsuki, but none of them are good. After all, a lot of characters will wind up in different positions, and I like balance. There isn't much for me to say after that, aside from a few minor variations. Izuku grabs Toshinori's back rather than his leg, so the slime villain remains unconscious. There isn't a second slime incident, but this Katsuki doesn't need the attention. Sure, Izuku would have tried to save him, but it wouldn't have helped, and Katsuki is already insane, so he doesn't need the trauma or an excuse to hurt Izuku further. It makes a lot of sense for All Might to use Tsukauchi to ensure that Izuku and his family aren't secretly villains. Once OFA is passed, he won't be able to take it back any more than AFO can, so a little due diligence is warranted. Unfortunately, ignorance is a killer. Technically speaking, while Tsukauchi's quirk is active could be considered illegal quirk use, which is why he doesn't speak and only uses nods to guide Toshinori. It only works because they know each other well enough to make it work. That's about it. All Might trained Izuku as best he could for the next 3 months, with Himiko's unanticipated assistance. Even though Toshinori was All Might, the girl wouldn't fully trust him with her Zuzu, so Himiko always accompanied them when they went to train. The older man initially found it a little annoying. Himiko resisted several of his attempts to get Izuku to perform certain exercises or alter his diet as part of his training, and eventually the man attempted to forbid her from accompanying them at all. It took Toshinori only a week and a half to realize how badly he had messed up. He had assumed that Izuku's lack of muscle growth was due to a protein deficiency and attempted to address it, but this only made the issue worse as the boy became clumsier and slower. Additionally, the exercises were ineffective. They only seemed to wear the boy out without producing any discernible results. Toshinori was perplexed by it, but he was a man enough to acknowledge his mistakes. That's how he found himself in the Midoriya home's living room once more, where a blonde teenage girl gave him a very irritated glare that only made him shrink. He missed his mentor, Sweet Kami, because that glare was too similar to Nana's glare when he made a mistake. While Izuku slept on her lap, Himiko caressed his green curls with her fingers. The girl took a moment to mull over the fact that the hero who had ignored her up till now was asking for her help, and she sighed, "Yagi, you're an idiot. I've known this emerald moron for 8 years. I know what works better than anyone, but you never even considered that, did you? Do you think with a dream like ours we haven't tried what you did already? Zuzu's quirk absorbs protein and carbs before it can be turned into muscle mass, and trying to force him to consume more just makes his body heavier as the protein is stored instead of properly used. On top of that, the exercises I vetoed are ones that only work if you can properly strain the muscles to make them tear. That will never work. His muscles simply don't work that way. Instead of getting stronger, he just regenerates the damage and gets tired. I would have explained these things earlier, but Big Strong number 1 knows what he's doing." Himiko's tone strayed from mocking to hurt. Big Strong Mighty clearly knows better after a few months than I do after spending over half my life with my love. "You're right, Miss Himiko. I acted like a cocky know-it-all. I'm sorry," Toshinori said, lowering his head and bowing. A smirk began to appear after Himiko sneered, "Pretty words, Mighty, but that's all they are. Show me you mean it while I teach you some of the tricks I've managed to find." All Might grinned. "Of course, but I'll admit I'm a little jealous of him. You really do love him. That's something I've never had. He's a lucky guy to have you, Ms. Midoriya." While blushing, Himiko grinned and said, "I'm the lucky one, because there's nobody else like my Zuzu. I love Inko like a mother, but if I have a choice, I'd prefer her to be my mother-in-law." Himiko sighed, adding, "That's still years away though. Until then, I'll be happy to just walk beside him. He was my hero first, and he was the only one who cared enough to save me. No matter what, that will never change." Toshinori simply grinned at the teenagers. They had no idea how fortunate they were. The 3 of them collaborated to do what they could over the course of the following 4 months. Fortunately, both teenagers were exceptionally intelligent and had already prepared for the UA entrance exam, so their only real preparation was physical. Izuku found Himiko to be an excellent sparring partner. She was not only agile and fast, but she also knew exactly how to make her boyfriend, who had finally conceded and accepted that she loved him just as much as he loved her, work even harder. One day, Toshinori had to clear his throat to remind her that they weren't alone because of the constant teasing, taunting, and little nips she gave him when she saw him getting sidetracked. However, this stopped when Himiko smirked and moaned, "See that Zuzu? You need to focus more. You're making Dad Might uncomfortable." Toshinori blushed and turned away, which made Himiko laugh. However, The day finally arrived when Toshinori said it was time. They only had 3 months left before the entrance exam, and they had done everything he could think of. Izuku should be able to adjust to his new abilities in that amount of time. In order to transfer my power to you, you need to ingest some of my DNA. Sadly, giving you blood would be unwise given my condition, and I refuse to give you any other fluids. Toshinori shuddered and said, once the transfer begins, I want you to rest. I have no idea how your body will process it since your system acts so oddly sometimes, but I'm sure the Koz can handle it. Just make sure he stays hydrated, and call me if anything strange happens. Oh no you don't. You promised to have lunch with me today. I took a day off of work for this and I'm getting my Toshi time. With a pout, Inko stopped Toshinori as he was about to leave. Himi dear, I'll leave looking after Izu to you for a few hours, okay? On the way back I'll pick up a half-dozen pints of that O- you like as a treat, and 10 or 12 pounds of the prime pieces for dinner. Call if you need me, okay? Okay, mama, don't worry, I've got our little hero. Just don't be too rough with the big one. Himiko grinned and nodded. With Toshinori's ear in her hand, Inko began to drag him out, saying, no promises, dear. Himiko led Izuku to his bed after the adults had left, and to his amazement, she curled up beside him and held him while they watched a movie and spent some quiet time together. An hour later, Himiko heard Izuku begin to snore a little. She grinned and brushed his hair aside to plant a kiss on his forehead, only to discover that it was unbelievably hot to the touch. Himiko hurried to fetch him some water, but as she got back, the glass shattered in her hands and she gaped in horror. Izuku had vanished, replaced by a mass of writhing red and black tentacles that squirmed and slithered around the tissue cocoon. Himiko was astounded and appalled by what she was witnessing. With bone around the edges providing structure and some degree of protection, the cocoon itself appeared to be composed of a gory mixture of muscle, sinew, and exposed veins. Himiko would have thought it was lovely if the love of her life hadn't been inside. She attempted to move closer, but was forced to back off when a green lightning arc flashed out. Himiko had no choice but to search her pocket for the contact that read 3 Mama 3. Himi cat mommy, I need your help. Himi, the mother bear. Breathe, then explain the situation to me. Himi cat sends picture, I'm freaking out here, don't tell me to take a breath. Mama bear, what took place? Himi cat, he began to warm up as we lay down to cuddle, so I went to get him some water, only to return to this. The lightning and tentacles prevented me from getting close. Please, mama, I'm afraid. After that, Himiko received no response, so she was left to watch in awe as the tendrils kept forming and knotting together. Himiko would occasionally see what appeared to be Izuku curled up and floating inside the cocoon when it released an arc of green lightning across its surface. However, it appeared strange, with multiple limbs branching off of him one moment and heads the next. Himiko felt helpless to stop whatever was going on. It only took All Might, in muscular form, 5 minutes to show up with a blushing Inko in his arms like a princess, so Himiko wasn't alone for long. The three of them then simply gazed at the mass of meat that was pulsing and writhing on the bed in half the room for a moment. All Might, still in his muscular form, rushed forward and attempted to reach the cocoon, but he was quickly thrown aside by a tendril as thick as his arm and a burst of emerald lightning that was more powerful than anything he had ever experienced. As All Might lost consciousness in the crater his body created upon impact, Inko and Himiko watched in disbelief as his form shrank. Since neither of them wanted to acknowledge that they had no idea how to assist Izuku, they did what they could for the older hero. When the tentacles retreated back into the mass and the cocoon began to shake a little more than 30 minutes later, everything changed. Toshinori was still feeling lightheaded and confused, so the three of them just watched as the cocoon began to burst open, releasing air quickly and making a sound akin to tearing meat. What emerged resembled Izuku, but it was taller, buffered, and, most importantly to Himiko, naked. It quickly became too much for Himiko, who just passed out with a bloody nose and a smile. Whatever was left of the cocoon and the other fleshy masses appeared to blend with Izuku's body and simply vanish, as the adults observed. With hesitation, Inko walked over and gently touched Izuku's forehead to remove his long, curly green hair. When Inko saw Izuku's face, she grinned despite the fact that some of his hair had turned red and black in addition to emerald green. Inko sniffed, acknowledging that although he appeared slightly altered and felt warm to the touch, he was fine. Her son was doing well. Before assisting Toshinori to Izuku's desk chair so he could wait for the boy to awaken, Inko tucked him in. She was a pharmacy tech, but as a nurse, she knew enough to know that waking someone up after such a traumatic event wasn't a good idea. Inko took a deep breath, pushed aside her anxieties, and started getting ready. Izuku would have food ready if she woke up hungry. She would have medication on hand if he woke up in agony. If this was her only option, Inko would do it correctly. Izuku's body felt strange, both heavier and stronger at the same time, and his head was pounding, but he slowly stirred and sat up. Izuku, young Midoriya, I need you to lie back and rest. Whatever happened to you, please, just rest for now, he heard a familiar voice whisper. Izuku complied with the request, but his hunger went beyond his stomach. Izuku could also feel it in his bones and muscles. Izuku sighed, Might-sensei, what happened? Please, where's Himiko? Why does my body ache like this, and why do I feel so hungry? It feels like Katsuki blew up my head that time, but it's different too. If it didn't hurt so much, I might feel incredible, but it does. Please, tell me something. I'm so confused. Toshinori began to get to his feet, but his right hand suddenly shot up. Toshinori watched in wonder as red tendrils of biomass snaked around his hand, giving it more size and bulk, but Izuku didn't appear to notice. Even though his eyes remained closed, he muttered, No. Please stay back for now. I don't know what might happen, but something is telling me it won't be good. Izuku's hand lowered and returned to its normal position as Toshinori sat down again. The hero responded by sighing, Izuku, I'm just as much in the dark as you are in terms of what's happening to you, but don't worry, Himiko is fine. You seem to have had an odd reaction to my quirk. Himiko called us when she didn't know what to do, but things seem to be stable now. I'll go get them, and warn them not to approach you until we know more. Izuku caught him laughing, Your mother has been cooking up a storm, so I'll help her bring some in. Don't worry my boy, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to help you figure this out. As Izuku began to drift back into unconsciousness, he muttered, Thanks, Dad. Toshinori felt a warm sensation coursing through him, and his eyes grew wide. Izuku was always the one to stop Himiko when the older hero began to feel uneasy, even though she enjoyed making fun of him and calling him names like, Dad might. This didn't feel like a joke, and he had never played the game. Did the boy actually see him that way, or was he just having hallucinations? Toshinori couldn't say, but the idea didn't make him uneasy either. He would just concentrate on supporting his successor for the time being, but perhaps in the future they could be more. Himiko and Inko had been ecstatic to learn that Izuku appeared to be alright, if a little disoriented. For the time being, Toshinori decided to keep the fact that he called him, Dad, to himself. It might not mean anything. The boy was snoring lightly when they returned to Izuku's room, but occasionally they thought they caught a glimpse of something crawling under his skin. When he woke up, Inko carefully set a plate of various pan-fried gizzards, chicken turkey hearts, and other pieces of organ meat on his bedside table. However, she heard the other two gasp just a few steps away from the plate. Izuku was sitting up when Inko turned around, but his eyes were still closed and he continued to snore softly. The contents of the plate appeared to simply vanish into the red tendril that grew from his outstretched hand. Izuku reclined after a short while, but they saw that he appeared healthier. The boy's paleness hadn't been immediately noticeable, but now that it was coming back, it was. When Izuku woke up the next morning, he felt much better and fuller. Izuku sat up and noticed that Toshinori and Inko were grinning, but Himiko turned away instantly, blushing. Izuku was perplexed until he lifted the blanket covering him and saw that he was still completely nude. Izuku tried to reach into his comfortable drawer and under his bed after moving the blanket to fully cover himself, but he felt a blow to his shoulder. He noticed his mother grinning, along with a pair of boxers, black basketball shorts, and one of his big green sweatshirts. Izuku hurriedly put on his clothes before realizing that the hoodie was no longer too big and that everything else felt a little tighter than he had remembered. Izuku got up now that he was dressed better, and then he fell on his face. In addition to feeling longer, his legs gave out briefly when he put weight on them, as though they had recently regenerated. Izuku heard Inko begin to charge at him, but he simply gestured for her to hold back with his hand. Himiko grasped the older woman's hand and said, Zuzu doesn't like being coddled. This happens all the time. Let him try, and if he needs help he'll ask. Inko nodded worriedly, but Izuku was able to stand up again after a few tries, albeit a little unsteadily. After moving to his desk and taking a seat in his chair, Izuku opened a drawer containing various items and took out a mirror, a small Swiss Army knife, a fat red notebook that Inko had never seen before, and one of Himiko's many hair ties that she had forgotten. Knowing what was going to happen, Himiko sighed and began to explain, "So, please just stay back. That's Zuzu's private notebook. Even I don't know everything inside it, but I do know." Inko gasped as Izuku cut his palm with the tiny blade to see how long it would take to heal, but surprisingly, it didn't. Rather, tiny red tendrils emerged from each side and knitted together almost immediately, causing Izuku to nod and start noting that down. Sighing, Himiko said, "I do know he tracks his quirk's development in there. I track more than that, love. Physical changes, traumatic events, important events. This book is my black book. In the event that he ever manages to kill me, I wanted a record of everything he put me through, so that my pain had a purpose. It might be a bit vindictive, but the day he's named number 1, some of it might leak online." "I haven't decided yet," Izuku said warmly at first, but then became cold towards the end. "Izu, while you were out I got these two to tell me what's been going on, but Himi refused to say who, and Tashi says he doesn't know. Please baby, tell me who's been hurting you. I can't believe it until you do," Inko begged. With a sigh, Izuku said, "Mom, you don't want to know. It'll only hurt you. It does matter anyway. You'd never believe me." Izuku had tensed up. "How dare you? Of course I'll believe you. You're my son. Tell me so I can help you, or do you really not trust me this much? Does Katsuki know?" "Of course he probably does. He's your best furry." Inko glared at Izuku while her eyes began to well up with tears. They froze when they saw that Izuku's hands had quadrupled in size as black and red biomass covered and empowered them. Inko was cut off as Izuku slammed his fists into the desk, causing it to splinter beyond repair. Izuku slowly raised his hands and flexed them, causing the biomass to return to his arms. Izuku chuckled briefly before turning to face his mother and saying, "Fine. If you have to know, of course Katsuki knows. He's the fucking guy." His face grew icy. Inko looked pale. No, it can't be him. I've known that boy since he was born. He's been in our home. His mother is my best friend. No, he can't be responsible. For Kami's sake, he's your god brother. There's no way. It's true, Mama, I've seen it. I did everything I could the last few years to stop him at school, but we can't be together all the time. A couple of times when Izuku went out for a run alone, going to the store to grab something for you, I'm so sorry." Himiko began to cry, but then appeared as though she was about to pass out. "You both saved me, protected me when no one else would, but I'm not strong enough to protect him in return. I never should have gotten involved. I'm just a burden." Red tendrils abruptly emerged from Izuku and dragged Himiko to him rather roughly, but that was momentarily forgotten as she nuzzled into his chest and felt Izuku's warm arms cradle her. Izuku was still her Zuzu, but Himiko blushed at the firmness of his muscles. He seemed to know how she should be held instinctively, and he still had a faint minty scent. She felt at peace because they simply fit together like two pieces of a puzzle. She and he both didn't have to mention anything. Izuku moved his hand to her mouth and let Himiko bite down, but neither of them opened their eyes. "What's wrong, kitten?" Izuku asked after Himiko squeaked and her eyes opened in surprise. Neither of them made a sound. Himiko was blushing. "Nothing, Zuzu. I swear, it's just, you've always tasted sweet, but now you taste like chocolate and strawberries. It caught me off guard, is all," Himiko murmured, "and I started getting excited. I had to stop before I tore those clothes back off you in front of your mom." Himiko blushed as Izuku winked and whispered back, "Later, love. I'll take really good care of you then." She liked it a lot, but she wasn't sure if it was the muscles or the seductive, self-assured way he said it. Izuku finally looked away from his now much smaller girlfriend and said to the adults, "Sorry I got mad, Mom. It's not your fault. Could you please go get a couple plates of food for us? I'll tell you everything after we eat." Toshinori laughed and gestured to the 6 plates on the table beside Izuku's bed, while Inko looked perplexed. Izuku looked downcast. "Oh, I guess you ate without me. I guess I can't be too mad after I passedo donubit." Before Izuku could start mumbling too much, he felt Himiko move and kiss him. "Zuzu, we haven't eaten yet. That was you. I guess Dad might was right, your body was on, but there was nobody home," Himiko said with a laugh as they parted. Izuku blushed and turned away. "Sorry, I don't remember any of that, and I'm still hungry, though that might explain why my body doesn't hurt anymore. Also, Himi, you need to stop teasing Mr. Yagi. He's given us so much, can't you at least be nice? With a sly smile on her face, Himiko said, but Zuzu, I'm not the one calling him Daddy. I've never even gotten close to doing that. Don't make things up, Izuku moaned, not realizing that his mother had blushed or that Toshinori had turned away as if he had been discovered. Himiko giggled, aware of what she had just done, but same she puckered up, I'm sorry. You're right, Toshinori is a great mentor. Himiko's expression dropped. I guess a part of me just wanted to know what it felt like to have a loving dad. I never had one, but neither did you. If it wasn't for your mom, I don't know what kind of monster I would have turned into, what kind of sociopath. Constantly blood-hungry, and slowly losing my mind to the thirst. Izuku, I owe you and your mom everything. Is it so wrong that I want to give you something back? Himiko tried to interrupt, but Izuku stopped her with a kiss, as she always did, and said, Himiko, you don't need to worry about that. Himiko's eyes widened because he rarely initiated, but smiled. You already give me something. When I feel weak, or afraid, you're there beside me. I thought the only person who would ever love me was my mom, but, Himiko, I love you. I love you so much. I always wanted to be a hero, but you showed me I could. I didn't need a fancy quirk, or something flashy. I just needed to be strong enough to not give up. Izuku breathed deeply. Himi, I almost forgot that. Katsuki, the day I met Toshinori he attacked me at school in front of everyone, but this time he didn't use his quirk. Instead he made a threat after he decked me in the face. Himiko hugged Izuku and said, whatever it was, we'll get through it together. After everything he's done to you, Zuzu, nothing is worth giving up on our dream. We can help so many people, but I don't want to do it without you, I can't. I need you. Izuku rested his forehead on hers, that's the problem. He didn't threaten me, he threatened you. He said I might be able to regenerate, but you can't. He told me if I didn't convince you to abandon our dream with me, he'd kill you. I don't want to be a hero without you, but I know I can't live in a world where you don't exist. Izuku sighed, he broke me. That asshole finally found a way to hurt me that I couldn't heal from, and I gave up. If not for All Might, and his offer, I was going to try to convince you. I convinced myself that even if you hated me, called me a spineless coward, at least you'd be alive to do it. Himiko, you're my world, my hope, my love, you give me the greatest gift anyone can. My quirk guarantees that I will live through just about anything, but you give me a reason to live, to keep fighting. Thank you for that, thank you, Himiko Midoriya. Are you? Shook Himiko. Izuku nodded. Not today. There are still so many unanswered questions for us to deal with, but someday, yes, and when that day comes, I'm going to do it right. Until then my love, you'll just have to be satisfied walking beside me as we become the heroes we know each other can be. Okay, Zuzu, but as the future number 2, I have high standards. I'm not going to say yes to anyone, but the number 1 hero in the world. I'll be waiting, my emerald bunny. Izuku simply smiled and held his world close to him. Himiko laughed and sobbed into his chest. Himiko and Izuku then parted ways. Toshinori stayed to watch Izuku because his body was still getting used to what was happening to him. Izuku kept his word and told Inko everything while they were eating, and if it weren't for Toshinori sitting next to her and supporting her like an anchor, she might have floated away on a sea of tears. Although it was difficult for both Midoriyas, it was necessary, and now that the tension had been removed, the mother and son could once more be honest with one another. Izuku felt fortunate to have Himiko cuddled up to him like a kitten when he woke up the following morning. Izuku raised the arm that Himiko wasn't using as a pillow at the moment, flexed his hand, and rolled his wrist, causing it to grow into what they called his hammer fists. Izuku observed how the light reflected off his new talent and how the tendrils slithered out of his skin. A gentle hand touched Izuku's cheek and said, "Morning Zuzu." "Morning kitten. How did you sleep?" Izuku asked with a smile. Himiko sighed. "No offense Zuzu, but I like the new you. You're not as soft, but, you're just so sexy." "Well then," Izuku grinned as he picked Himiko up and carried her into the kitchen like a princess. Himiko blushed and said, "I guess this sexy monster had better make sure his feline queen gets breakfast." As Izuku took a seat, Inko simply laughed at the show, but not before shifting Himiko to sit on his lap while they savored a substantial breakfast consisting of rare steak, vegetable omelets, and a big bowl of rice. The teenagers shared a pitcher of blood, but Inko refrained from indulging. With the exception of Himiko's fondness for pineapple pizza and Izuku's love of protein bars, the two had worked hard over the years to be receptive to each other's preferences. They both thought the other was repulsive. The teenagers went to get dressed for school after breakfast, and Himiko just chuckled as she watched Izuku struggle to fit into his regular uniform until there was a clear sound of fabric being torn as the arms and back tore. When Himiko saw her man literally burst the seams like that, she froze and fell back with a nosebleed. Even though they were fortunate enough to have time to visit the school store and purchase a larger uniform, people continued to gawk at the new kid. That was just the beginning, as Izuku was the object of many looks and a few blushes all day long. Fortunately, Katsuki didn't criticize Izuku because he appeared to be as lost as everyone else. Toshinori texted them about training at Dagoba Beach while they were eating lunch. The original plan was to visit the Quirk registry after school, but they had to first arrange a doctor's appointment because this was a significant change in Izuku's quirk. They decided to go train in light of this, and the beach they discovered would be an excellent location for them to do so. It was a junkyard filled with various sizes of abandoned and washed-up items. It turned out that Izuku was much stronger than before, which was to be expected, but Himiko blushed and Toshinori grinned proudly when he crushed a refrigerator like a soda can. Toshinori suggested training on the beach, but Himiko took a different approach and found much more effective ways to inspire the green team. Himiko smirked as she made her offer and introduced Izuku to free running and parkour. Izuku would train for an hour at the start and finish of each day. Himiko winked and continued, "I'll lead, but if you can catch me, I'll give you a nice reward." A chill went down Himiko's spine as Izuku's eyes briefly flashed red with a feral hunger. Himiko played cat and mouse with Izuku for the next 2 weeks, always staying just out of reach for the full hour. However, each day became more difficult to maintain, and at last, just as the sun was setting, Izuku caught Himiko and pinned her beneath him. Himiko leaned down and planted a hungry, needy kiss on Izuku, who was breathing heavily. Himiko insisted that Izuku deserved his reward, but Izuku was content with just the kiss. Izuku would never know how she persuaded Inko and Toshinori to go out to dinner, but she did, and the two had a memorable evening. "Zuzu, you let me taste your blood anytime I like, but never once have you asked to try mine." "Why?" Himiko said, nuzzling his neck and giving him a longing look as they held each other, exhausted and sweaty. Izuku murmured, "Himiko, I know you're sweet, but you don't regenerate like I do. I don't want to hurt you." Izuku grinned and nodded slightly to Himiko, who kissed him and said, "Please Zuzu, just this once, bite me. Mark me as yours, and take a sip. I trust you, I want to be inside you the same way you're always inside me." Himiko turned her head, revealing her shoulder and neck. She gave a little start as he quickly bit her, and she did the same a moment later. Even though they could taste themselves on each other's lips, they simply kissed again because they were so excited. Himiko was the first to wake up the following morning, and when she went to kiss Izuku, she discovered herself instead of him. Himiko simply blinked in bewilderment until the other, Himiko, awoke and gave her a passionate kiss before glaring at her when they didn't get the anticipated kiss in return. When Inko decided to enter with a tray of food, she discovered 2 nude Himikos and no Izuku, which caused her to scream before passing out. When Toshinori saw this, he ran in his hideous yellow suit from the previous evening and just stared in shock. Izuku appeared to be Izuku once more as one of the Himiko's bodies was briefly covered in tendrils. After Inko woke up, the teenager dressed, and everyone moved into the living room. It took about 15 minutes. However, there were still questions that needed to be addressed. Both adults were pleased to learn that the teenagers had entered into a physical relationship, but it was a little too late to stop them just yet. They ultimately decided that it wouldn't happen again for at least a few years while living under Inko's roof after she made them swear not to do it again until they graduated. They then talked about Izuku's new talent, and after some concentration, he was able to transform back into Himiko. To their surprise, though, his clothes also tore and changed, making the original pout because her quirk didn't come with clothing. Izuku simply apologized by kissing her again. Izuku then attempted to test his new power, and although he was unable to transform into his mother, he was able to transform into Toshinori, All Might, and a woman who resembled Inko, causing the man to cry and drop to his knees. "Nana-sensei?" he asked. After that, everyone had to get ready for work or school, so they parted ways. However, Izuku experimented and discovered he could change his clothes whenever he pleased while Himiko was getting dressed. Izuku was too busy experimenting and mumbling to hear that little voice or notice Himiko watching him with a small, affectionate smile, even though he knew deep down that it was just him covering himself with biomass. Himiko was waiting for Izuku outside the men's restroom a few hours later because it was still one of the few places she wasn't allowed to go. Still babysitting the nerd gorgeous. Don't you ever get tired of protecting him? Toga, why not be with a real man, like me? I can treat you the way a pretty girl like you deserves, and I have a real quirk that's going to take me places. What do you say? Be my girl. He attempted to use his larger frame to intimidate and force her back to the lockers while she was waiting, but Himiko's yellow eyes suddenly found a bone knife at his throat. Kato, you'd better get out of here or so help me I'll skin you alive. I love Izuku, and he loves me, and no limp dick like you will ever change that. Get out of my face, and tell your boss to fuck off too. Izuku told me what happened, and I'm not afraid of him. If he wants to stop being a coward and come at me, I'll be waiting. Himiko was more than happy to use the knife that had just formed in her hand. Stupid slut, and a useless waste. I'm not telling that ass anything, but I'll let you in on a secret since he cut me out. Kato backed away and prepared to run, but before he could do so, he complained, you have no idea who Bakugo is or what he's trying to do. He might be a jackass, but he's not a coward, and you should be thanking him. The boy fled, leaving Himiko astounded. Izuku was understandably alarmed when he returned to find Himiko tinkering with a bone knife, but she simply grinned at him and, with a gesture, it dissolved back into her skin in a manner similar to his quirk, except that it seemed to soften and dissolve like her disguises did rather than turning into tendrils. Apparently, Izuku wasn't the only one who gained a new ability. This ultimately led Izuku to finally think of a fitting name for his quirk, and Himiko agreed, so they decided to call it Dark Evolution going forward. To their astonishment, Katsuki remained distant from the teenagers as they trained, but they weren't going to question it too much. Himiko and Inko began having girls' night as a way to unwind, leaving Izuku by himself at home to unwind, that is, if Toshinori didn't frequently drop by to hang out. While it wasn't always the case, 3 times out of 4, they would simply sit on the couch and converse, or one would show the other something they liked. Izuku was able to enjoy boxing, mixed martial arts, vintage pre-quirk films, and a variety of new musical genres, such as hard rock and blues, thanks to these guys' nights. Toshinori, meanwhile, was given a reason to resume his interest in literature and anime. It was pleasant, and they both relished having an honest conversation and sharing their passions with someone. However, this did result in an awkward conversation. Izuku sighed and said, Toshinori, can I ask you something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but it's been on my mind for a while. The two men were relaxing and watching one of Toshinori's older films. Toshinori laughed. Of course, young Midoriya, you know I love our conversations. Hit me, and I'll do my best. Do you love my mom? Izuku asked, taking a deep breath before meeting the older man's gaze. What gave you that idea? Toshinori stammered as his eyes grew wide. Izuku exhaled. I'm not mad. Honestly, I'm happy that she found someone who cares about her after my father disappeared, but I need to make sure. My mom is the only family I have left, and I don't want her getting hurt again. I trust you, but I want you to understand, there is nothing I wouldn't do to protect her, and Himiko feels the same way. Just remember that, okay? Before you get too attached, really think about whether you're ready to make that kind of commitment. Are you just looking for a friend, or are you looking for a partner? I had to do the same thing, and I found my answer. Someday I'm going to marry Himiko, and spend the rest of my life making sure she knows she's loved, but that's my answer. No pressure, but you need to figure out yours. Toshinori just sat in silence, before nodding at his successor, and watching as he turned his attention back to the film. What did the older hero want, even though he knew he was correct? The two couples were enjoying another night together with roughly 2 months until the entrance exam. Each group had made the decision to go out and eat dinner on their own, but Toshinori received a call and had to leave right away to assist with an emergency 2 towns away. Izuku was taking a peaceful stroll under the stars when he saw a group of older men pushing a pink girl and her friend, who appeared to be invisible, into an alley. Izuku could see the fear on the pinket's face. Izuku drew closer, not wanting to take any chances, until he heard a whimper and saw the pink girl's black eyes welling with tears as she struggled to keep her somewhat ripped clothing and her dignity intact. What's wrong? We heard you were looking for some cute boys. We just thought you'd appreciate it if they came to you. Now come on bubblegum, let me have a look. The more you fight the more you'll enjoy it when we move on to tasting. Izuku heard the men laugh, and the biggest of them simply smiled as he loomed over the girls. Both girls appeared ready for a full-on meltdown, and that was all Izuku needed to see. It was an easy decision for him to disregard the rules if he had to decide between risking his future and letting this continue. Izuku hurried forward, changed into a dark green hoodie with a deep dark hood to conceal his face, and began pounding back the men until he was between the girls and the 6.5-foot blonde, hairy beast of a man who was staring at them with ravenous eyes. He was probably 300 pounds, and none of it was fat, but this guy didn't frighten him like All Might did. Leave. These girls aren't interested, so take your boys, and just get out of here. We don't need to escalate this situation. You can just walk away, and keep all your teeth, Izuku said in a distorted voice, a tactic Himiko had taught him. Despite hearing the big man growl and smelling the pronounced alcohol on his breath, Izuku refused to back down. Izuku thought he was going to punch the big man when he roared at this, but then he noticed the claws sticking out from the tips of the man's fingers. This man was surprisingly strong, despite Izuku's best efforts to maintain his composure and shield the girls. Izuku had no choice but to adopt the fighting stance he had learned from Toshinori in the many hours they had spent watching various forms of combat. As the two essentially engaged in bare-knuckled boxing, the girls and the man's goons watched in amazement. However, two things soon became apparent. The older man would need to be extremely fortunate to have any chance of winning, and those chances were rapidly diminishing. Simply put, Izuku was stronger than him, and to make matters worse, the child was always recovering from wounds nearly as quickly as the man could cut him. However, as his blood pumped and the alcohol poured more and more into his head, the older man's stubborn streak only grew worse. He also had more experience. Izuku was able to knock the man off his feet with one last powerful uppercut to his jaw, and by the time he hit the ground, he was completely unconscious. The others eventually realized that their boss, who was also the strongest of them, was going to lose. Even though they would have liked to steal their prizes, they were safely behind the boy. When one of them tried to grab one and ended up getting punched so hard that it cratered the wall, they made the only sensible decision: they fled. The hooded man's many wounds, including his clothes, seemed to vanish as he healed, and the girls just stared in wonder as he reached into a pocket and took out a roll of capture tape. When he finished, the hooded man turned to them and looked a little uncomfortable as he said, "You wouldn't happen to have a phone, would you, to call the cops? I'm not exactly a hero yet, so I'd really rather not stick around, but I will if I have to." They were unaware that the older man's blood from his knuckles had also been absorbed. The invisible girl giggled as she reached into her pocket and took out a light blue phone covered in sparkles and adorable stickers. "Don't worry, Mr. Hero, we can handle it from here. Thanks for the save. My name's Toru Hagakuri, by the way." Toru waved her hands animatedly as she spoke, and Izuku couldn't help but think it was adorable. With a wink, the pink girl, which was an understatement because her skin and hair were both pink, and she had little yellow bent horns sticking out of her hair, said, "I'm Mina Ashido. I'd ask to see if you're cute under that hood, but that's probably not a great idea, for either of us. Deniability and all that, but..." Mina stepped forward and kissed where she thought his cheek must be. "I guess that will have to be your reward, for now. Look us up at UA in a couple months though, cutie, we'll be waiting." After that, the two girls left a blushing Izuku in their wake. Izuku felt great about what he had done when he got home, but then he saw Himiko, and he felt soiled. She thought something had happened when she saw him drop to his knees, but as she approached him, she heard him sincerely apologize. Mina kissed him on the cheek after he confessed what had happened. Himiko looked at her boyfriend and rubbed his forehead. "Zuzu, I'm not mad at you. Am I a bit annoyed? Sure, but I'm not going to hold it against you. I love you, you emerald idiot, and this just proves I have nothing to worry about. Even if you liked it, and let's be honest, I know you did because she sounds like a total hottie, your first instinct was to tell me about it, and not hide it. Zuzu, we both know where my tastes lie, and while I expected that I would be the one to bring it up, you do realize I'm not really the monogamous type, right? Am I loyal? Sure, but at the end of the day if I find someone sexy, I'm not opposed to seeing where it could go, and I'd be a hypocrite if I expected anything less from you. So as long as you talk to me first, and you understand that you and I are forever, you have my permission to look too." "Okay," he said, "I guess that's fair. But, I'd like it if you did the same, and talked to me. I love you Himiko, and you're always going to be my number one, I promise. Izuku gave Himiko a passionate kiss, and she would be lying if she claimed that her toes didn't curl a little from how much she enjoyed it. But more than anything, she loved seeing the relief and love contained in those emerald orbs of his. Himiko laughed. You're my number one too, but for the record, if I catch you kissing Katsuki I'm leaving you. No questions asked. Izuku said, kitten, just because you like both doesn't mean I do. I'm happily straight, as he went pale and appeared to be physically ill from the thought. After pouting, Himiko grinned and said, oh well, I guess I'll just have to fill your bed with women then. If this pink girl is as cute as you say, maybe we can tie you to the bed and share you. Himiko laughed even harder when she saw Izuku freeze and blush, his freckles making him look like a strawberry. Sadly, when Inko and Toshinori learned about the incident the following morning, they were less happy. Even though Toshinori understood Inko's concern, he was still a little irritated because something like that might keep Izuku from being admitted to UA. Inko almost started crying. If a student had any grades on their record, the school would not let them attend, and even if they were excused, something like this could have put his future in grave danger. Even with his alter ego's personal support, Izuku could still be hired as a sidekick and gain private on-the-job experience, but that would make obtaining a hero license hundreds of times more difficult. Toshinori froze at the thought of continuing such a daring act of nepotism for his son. Did he just? When the others questioned why, Toshinori simply shook his head and began to laugh. He looked at Izuku and said, I just finally figured out something important. Don't worry about it. Toshinori just kept laughing. Toshinori tested Izuku's ability to dodge projectiles by racing around and throwing different pieces of trash at him during their next training session. When the boy stumbled, Toshinori briefly worried for him. But rather than being struck, Izuku's hand rippled as his fingers turned into bladed claws that resembled bones, and he cut the flying sink to pieces. Izuku and Toshinori appeared equally shocked, but after a moment, both of them laughed, and Himiko clapped from the side she had been observing. Izuku's latest ability was tested for the remainder of that day, but Toshinori noticed something he had never seen before. Toshinori ignored the eerie familiarity of Izuku's development, intelligence, and, now that he was beginning to gain some confidence, his swagger. He had killed that monster, so that was not possible. The teens were taking advantage of the fact that they had finished cleaning the beach a week ahead of schedule to go on a late-night date outside under the stars, and Toshinori was prepared. Now that the children were gone, he organized a romantic dinner for Inko and himself. It was time for him to express his opinions. For the first time in 18 years, Inko felt like a teenager again, going on her first date with a strong, charismatic man who made her feel like the center of his universe. She was blushing from all the work Toshinori had put into making the night special. As usual, they talked over dinner, but this time it felt different. She saw his eyes brighten at the sound, as if it were the most exquisite thing he had ever heard, and he made her laugh. With a nervous expression, Toshinori reached out and took Inko's hand and said, Inko, I can't keep doing this. Inko's face dropped, but Toshinori went on, what are we doing? Are we friends, dating, friends with benefits? I don't want to do this anymore. Toshinori noticed tears welling up at the corner of Inko's eyes and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Inko Midoriya, will you be my girlfriend? I know at our age that sounds so small, but I'm tired of acting like I'm not slowly falling for you. You're so kind, and strong in a way I never thought I'd ever see again. I love Izuku and Himiko like they were my own kids, so please, won't you say yes? For a brief moment, Inko appeared conflicted as she sniffled, but then she withdrew and hurried into her room. When he saw her return holding a partially burned picture, Toshinori's heart fell, but he couldn't hold it against her. She clutched it tightly to her chest as she walked toward Toshinori, who was just as frightened as previously. Toshi, I want to say yes, but I'm scared. When I agreed to marry Hisashi, I thought we'd be together forever, but we weren't. He left us. It doesn't matter if he just left or died, because in the end I was left alone to raise Izuku all by myself. I never regretted having him, but being a single mom was never something I was prepared to be, and it was hard, harder than anything else I've ever done. How am I supposed to say yes, when you could leave us just like him at any time? Why should I subject myself to that much pain again? Toshinori got up and simply gave the smaller woman a hug, not as All Might, the top hero, but as Toshinori Yagi, the man. He said with a sigh, I can't promise you that you won't have to feel that pain again, but I can promise, I'll fight with every fiber of my being against it. I never want to be without you again. I love you, Inko." With a smile on her face, Inko drew him into a kiss. Inko laughed when they were split up, saying, "I guess I have no choice then, because I love you too." "Yes, Toshi, let's give us a try." As he asked, "So what's with the burnt picture, love?" Toshinori buffed up and spun Inko around, making her giggle like a schoolgirl. He then gently put her back on her feet and smiled. "After the day we met, I looked all over for just one picture of Hisashi. The man was impossibly shy when it came to pictures, and I thought I'd burned them all when he disappeared, but one survived. I figure it's only fair if you get to see what your competition looked like at least once." Inko held out the picture with trembling hands, but Toshinori just grinned as he steadied her hand and took the picture. When that smile vanished, Inko saw something she had never seen before from the typically composed or content man: unmistakable hatred. Even as he transformed back into his muscular form, she saw his entire body begin to shake. All for one. The man spat out a single name as if it were the darkest curse ever, and she saw in his electric blue eyes pain, hate, and soul-crushing sorrow. Breakdown. "I'm exhausted, but I have a chapter to write for everyone out there, and you will get it. Some things never change. Himiko is the solution, even though All Might is still a terrible teacher. In my defense, we never really get to know her or see her on dates, so her domineering behavior is just a humorous portrayal of her personality. Yes, I am referring to this incredible mother-daughter team as the Ko's, and I'm proud of myself for noticing that their names both end in Ko. If I had been more imaginative, I would have concluded Izuku's transition with the words, 'Congratulations.' And a brief evolution video in the style of Pokemon. I'm not a husbando, but your nerdy boyfriend has become one, so shrug. Before anyone accuses me of giving Izuku muscles without any effort, let me clarify. First of all, he was impolite, but secondly, he continued to train with All Might, and he had been working out a lot before that because of Himiko. Izuku's unconscious desire and All Might's muscular form are combined to create his new, more muscular form. I'll go into more detail later, but this is simply Izuku reaching the pinnacle of his physical development. This is his natural peak, but he can and will continue to grow stronger. Thus, once more, this is merely a clarification of intent rather than a proposal. That's all. Yes, Himiko is 16 and Izuku is 15. Despite the fact that they are nearly a year apart, Izuku is the more mature of the two due to his new peculiarity, so this isn't really considered underage sex. I'll go into more detail later, but if you're familiar with the prototype side of things, you may already know why. Let's just say there was no nastiness or pressure. There would have been no hurt feelings if either had declined. For those who are confused, I'll explain it later. If you need a timeline, I believe it will be shortly after the sports festival. If I find a good moment, sooner rather than later, but no more than that. We also witness Izuku's evolution. I'm going all out with the hair gag, yes. Izuku can acquire new abilities with just a small DNA donation. He doesn't have to full consume. Hell no, can he still fully consume? This also gives a preview of how Izuku's infected will be treated. His quirk's transmission is specific because it isn't a real virus. That's all I have to say for now, but Himiko is not like Izuku anymore and is unable to spread the virus. This part will be covered in the discussion I outlined earlier, which explains why sexy times aren't a problem. It's only a taste. Furthermore, it shouldn't be shocking if you consider that Izuku has the ability to transform into Nana. The following morning, Izuku and Himiko discovered a strange sight when they got home. On the couch, Toshinori and Inko cuddled, but it appeared that Inko had been crying. Izuku noticed the picture on the table at that point, but he didn't think the man in it was particularly noteworthy. The man had a strong jaw, short white curly hair, and a fitted black suit, but it was his piercing red eyes that caught Izuku's attention. Izuku finally realized that this was his father, Hisashi Midoriya, after he was able to make out more details through the burned areas. He saw his mother holding the man's hand. Himiko noticed a few minor similarities between Izuku and the picture, but Izuku clearly resembled Inko more than this, admittedly handsome, man. To be honest, Himiko could see the attraction, but her Zuzu was unquestionably more attractive. Toshinori was awakened by Izuku's gasp, and the teens were alarmed by the sorrow in his eyes. Himiko sighed, finally, as Toshinori gently pushed Inko awake, but before he could say anything, Inko kissed him, causing the teenagers to giggle. At that, Inko gave a little yep, but he held on to Toshinori. Go to see you found your answer, Izuku said with a smile. Yeah, kid, I did. Thanks for the advice, but we have a bigger problem to discuss. Do you remember the story I told you about our quirk? Toshinori sighed in response to Himiko and Inko's perplexed looks at Izuku. What's he talking about, Zuzu? Himiko asked, tilting her head. Izuku glanced at Toshinori and he nodded to a chair as he placed Himiko on his knees. Everybody knows the story of the light baby, the first quirk, but it's not. The year before a pair of twins was born. One with the ability to pass on any quirk they possessed and the other to take any quirk they desired. Obviously, since this was the beginning, the younger brother who could pass, Yoichi, was believed to be quirkless after all. He had to quirk to pass. His older brother did what he could to help them survive. He stole, threatened, and killed, but not because he loved his brother. His brother was his prized possession, and nothing more. Toshinori assumed control. At some point the older brother decided to give his brother a quirk. It allowed him to store up power, and it fused with the quirk that he already had, creating one for all. The quirk I carried until I passed it on to Izuku. By that point the older brother had created his own villainous empire, and chose a name that became both his and his quirks, all for one. Naturally people rose up to fight him, and they succeeded in freeing Yoichi, but they weren't strong enough to stop AFO, so Yoichi died sacrificing himself to allow his successor to escape. Izuku exhaled. After that the story gets hazy. We know how the story began, and recent events, but nothing in between beyond the basics. Holder fights AFO, they lose and pass on OFA. Rinse and repeat, but you told me I wouldn't need to worry Yagi. He might have crippled you, but you killed him. AFO died over 6 years ago. Himiko wrapped her arms around Izuku. So both quirks have been passed down while fighting each other for generations. Toshinori, are you worried he passed on his quirk too? With wide eyes, Toshinori said, no, I hadn't considered that, but I doubt it. AFO has only ever been held by one man. Himiko looked pale. Wait, you said AFO was the first quirk, he can't have survived since then, right? And why does any of this matter? He's dead. Murmured, there are quirks out there to regenerate, slow aging, or extend life. If you found enough of them and stole them, it wouldn't be that hard to remain alive. As for why it matters, AFO chose multiple identities over the years so nobody suspected he was who he was. I thought I killed him, but I'm not so sure now. If he could hide getting married and having a family, I'm not so confident that I should underestimate him. Until I find his body, I can't be sure. Izuku looked confused. What? He had a family. They must hate you. If he had children, you killed their father. Crap, they'll probably come for me next because I have your quirk. Fuck. Do you hate Toshinori? Inko asked for the first time. Izuku was forced to stop mumbling in disbelief. No. Of course not. Mr. Yagi is a good man, and a great hero, my mentor. I already knew that sometimes villains can't be caught, and choose death over capture. Sure, I don't think about the families they leave behind often, but if they were close, shouldn't they understand better than anyone they needed to be stopped or their wishes? Mom, how could you ask me that? As he tapped the picture between them, Toshinori held Inko's hand and said, you see Hisashi Midoriya, I see the face of the monster that killed my mentor and crippled me. Izuku, your father was all for one. I'm sorry. After a moment of stunned silence, Izuku shook his head and said, no. He isn't my father. Izuku's gaze shifted to Inko, and the icy void made the adults shudder. Toshinori because he had, right before he, killed, AFO, and Inko because she had never seen anything like it. Did you know? Izuku asked in a level voice, and Inko shook her head. And he faked his death before I was even born. Inko nodded this time. Then he isn't my father. He donated the material to make me, but he has no claim on me. In 15 years he's never reached out to us, so I refuse to see him as anything but a stranger. A villainous stranger that hurt the people I care about, Izuku said, shifting Himiko off of him as he stood. His eyes flickered red, like a foe's, and they saw his right hand turn into a hammer fist in his left claws. I hope he is alive, because I should be the one to kill him. Himiko simply got up and gave the furious boy a hug while the adults stared at him in disbelief and horror. She spoke quietly but everyone could hear her. Zuzu, you need to calm down. If this is what you need, I'll help you, but you're right, he's just a stranger. You have people who love you, Me, your mom, and you have a dad, Toshinori. I know you don't want to admit it, but he was your role model before he was your mentor, and now, I've seen you together, you know I'm right. Don't let a stranger change who you are. Be your dad's son, be a hero like All Might, and please, don't stop being my Zuzu. Don't leave me. As his quirk receded, Izuku began to shake and wiped a tear from Himiko's cheek. Izuku picked Himiko up and began to walk to their room, grinning and kissing her forehead before saying, I promised I'd never leave you, and I don't break my promises. Thanks, kitten. Toshinori exhaled. I guess that went. Well, at least he didn't swear vengeance on me, I'll take it. With a nervous giggle, Inko said, yeah, and he didn't seem bothered by us. By the way, hurt my mom, and I'll make it a point to finish what AFO started. Also, the walls are thin, so if I can't have any fun, neither can you. Now I'm going to go cuddle all these emotions out, feel free to do the same, but keep it down. Sleeping on a beach is not my best idea. Good night, and I'm actually really happy for you too, Izuku said, his green eyes shining as his head abruptly appeared around the corner with a joyful smile. Izuku was seized by a pair of hands, and the adults could be heard kissing and laughing around the corner. You heard our son, Toshi. They should be distracted for a while, as long as we're quiet, Inko said, turning to face Toshinori with a playful smile. By grinning, Toshinori said, as you wish, my emerald goddess. Himiko refused to refer to Toshinori as anything other than Dad for the next week. Every time someone brought up how strange it was, she would simply scoff and say, the sooner you get used to it, the sooner it won't be awkward. Also, I'm weird. What's wrong with weird? I thought you loved me, just the way I am. They had to come to terms with the fact that Himiko was strange and somewhat insane, but they would never consider altering her. Inko made sure to prepare a feast for her favorite trio on the morning of the test. She was going to prove to them that she could go, plus ultra, too, if this was all she could do to help them. Toshinori felt overwhelmed by how completely beautiful and perfect she was to him, and he thanked whatever was out there for giving him the opportunity to be with her, while the teenagers simply stared at her in wonder as she threw up her fist while giving the cheer. Izuku typically restrained himself and only ate until he was no longer particularly hungry, but that morning he gave in. He knew that he and Himiko were prepared, but he had no idea how difficult the tests would turn out to be. Still, it couldn't hurt to be ready. Furthermore, biomass could never be in excess, could it? Toshinori made sure to give Inko a heartfelt kiss before he left, even though he had to leave early for an appointment. If Izuku had any doubts, they vanished when he saw his mother suddenly adopt the same gasping expression he loved seeing on Himiko's face. The teenagers prepared to leave after breakfast as well. Himiko wanted to do something special this morning, even though she usually just wears her hair loose or in a ponytail if she's in a rush. This usually meant a pair of untidy buns because she was never able to keep them clean, but this time it wasn't the case. With Izuku's assistance, she created a heart-shaped set of braided pigtails that framed her face, leaving only a pair of bangs. Yes, it was unduly complicated. Yes, it was worthwhile to see his girlfriend's ecstatic smile. Izuku had spent hours trying to figure out how to permanently change his naturally curly hair after learning that it was a trait he inherited from his male donor. Izuku straightened his hair, something no hair stylist had ever been able to accomplish with his newfound control over his appearance. Izuku discovered during this process that he could also freely alter the locations of his hair streaks. For some reason, he couldn't take them off, which was made even stranger by the fact that they vanished when he assumed other people's identities, even though he didn't really want to. Ultimately, Izuku decided to draw inspiration from Toshinori and his mother. In order to keep the straightened hair out of his face, he combed it back. The black and green complemented each other, making the green appear darker and more shadowed. When the green was tied back, two long crimson streaks broke it up, but when it was released, they jumped forward and became bangs, just like Toshinori's. Regarding attire, they decide not to wear their school uniforms. Himiko chose to wear loose red shorts that would allow her to move freely during the practical and a sleeveless black top. Himiko completed the ensemble by grabbing one of Izuku's enormous green hoodies before they discovered he could make his own. She declined Izuku's offer to simply give them to her, claiming that, stealing your clothes is more fun. He thought Izuku was boring. He simply opted for comfort because he could wear anything he wanted, at any time. Izuku's go-to outfit has been his red sneakers, black t-shirt and slacks, and a gold zippered hoodie that Himiko claimed she liked. For nearly 20 minutes, Inko sobbed and held them both before releasing them. Before Himiko gave him a Cheshire grin and acknowledged that she might have moved the door's clock forward an hour, Izuku had been a little concerned about being late. Her boyfriend laughed and kissed his beautiful genius girlfriend. The fact that they were walking hand in hand the entire time added to the tranquility of the stroll. They paused as they got closer to Yue to absorb everything. They couldn't waste this opportunity to become the heroes they had always wanted to be. Izuku was shocked when something soft and invisible suddenly tackled him. They cooed and yelled, "I did it, Mina. I found our dashing hero. Don't think you can disappear on us this time, cutie." He felt invisible arms clinging to him. Izuku sensed Himiko's desire to kill, but it all made sense when she saw a girl with pink skin sprinting toward her. Even though they were both shocked to see the boy slowly getting to his feet as if their combined weight were insignificant, the pinkette joined her friend in giving him a hug. Izuku grinned at Himiko and said, "Himiko, this is Toru and Mina. You remember I told you about them, right? In an attempt to avoid casualties." Mina laughed and teased, "Been telling your sister about us, cutie. It might be a bit early to introduce us to your family, but we aren't opposed. We already agreed to share you, so we don't mind." Himiko said, "Girlfriend actually, so why don't you let my Zuzu go? If you want in, you're going to have to convince me you can handle it, and ambushing him like that isn't helping." He laughed and squinted at them. The two looked sad when they heard the word, girlfriend, but when they learned that there was still a chance, they looked hopeful at the blonde and asked, "What do we have to do?" Himiko grinned and said, "Zuzu, dear, why don't you head inside and find out where we need to go? I'll be in shortly." Izuku nodded and turned to leave, but he blushed when he heard, "So, there are rules if you want this. We share everything, so I'll have to test you to make sure you're good enough for my Izuku." Izuku heard both girls squeak in surprise, but he didn't turn around to see what had happened. He needed to make an effort to concentrate on passing this test rather than having his girlfriend test anyone. Himiko took a few minutes to catch up, but when she did, Izuku noticed that she was a little agitated and winked at him. Himiko grinned before Izuku could ask, saying, "They passed for now, but I have a few more tests to run." Despite his excitement, Izuku had to concentrate on the test because he could see that hungry expression. Ultimately, it appeared that their concerns were unfounded. They persevered and completed the 3-hour test in half the allocated time, despite the fact that the written exam was fairly straightforward with only a few challenging questions thrown in to try to confuse them. The pair did so after learning where to go for the practical explanation and learning that they were free to explore until then. Himiko blew Mina a kiss before they left, and Izuku thought it was adorable when she saw the pinkette's eyes widen and her cheeks turn purple. They came upon a tall, curvaceous girl with long black hair in a high ponytail who appeared anxious as they were walking. After exchanging glances, they both moved to assist. "Excuse us, but you look like you could use some help. I'm Izuku and this heartthrob is my girlfriend, Himiko. What seems to be the problem?" After a moment of uncertainty, the tall girl sighed and said, "My friend is taking the written exam for heroics right now, but I can't find the right room. I wanted to wish her luck, but now I'm lost, and all the teachers are busy." Himiko laughed. "We actually just finished taking ours. Maybe if you give us a description we can help you find her." "I never introduced myself. How rude of me. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. My friend's name is Jiro. Kyoka Jiro. She has radiant dark purple hair, cute earphone jacks coming out of her earlobes, and warm coal black eyes, but they glitter like diamonds when she laughs." Momo blushed, realizing she might have said too much, but the couple simply smiled without showing any signs of judgment. Izuku grinned. "I think she was in our testing room, kinda punk rock vibe with fishnet stockings and a band tee." Momo nodded. Izuku took her hand. "We'll lead you there. If she's still taking the test she should be there, and if not, well, we'll help you look. The practical doesn't start for another 45 minutes, so you have our undivided attention till then. Maybe we can just hang out if she's not done yet. Zuzu, why don't you run ahead to stop her? It would suck if we just missed her." Himiko said, "Zuzu, why don't you run ahead to stop her? It would suck if we just missed her." Izuku fled at a remarkable speed, leaving the girls to converse as they walked. Izuku began leading her, so he didn't notice how the tall girl was blushing at his touch. "You don't need to worry, Momo, I like girls too. My Izuku and I are open-minded. We don't judge, as long as everything is consensual." Momo was blushing. "Really, you're not disturbed? I was raised to believe I had to find a man and continue the Yaoyorozu line, but most guys only want me for my money or body. Kyoka doesn't care about either, and I love her for it. Himiko laughed. You have shit parents then. I can relate, but Izuku and his mom, they're different. They love and accept me for who I am, and while Zuzu could probably scratch all my itches now, he understands that I'm non-monogamous. As long as we talk to each other about it, he doesn't mind if I hunt a little on the side. Momo blushed as she continued, can't really blame the boys either because, damn girl, you're hot. Kyoka's lucky to have you. As they got closer to the testing room, Momo grinned and noticed a bewildered Jiro conversing with Izuku. She murmured, I'm the lucky one. I don't know what I'd do without her. He chuckled as she walked away and leapt into Izuku's arms for a quick, reunion kiss, which Izuku was happy to give her. I know the feeling. Pass or fail, if you ever need anything let us know. We both have a weakness for pretty girls in distress, and seeing her, my door will always be open if either of you need to talk, or cuddle. Momo froze at the offer, but she didn't decline it right away. She probably wouldn't be interested because Kyoka was shy once you got past the punk rock persona, but it couldn't hurt to bring it up. The two couples decided to wait until it was time to enter the room where the practical would be explained to the majority of them. Izuku sat against one of the walls with Himiko perched on his lap as if nothing had happened because they had the time. Before dozing off, Himiko put his arms around her, pulled up his hood, and kissed his cheek. The extremely public displays of affection made the other girls flush, but that only made Himiko snicker and nuzzle into Izuku's lap. They kept talking as they sat and unwinded. Momo was able to create things by turning fat into usable material, while Jiro seemed to have limited sonic abilities by using her ear jacks to channel the sound of her heartbeat. Momo could theoretically replicate the structure and materials if she understood them, but only with non-organic materials because organic structures were too complicated. To the surprise of the others, Himiko laughed at that remark, but it also attracted Mina and Toru, two more girls. You don't seem shy at all, so what's your story? How did you two meet? Jiro finally asked the question that had been bothering her after they were introduced and the new couple stopped whining about Himiko getting to cuddle with Izuku. The other three girls joined Jiro in staring at Himiko, who had suddenly stopped smiling. However, after shifting slightly and getting a gentle squeeze from Izuku, who was even asleep but knew what she needed, Himiko started, well before we get to Zuzu, you'll need context. I was born with a villainous quirk. The poison in that one word was positively dripping, but they didn't stop her. My quirk is called copy. If I drink a little blood, I can become the person I drank from, and I don't just mean visibly. I can speak in their voice, move and act like them, but it comes at a cost. I require blood regularly to stay me. Animal blood is enough, but my parents thought it was disgusting. I was disgusting, so they refused to feed me. My mind started going, I was slowly deteriorating. Heck, I was catching birds and small animals so I didn't completely lose it, and was beaten for it. Except for Jiro, the other girls stared at her in horror, but instead of fleeing, they reached out and held her hand or gave her a hug. Jiro appeared furious. How dare they call themselves your parents? That's quirk abuse. Let me at them. I'll turn their bones to powder. Himiko sighed and grinned. It's okay. I haven't seen them in years, thanks to my Zuzu and mom, I mean Izuku's mom, Inko. When I was 8, I was in a public park trying to fit in, and be normal, but I was so hungry. That's when a little boy almost exactly a year younger than me with cute emerald hair sat down and gave me the most radiant smile as he complimented me on my fangs. He was kind, and nobody had ever done that before. My parents called them disgusting. The other kids in my class were afraid I'd use them to bite them, and in their defense, I did a couple times when the hunger got too intense, but here was a boy who called them pretty. He wanted to help me, so I took a chance. I told him my story the same way I'm telling you now, but he wasn't afraid. He did something nobody else ever has. He sounds like a prince or a hero. Toru chuckled. Himiko grinned. He is my hero, and he never stopped looking out for me. That little boy gave me a stern look before pulling me away from everyone. He bit into his own arms and offered me his blood. He hurt himself without a second's thought for someone he just met. My Izuku's quirk was complete regeneration. He would heal, but it still hurt him to open himself up, over and over again until he nearly passed out. Himiko looked at Izuku with affection. When Inko found out, she didn't reject me, she gave me a safe place to hide, a home. She made sure I was fed, loved, and she was the first loving parent I'd ever had. Even before we got together, she was already basically my mom. When my birthers nearly beat me to death, she took me in permanently. I owe them everything. I love Izuku with all my heart. Both Mina and Toru appeared on the verge of tears, or at least Mina did. Although it was difficult to read Toru's invisibility, the sniffles were an obvious clue. You said his quirk was complete regeneration, like it isn't anymore. Quirks rarely change. What did you mean? Momo asked Himiko, looking perplexed. He gave me a gift too. Himiko turned to Momo and asked, do you think you can do me a favor, Ms. Tall and Beautiful? Momo blushed and nodded. His did. We call it Dark Evolution. Now, it's not my place to tell you what he can do now, but, Himiko laughed. I hope the practical isn't competitive, because as sweet as my boy is, I'd have no chance against him. Himiko laughed. I need a rod of high-carbon steel, or titanium if you can, and a sheet of paper. A half-inch thick and 6 inches long should be enough for the rod, please. After surveying her surroundings, Momo reached down and revealed her stomach. After a brief flash, a titanium rod materialized in her hand. Himiko grinned as she accepted it, then flexed one hand and made a bone dagger appear in the other. Momo was holding a piece of paper a moment later. Himiko brought her bone knife down on the rod with a single, fluid motion. The girls were shocked to see the knife cut through the bar like it was wet toilet paper, as they had anticipated it would break or barely bite into it. After Himiko took the paper, it seemed to fall apart into 2 pieces as he let it float against the edge of the blade rather than cutting it. Himiko finished her demonstration by causing the blade to break apart in her hand, leaving the others perplexed. You said your quirk was copy. Unless you can copy quirks, what was that? Mina asked, tilting her head. Himiko exhaled. This is the gift I mentioned. Izu. I don't know how he can do it, but he gave me a piece of what he can do, in exchange for a piece of what I can do. What are you talking about? Toru said, waving her hands. Himiko inhaled to respond, but Izuku's hand covering her mouth prevented her from responding at once. Izuku moved and laid his head on her shoulder, taking his hand away as Himiko moaned breathlessly. Himi, are you telling secrets? Do I have to punish you, my love? He whispered to them. Purring, Himiko said, mourning Zuzu. I was just telling the girls a bit about myself. I only told them the need-to-know stuff about you, I promise. She felt hot breath on her neck. Izuku kissed Himi's neck and said, I trust you, Himi, you know that. If you say you had to, then you had to. The girls exchanged a look and then shrugged. With caution, Izuku got to his feet, grinned, bit his finger, and extended it to Himiko. They saw Himiko suck at the bloody finger for a moment before a second skin was applied to her body, making her resemble Izuku. However, Izuku's writhing tendrils appeared out of nowhere, causing all the girls to flee in shock. A moment later, they were staring at the couple once more, but this time Izuku was dressed like Himiko, and Himiko was merely grinning at them until she blinked and her yellow eyes turned green. With a slight bow, Himiko said, she did say she gave me a piece of what she can do, but mine functions a little differently. I can be anyone I've ever sampled before, or I can change up my appearance to make small adjustments to my base. The tendrils reappeared, and 2 Izuku were now in front of them, though they differed slightly. For starters, the Izuku dressed like Himiko had curly hair. He cheats. Not only does he get clothes, but he doesn't need to drink more to change. Himiko smirked as Izuku appeared to melt after a brief moment. Himiko pouted until Izuku kissed her. After giving the others a chance to say goodbye and go inside, Izuku turned to Momo and said, it was nice meeting you. Hopefully I'll get to see you again, but if not, Izuku kissed Momo's hand and said, take care of yourself and Jiro. You're both going to be amazing heroes. You're beautiful, powerful, and kind. I wish you all the joy in the world. Before leaving a blushing Momo in his wake, Izuku grinned and went inside. Izuku was surrounded by girls once they were inside, but he didn't mind because it was a novel experience for him. Present Mike, the voice hero, came out to tell them about the practical while wearing his hero costume. Jiro appeared particularly pleased to see the man wearing gloves, boots, and black leather. He boisterously explained that they would be competing against each other and destroying robots with points ranging from 1 to 3 depending on difficulty. A tall boy with dark blue hair and glasses interrupted Mike stiffly, saying, Sir, the form clearly depicts 4 robots. If this is an error on official UA paperwork, it shows a clear lack of diligence on the part of the institution. Also, if the ladies in the back want to gossip during important briefings, this might not be the place for you. The girls recalled Himiko's warning and paled a little. Izuku became enraged at this right away after witnessing his new friends turn away in embarrassment. Izuku raised his voice. I don't know who you are, or care, but if that's your attitude, maybe you're the one who doesn't belong. If you had bothered to read, you'd already know about the significance of the fourth bot, but clearly you're too impatient to listen to a pro who is donating his time when he could be saving lives. As for the girls, having the ability to communicate is a vital skill in order to protect the most people and work as a team. Clearly these are skills you lack, so if you would please sit down and shut up, some of us want to actually take advantage of this opportunity. Bowing to Mike, my apologies Mike-sensei. Please, continue with the briefing. Izuku rose from his seat leading to laughter. Mike had to finish explaining the exam and the zero-pointer to a bewildered boy who appeared to retreat back into his seat. After Mike finished, they all got up to go to their testing locations, but only Toru ended up at the same location as Izuku. Something that, much to her confusion, prompted Himiko to give her a hug and apologize. Izuku grabbed Himiko and held her, saying, "Just wanted to wish you luck, kitten. I know you won't need it, but I'd be a shitty boyfriend if I didn't do at least this much." They parted ways to board different buses. Try not to make them look too bad, my emerald monster. Toru still needs a few points to join us, and it wouldn't be the same, Himiko said, laughing and bringing him down for a gentle kiss. Such public displays of affection are prohibited on UA grounds. I must insist you separate immediately. The tall boy bellowed as he hurried over and began chopping the air. Izuku and Himiko complained, but then parted ways before grinning. They continued to look at the boy as they passed Mina and Toru. Himiko to Mina and Izuku to Toru, who each kissed the cheek of their respective girls for good fortune. The boy appeared to become so irritated that he almost short-circuited, but by the time he recovered, they had left behind a blushing pair and a lone girl who felt strangely excluded. Izuku was ready, even though the boy ended up riding the same bus as her. Izuku transformed into Himiko with dark hair, red eyes, and a slightly darker complexion by using other students as a distraction. The boy appeared even more irritated, but he was content to complain about the rudeness of some people. Izuku simply laughed to himself as Toru sat down beside him after he waved and winked at her subtly. When they got to the testing location, Izuku used the bus to hide from view while he changed back into himself. He was wearing black basketball shorts and a sleeveless green hoodie, so people thought he had simply vanished to change. Himiko was at her test site with the other participants, taking off her excess clothing until she was only wearing her red shorts and black top. Himiko smirked at the ravenous stares she got as she put away her extra clothes, even though her muscles weren't as well defined as Izuku's. As she started to stretch, she gave her step a little more bounce, but she caught a glimpse of something off to the side. Himiko took note of it and continued stretching until everyone had gone back to getting ready. I know this test is important, but I'd like to dedicate my performance to my dad. The only dad I'll ever want or need. I know you're there. You might not be my mentor like you as his, but I still hope I can make you proud. I love you, Dad. Himiko snuck over to the camera and bowed, grinning cheekily. A single tear escaped her eye as she turned and left. Every teacher in the viewing room was perplexed as they looked around. Given her appearance, Mike was naturally the center of attention, but he firmly denied that the girl was his, simply shaking his head. When they heard a sniffle, they were shocked to see Toshinori Yagi, the peace symbol, grinning while he watched the screen with tears streaming down his cheeks. One did not freeze in shock as the others did. UA's principal, a small white-furred chimera, leapt up beside Yagi and handed him a handkerchief. Principal Nexu had a scarred right eye and was redacted. He appeared to be a cross between a dog, a bear, and a mouse as a result. "She's the one you told me about, right?" he asked, laughing and patting the man's side. "I already informed Nezu, but," the man laughed. "I never saw myself as a father, but then I met young Midoriya, my protege, and through him. Inko. Young Himiko is her daughter in all but blood and my protege's girlfriend. She calls me her dad might." Toshinori nodded and finally turned to face the others. "That's so cute," exclaimed a woman wearing a red domino mask and vintage dominatrix gear. Blushed Toshinori. "It's why I said no to being a part of the grading. My kids deserve the chance to shine without becoming eclipses by my everything. I refuse to let anyone believe they are any less than the heroes I know they can be. No nepotism, no favors, no special treatment, I'm going to stand by them as Toshinori Yagi, not All Might. Nezu clapped his paws and said, truly inspiring, as always. The other teachers nodded and went back to their previous tasks. A few people did not look around in confusion, and of those few, the teachers were taken aback to see two people who appeared to be in the lead. Elsewhere, there was the grinding of gears as everyone heard Mike shout, "Go!" over the speakers. Nezu made sure to open young Himiko Toga's file after receiving her heartfelt message, and he also marked Izuku's file after observing what he was doing. When Mike said, "Got going, slowpokes. There's no countdown in real life," he appeared to jolt most of them out of their reverie, but it didn't last in 2 locations. Himiko formed 2 bone knives in her hands and appeared to transform into a different person as she dashed into the fictitious forest that would be her testing ground. She didn't physically change, but her eyes brightened and she smiled maniacally as she appeared to dance among the trees and leaves, using her knives to disembowel or decapitate any robot she came across. However, that paled in comparison to the beast unleashed in the Mock City site of Izuku. Izuku had decided to start with his claws because his hammer fist was a little awkward. When he saw another participant's arms ripple with red tendrils until his hands were replaced with claws that were roughly 6 to 7 inches long, the other participants felt a wave of instinctive fear. This was made worse when they witnessed the man charging at robots and tearing apart any robot with his claws, resembling a hideous cross between a bladed hurricane and a hunting cat. It was immediately clear that these two were different in both locations. They appeared to bound up and around the surroundings with ease to accomplish whatever they needed to do after dancing through the devastation like it was a light spring shower. Even though everyone's minds cried out that this level of athleticism and acrobatics was a marvel in and of itself, they made it seem effortless and fluid by scouting from rooftops and tall trees, bouncing off cars and stumps, running along walls, and swinging on light poles, fire escapes, and trees. That's right, you two, shine like the stars you are, and burn away the darkness. Don't stop or slow until you show everyone that you are here. Toshinori cheered inwardly through it all, beaming with pride. My story might be coming to an end, but yours is only beginning. Izuku and Himiko appeared and vanished throughout their test sites over the course of the following 8 minutes. They were occasionally only visible when a blade appeared out of nowhere inside a robot's head, but that wasn't the only occasion. They occasionally appeared merely to assist other players who had erred, such as when they were too near a robot when it exploded, attacked, or stopped functioning. On multiple occasions, Himiko had to stop to assist in trimming a tree after noticing someone pinned underneath by a raging robot, or Izuku had to switch to hammer fist in order to break up cement after a building became unstable. However, one thing remained constant: they always laughed and smiled as if everything was under control. Nezu's favorite part of the test was finally here, pressing the large red button. As the last obstacles, the 0-pointers, were unveiled, all test sites started to tremble and rumble. Although there might only be 1 0 per area, it wasn't necessary for there to be more than one to complete the task because each 0 was the size of a 12-story building and could bring down tall buildings like kicking open an unlocked door. Izuku and Himiko had a different perspective on the Kiju-sized robots than the majority of participants, who fled because they didn't see the point in confronting them or were just too terrified to remain in their way. While everyone else fled, they stayed put because they knew that such an event would result in panic and devastation and that not everyone would be able to flee. As a result, each discovered someone who desperately needed help. Himiko discovered a short girl with long sea-green hair and a wide frog-like mouth, while Izuku discovered a girl with brown hair and round pink cheeks who was frantically attempting to free her pinned leg from beneath a massive slab of concrete. A branch snapped, struck her head, and pinned her under it, seemingly knocking her unconscious. Himiko wanted to stop the robot, but even from her vantage point, she could see that it would take too long to cripple it because its armor was too thick for her knives. Himiko resisted the urge and saved as many people as she could because she knew that if she tried, someone might die. Himiko began to run after releasing the greenet, not realizing that she had begun to wake up after being startled or that the girl blushed as she gazed up into her savior's yellow eyes, which resembled cats. However, Izuku was unable to resist the impulse to put an end to the Goliath's rampage. To the amazement of those who remained, Izuku hurried at the 0 after releasing the brunette and giving her to the first person he discovered, the confused and suspicious blue-haired boy from earlier. A loud wet crack sounded as Izuku pounded away at the bot's chest with his hammer fists, weakening the armor until it swatted him away like a fly. Izuku struck the ground hard and stumbled for a second before he leapt back in with his claws out again and screamed out a challenge. Izuku swiftly tore open a hole in the armor big enough for him to crawl inside, but the robot would not stop despite his best efforts. Then, before it exploded, he felt a pull within himself, as if all of his strength, will, and anger were being concentrated into a single point no bigger than his fist. Everyone outside witnessed the Zero abruptly lock up as red and black tendrils shot out of it in all directions, tearing thousands of holes in its armor and giving it a brief porcupine-like appearance before all of the tendrils withdrew back inside. They witnessed a lone figure slowly crawling out of the steel colossus, which sat motionless like a huge monument, until they appeared to faint and fall, making the sound of wet meat hitting the ground and somehow leaving a crater. At that moment, Mike's voice resounded throughout the testing locations, signaling the test's conclusion. With her syringe-like cane in hand, the elderly medic, Chio Shuzenji, also known as Recovery Girl, was racing to the scene of the incident. Every year, some fool chose to take on a Zero, but they usually quickly realized they were outclassed. She would have to reprimand them after they suffered minor injuries, but this time was different. This time the idiot truly prevailed. Recovery Girl saw the crater and the damaged Zero as she got closer, but before she could get any closer, she was pulled back by a pair of hands. Recovery Girl, who appeared to be extremely agitated, drew back and glared at the blonde who had appeared out of nowhere. "I'm sorry, but if you'd gotten any closer, well, we still don't know what effect they would have on people," the blonde sighed before the elderly expert could start lecturing. "And what are they? Who are you?" scoffed Recovery Girl. "Himiko, ma'am, I'm Himiko, and the boy in the crater is my boyfriend." "That's how I know you should stay back." The blonde laughed and scratched the back of her head. The Recovery Girl sneered, but before she could respond, the girl took out a protein bar and tossed it in the direction of the crater. The bar was skewered in midair when a red tendril suddenly snapped out. The bar began to dissolve and be absorbed by the tendril as it drew back, and the old pro paled. Himiko exhaled. "He's unconscious and low on biomass. Otherwise the tendrils wouldn't be necessary. I'm sorry again, but we haven't tested whether live biomass could be targeted. Kind of hard to test without, taking a risk, and I might like getting ate, but not like that." Ignoring the crude remark, Recovery Girl took a handful of colored gummies out of her bag. When the girl handed Himiko one, she smiled and chewed it right away, feeling much more energized. "Can I see the wrapper from that bar you threw? Also, how many bars does it usually take before you can approach?" Recovery Girl asked, glancing up at the blonde. "Usually 3, maybe 4, but I had 6 on me for emergencies, and that was the last one. My poor Zuzu must have really gone overboard this time," the teenager said, nodding and passing the wrapper. The older gentleman blinked owlishly. "That's impossible. There's enough protein in one of these bars to give a professional bodybuilder a rush. This is a near-toxic amount of raw protein, even one of these could cause a stroke, but 6. Izuku is special, what can I say? You wouldn't happen to have," Himiko said, averting her gaze sheepishly. A sudden squeak interrupted Himiko, who then saw a pair of floating gloves just out of reach of a tendril. When Recovery Girl threw the gummies at it, she was shocked to see that the tendril's end split smoothly, skewering all 3 of them before backing away. "Thanks, Himiko. When I heard Izu was hurt, I ran over, but, what was that?" The Invisible Girl exhaled. "Later. How often does he eat these?" Recovery Girl sighed as she threw another handful of gummies at the crater, causing a bunch of tendrils to emerge to catch them, but apparently not extending as far before doing so. Recovery Girl sighed with relief as Himiko sighed, "Not often. Those are for emergencies. He prefers the ones his mom and I make for him. I think they have about 1 kilogram of protein per bar, and he eats 2 per day, or 3 during training days." Recovery Girl stammered, "How long?" before going pale and dropping her cane. Himiko appeared perplexed. According to Izuku's mom, she got the recipe for the bars when he was 4, but it's fine, right? His doctor gave it to her, so it has to be safe. I'll admit his need for them has grown over time, but, Himiko appeared frightened, "Is he okay?" Recovery Girl was shocked to hear the Invisible Girl sounding equally anxious as she appeared to comfort the blonde by giving her a hug. She threw more gummies at the crater to test a theory, and discovered that the tendrils didn't show up until the gummies had almost completely penetrated the crater. The older woman snorted and said, "I think it's time I get a look at this medical marvel." The 2 teenage girls trailed behind her as she approached confidently, but the tendrils didn't show. Recovery Girl reached the lip and saw a strange scene. At the bottom of the crater, lying completely unharmed but unconscious, was a teenager who could have been mistaken for an adult. The blonde stopped her again and held up a hand to wait before she could approach closely enough to get a better look. Recovery Girl watched as the blonde cautiously moved closer, but the tendrils did not attack her. Recovery Girl took that as a sign and attempted to follow, but the tendrils became agitated. One of them, covered in spike-like, sharp bone spurs, slammed the ground close to her, leaving long gashes in the pavement, but it seemed to have no trouble doing so. Himiko exhaled. Please stay back until I wake him up. The tendrils will disappear after that, but until then they'll attack anyone they see as a threat. But not you, complaints Recovery Girl made. The brunette smiled. Yup, I'm perfectly safe. My Zuzu loves me, and he'd never hurt me, even subconsciously. Himiko was proven right after a few minutes when the boy stirred and the tendrils completely disappeared. I guess I actually died this time. Why else would I wake up to an angel caring for me? He said, grunting as his eyes opened. The other girl snickered and the Recovery Girl rolled her eyes, but Himiko simply shrugged and asked, "What did you do this time?" She reared back and punched him in the nose, breaking it, but the blonde kept smiling as the boy laughed. Well, beautiful angel, I was trying to stop a metal Goliath from crushing some people, and I might have decided it needed to be stopped permanently or more people would get hurt. As Recovery Girl was about to reprimand her, she heard the boy complain, "Ow. I'm sorry kitten, you know I can't help it. Also just because I've had worse, doesn't mean that doesn't still hurt." She then saw the broken piece of cartilage pop back into place as if it had never happened. How much worse, young man? Izuku heard a new voice ask. Himiko used his girlfriend's legs and lap as a pillow and support, shifting so that Izuku could see Recovery Girl. After giving the woman a quick glance, Izuku grinned and said, "Oh, it's the youthful hero, Recovery Girl. I'd heard you worked for UA as an on-site doctor, but this is a real honor, ma'am." The Recovery Girl laughed. "While the enthusiasm and politeness is appreciated, you still haven't answered my question, young man, and I have quite a few, but firstly, how are you feeling, and how much worse do you mean?" Izuku sighed. "I'll be fine. I'm a little tired and hungry, but I'm pretty indestructible." Izuku sighed. "Himi, can you do me a favor?" At Recovery Girl's disinterested expression, Himiko nodded, already sensing from his tone that she wouldn't like this. Recovery Girl's eyes widened, and before she could stop them, Himiko made a bone knife in her hand and scowled as she obeyed the command, "Chop off my arm at the shoulder." The sight of dozens of tiny red tendrils emerging from his wound and reattaching the arm as if it had never been cut stopped Recovery Girl from yelling at how utterly ridiculous that was. Izuku rolled his shoulders and grinned. "See, nearly indestructible. I can tell you from experience, even if you splatter my head, it'll reform after a few moments. Hurts like hell, but I've gotten used to it. When you have a bully with a proclivity for dismemberment and explosive vivisection, you kind of don't have a choice." Recovery Girl blinked and went pale. Following a brief assessment that revealed no injuries or scars, she asked, "Did you report the bullying?" "No evidence, so nothing to report." "Did you notice I didn't even bleed?" Izuku said, shaking his head. The Recovery Girl said, "Well, let's take this conversion elsewhere. I have other potential students to check on, but don't think you're getting away without a serious discussion." Izuku gave a nod. "Of course, Himi and I have a request to make anyway, since we're pretty sure we'll be attending next semester." The Recovery Girl said, "Confident, aren't we? Fine, follow me," as she and her new temporary helpers began to exit the crater. "Damn it Toshinori, your son is too much like you," the older woman mused to herself. Breakdown. It will be 2 weeks before everyone knows what's going on with Katsuki. That being said, let's dissect this chapter. It's time to start creating the world. Toshinori's reasoning for going from, "he had a secret family," to, "he might not be dead," can be explained by the fact that he is assessing everything after realizing he undervalued AFO. It is not the first time Thattered Eyes have appeared, but they are significant, so pay attention. It will eventually become evident what causes them. It's also very Himiko to do the whole, "dad," thing. She beats awkwardness with a bat whenever she can because she dislikes it. Furthermore, I don't understand the allure of stealing your partner's clothes, even if it sounds a little chauvinistic. We all know it's a real thing, and I'll use it, but I have no idea why. However, it's also acceptable to wear something because your partner likes it, so shrug. How did Toru and Mina recognize Izuku? A girl wearing the hoodie next to a tall guy who fits their hero's description, lucky guess. Additionally, are they a little more thirsty than usual? Let's just say that if Bieber can achieve that without having any real talent, then Izuku risking his life isn't all that unbelievable in their opinion. He's also kind of smart and attractive, so what's not to like? Furthermore, a handsome hero is like catnip to them because they are both romantics and shippers. I will not disclose what Himiko did to them. It's much more enjoyable to imagine. Therefore, while I did write the first two pairs of girls to be receptive to the idea of a harem, not everyone will begin that way. They simply were fortunate to be chosen at random. To be honest, Mina and Toru were the only ones who ended up in the alley, but there were other possibilities for who Izuku would save. Ida is an easy mark, but I wish he weren't. Unfortunately, because he is the epitome of standard, he will be a little less amiable in this tale. White picket fences, 2.5 children, heteronormative, the man was brought up to believe that rules should be obeyed. Seeing a literal harem that openly and shamelessly loves each other will short-circuit the poor boy's mind. He's not hateful, he's just not sure how to deal with the situation. F's for this poor guy in the comments. This semester is going to be difficult for him. Himiko can also see the cameras if Yuga can. Himiko is more aware than Izuku, so she has already noticed some of what is happening, but like a cat, she is mostly content to observe until she has to take action. It's also nothing new that Toshinori is a softie. Toshinori is not interested in making the teens, a cent seem less than it is. He could grease wheels, but that would be considered cheating, and he genuinely thinks they don't require the assistance. The practical test was an enjoyable exercise. After the test begins, I don't go into too much detail, but I think it's more entertaining to imagine the devastation they caused. Anyone who has played Prototype will understand exactly what I mean. Destroying random bases carelessly is just a lot of fun. The distinction between Izuku, Himiko and the other applicants with regard to the zeros is situational awareness. They are superior to everyone else because they don't lose sight of the big picture. To be honest, Himiko is incapable of engaging in direct combat with a zero. It's not the point that she doesn't actually have the means to accomplish that. She is conscious enough to acknowledge that while reducing the number of possible casualties. Look up how Mercer jacks tanks in the game if you need a visual aid to understand how Izuku entered the zero. That served as a sort of inspiration. Additionally, the first Devastator unlocked in a spectacular way. Thus, this is where Izuku's two tendrils first appear. There are two types of tendrils: defensive tendrils and feeding tendrils. The former are quick, flexible, and able to split to capture biomass. They resemble thinker tentacles covered in bone spikes like thorns, but he doesn't have conscious control over them yet. Himiko is also mistaken. Spoilers alert. People who are infected, or carry the virus, are not attacked by the defense tendrils. Apart from the fact that Izuku only infects those he loves, it has nothing to do with emotion. For a while, Izuku and the girls trailed Recovery Girl around. Before deciding he had had enough, the boy chewed on another dozen gummies, much to the surprise of the older hero. The boy and blonde were helpful in clearing the older hero's path of debris, and the boy consented to allow her to draw blood in return for an autograph, something she hadn't been asked for in a long time. Overall, neither of them had a particularly unpleasant experience. Recovery Girl hardly noticed when they picked up another girl. She was too preoccupied with dissecting the boy who shouldn't be alive. After they arrived back at Recovery Girl's office, she had the girls wait outside while she performed some tests that produced astounding findings. Since the blood either evaporated or turned to black goo a few seconds after being separated from Izuku, drawing a sample had proven to be surprisingly challenging. The older hero had even more questions, but the goo still worked well enough to be adequate. She then conducted a standard examination, but the boy laughed when she asked him to step on the scale and inquired as to whether she had a more durable one. Recovery Girl rolled her eyes and showed him the fleet scale she used for big students. She was surprised to see it creak under his weight. Upon seeing the reading, Izuku chuckled and said, 1,064 pounds. I didn't expect to put on that much mass. Instead of screaming, Recovery Girl simply stared at the boy and said, You. Explain, now. Izuku shrugged and said, My body runs on biomass. As a result, my own is super condensed so that it doesn't impede my movement, or that's what the doctor told us. It's hell on chairs, and my bed can't have a frame, but it's not all bad. The last time someone tried to judo throw me they gave themselves a hernia. The boy laughed as if it didn't matter, and he didn't. Well, you saw my regeneration, hammer fists, and claws. The only other power I have is camouflage, but, he said nervously when Recovery Girl asked him about his quirk. After that, he completed the remaining tests without much comment. Well, show me Sunny. It can't be that unbelievable compared to everything else, Recovery Girl complained. Izuku sighed and said, just don't freak out. The older woman rolled her eyes until she saw tendrils encircle the boy and swap him out for the blonde on the outside, All Might, and then a huge, furry man she didn't know before he transformed back into himself. If I get a DNA sample, I can turn into the person it belongs to. My mentor already told me you know about his quirk, and my girlfriend has a blood quirk, and has some different tastes. And the large man? Recovery Girl asked, nodding slowly as she processed that information. Izuku was scratching his head. A thug who tried to rape some girls. I fought him off, but I'm guessing some of his blood got on me, so I got his form, and since his quirk was claws, I now have my own. Pause, you get quirks too? Recovery Girl said, raising a hand in response. Izuku exhaled, kind of. It's less I get their quirk, and more mind mutants to get stronger using the DNA as a schematic to work from. Similar, but not the same. Just like one for all, making me stronger, not just in general, but also indirectly through my hammer fists. Truthfully, something about OFA changed me, mutated my regeneration quirk into something new. I don't understand it, but I'm not going to fight it. This power, my power, I'm going to use it to become the greatest hero. The whole world will know the hero, Blacklight, and know that even in the dark I am here. Izuku concluded by adopting All Might's victorious pose, and Recovery Girl grinned, saying, like father, like son. Izuku became frozen at that. As he turned to face the woman, Recovery Girl saw something frightening in his now red eyes for the first time since witnessing the tendril dissolve that protein bar. He hissed, I have no father. That's odd. Toshinori seemed really fond of you from what I heard, Recovery Girl said, tilting her head in an attempt to identify the issue. Izuku appeared to relax and his eyes turned green, and his entire posture abruptly returned to normal. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant, it doesn't matter. I don't mean to pry, but that was an extreme reaction. Who did you think I meant? Recovery Girl said, placing a hand on the boy's elbow as he reverted to a more submissive and melancholy posture. All Might trusts you with our secret, so I will too, but please, don't tell anyone. I refuse to be connected to him in any way, but, Izuku said, his face contorted in disgust and evident pain. The Recovery Girl laughed. It's okay, young Midoriya. I've seen a lot over the years. Whoever he is, I promise it won't change how I see you. You are Izuku Midoriya or maybe Yagi, if that's something you want, but if you don't want anything to do with him, then that's the end of it. My male donor, and that's all he'll ever be to me. He went by Hisashi Shigaraki before he married my mom, and he abandoned us before I was even born, but according to Yagi-sensei that wasn't his real name. Izuku took a deep breath before spitting the words like acid. He was all for one, or that's what Toshinori believes. Recovery Girl retreated from him out of fear despite her assurance. The boy's eyes had begun to well up with silent tears after that, but she shook her head and hugged him instead. What did you do to my Zuzu? Hamiko glared at the elderly pro as the door slammed open before she could say anything. She practically teleported to Izuku's side and ripped him from the older woman's embrace. Hamiko calmly stroked his hair and held his head to her chest, whispering in a low voice that everything would be fine. After recovering from the severe treatment, Recovery Girl said, he told me of his donor, and it surprised me. I'm ashamed to admit. She then tilted her head and said, how did you even know there was a problem? My office is soundproof, among other things, and the door was closed. Hamiko glared at the woman and said, I always know when my Izu needs me. Ever since he gave me this. Hamiko then made a bone knife in her hand, and Recovery Girl was taken aback by how much it resembled what Izuku had made. Pointing the blade at the elderly lady, Hamiko said, I just know these things. He's my heroic monster, and I'm his feline queen. One day, I'm going to marry this moron, and spend every moment of the rest of my life loving him, so I might as well start now. Any more asinine questions, or can we go home? My love needs cuddles. My tests are over, but if you could leave that knife behind, I'd like to test something, Recovery Girl snorted in mock annoyance. Hamiko shrugged and flicked the knife into the floor, where it sank in without any problems despite being reinforced, shocking the seasoned pro once more. Recovery Girl thought that would be the end of it, but when she turned to look behind her, she saw Hinako holding a new knife. The old pro laughed and asked, "Is there a limit on how many of those you can create?" With a snort and a Cheshire smile, Himiko said, "Yes." "And it is?" the pro asked when she remained silent. "Not gonna say, but let's just leave it at knives for days," Himiko said, shaking her head. Recovery Girl asked, "Knives for days? Knives for days. Now, it's time I take him home." Himiko glanced at the front door. "Do you ladies want to join us? It would be a great chance to meet Mama Midoriya, and I'm sure he'd appreciate a few extra bodies to cuddle." "No pressure though." The invisible girl replied, I guess we could. If you're okay with that." Indicating that both girls were apparently peeking in even though only one head was visible. "Sounds like fun, but we have one more person to talk to before we go. Remember Himi?" Izuku asked, raising his head and looking them in the eye. The girl nodded, and after obtaining directions to Nezu's office, they left together. The four teenagers were walking to the Midoriya home 30 minutes later, all of them texting to inform others of the situation. The news that their daughters had found their cute savior delighted Mina and Toru's parents, who were ecstatic to learn that he had invited them back for dinner. Izuku claims that his mother was thrilled to learn that Izuku was already making new friends and planned to throw a small feast in celebration. As she concluded her conversation, Himiko chuckled and said, "Dad's busy tonight, so it'll only be us. He'd like to say he's sorry and would love to meet them later, but he wanted me to remind you of the rules, Zuzu." Himiko pouted sensuously, adding, namely that everyone has to keep clothes on. "Which is a bummer, because I was so looking forward to sampling the fresh meat." Izuku simply laughed as the other two girls blushed and appeared a little disappointed. "So we need to head down to the beach later." "No big deal. I love waking up to seeing you in the first rays of dawn. I'm sure our new friends will agree it's a sight to behold." Suddenly, the two blushed even more, but their smiles said it all. Now they were thrilled. Stories, laughter, and a few tears, mostly from Inko, filled the next few hours. Even though the two younger girls were taken aback by Izuku's mother's diminutive size, they had to concede that she was still very attractive, possibly because she resembled her son so much. Inko was still warm and slender despite the years, though she would be the first to acknowledge that she had recently begun to gain a few pounds due to stress. The room became very quiet and chilly when Izuku's father was brought up, until Himiko put an end to it. She said firmly, "We don't talk about him, and that's it. But you looked so happy earlier when you said he was busy, and wanted to meet us." Toru pressed after the two were perplexed. No, that was Dad, Mom's boyfriend. Hopefully Izuku's stepdad soon, but yeah. Toshinori is a great man, and honestly he's kind of like a dad to both of us. He's a big goofball, but he's also incredibly kind. After all, Himiko and Izuku hugged Inko as the room warmed. Izuku concluded, "My mom deserves to be loved by someone with all their heart. Only the best guy can do the job, and that's Mr. Yagi," causing his mother to blush and smile warmly. "Too bad he'll never love me as much as I love you two though." She laughed and gave the children a hug in return. "Now if the teasing is done, you all should clean up, so you can tell me how the test went." It was an interesting dinner. The new couple saw the horror show of the couple eating for the first time, but they weren't disgusted. Rather, they were just curious, so Inko explained everything, with the occasional teen interjecting. They eventually tried some of the more cooked parts as well, and to their surprise, they liked the baked liver and the novel fried gizzards. After addressing that, they proceeded to discuss how they performed on the tests. The Pinkett and Invisible Girl vehemently disagreed, but the other two said the written test wasn't too difficult. However, neither of Inko's children could recall how many points they received on the practical. They lost count at one point and were ashamed to acknowledge it, but it was unquestionably more than 50. Mina acknowledged that she only received 34 points, which depressed the other two. When she said she only received 16, Toru wanted to start crying, but Izuku quickly stopped her by running around the table to pick them up and reassure them that it didn't matter. If they didn't get into the hero course this time, they would help them train, and they would have another opportunity soon. He had faith in them, and the sports festival was rapidly approaching. Let's just say that if the two weren't already totally captivated by the charming boy who was holding them, they were now. He shone brighter than anyone else. Inko was surprised when the teenagers insisted on doing the dishes for her, but she gave in even though it annoyed her to let the guests do it. She didn't know why Himiko didn't seem to mind the obvious hearts in the other girls' eyes when they gazed at Izuku, but it wasn't Inko's concern if it didn't bother her. After that, they all simply conversed. Toru's admission that she had no idea whether or not she could become visible, let alone how, addressed one of Inko's most pressing concerns. When she was younger, she had simply woken up invisible one morning, and that was it. After learning of her friend's distress, Mina made the decision to come clean as well. She found it difficult to train physically because she was afraid of hurting someone with her acid and because she tended to become more acidic when she was anxious or excited. I just feel so weak, and stuff like the other night just proved it. How am I supposed to be a hero when I can't even protect myself or my best friend? Mina said, grinning, but her eyes conveyed a different message. Himiko ran to the girls' sides this time and gave them hugs. Himiko and Izuku both appreciated the kind gesture, but more significantly, their gazes locked. Izuku instantly responded to Himiko's beseeching expression with a smile and a nod. The remainder of the evening passed without much fanfare, but as promised, Izuku ended up with all three of them cuddling him. To their surprise, since they had decided to have a sleepover, Himiko and Izuku offered to walk the other couple home when it got late. However, they remained silent when they noticed a playful gleam in the couple's eyes and Himiko took a cup out of the cabinet. Izuku and Himiko were leading the group shortly after, and the other two became noticeably anxious when they saw sand. However, this was immediately stopped when the couple chuckled, saying, "You two are adorable, but rolling in the sand isn't on the menu tonight. As much as we wouldn't be opposed to it, that kind of thing should only happen when you're ready, and we would never want to make you feel pressured. We have something else in mind. We thought about it, and we'd like to invite you into our relationship. We really like you, and you obviously like us, but you have to understand, we are all equal partners. There's no hoarding affection, and we tell each other everything we can. Do you think you'd be interested?" Himiko said as they all sat down beneath a pier. The other two blushed and appeared to give it some serious thought before responding. "You can decide this is too much at any time, okay? Also, do you two have any feelings for each other?" Izuku interrupted Mina as she nodded and Toru raised a thumb. Mina started to respond, but she was startled when she felt lips on her cheek and heard Toru chuckle, "Maybe." After a minute of laughter, Himiko took out the cup and said, "There's one more thing, and since we're all together now, you're the only ones we trust enough to offer this." Izuku placed a helping hand on her shoulder and went on, "We want to test something. Izu and I both have visceral quirks, and when we tasted each other's blood, we both got stronger. You don't have to say yes, but we want to see if it's just us, or if anyone who consumes our blood gets stronger. To be fair, we thought that if we all bleed a little into the cup and then drink a little, we can test it. We know this is really strange, and kind of culty but I'll do it," Mina said, trembling a little. "If this works I could get stronger. Maybe strong enough to be the hero I want to be." Mina blushed as she said, "Also having a bit of each of you inside me, sounds kinda nice." "Well, if Mina's in, then I'll do it too, but isn't cutting ourselves a little dangerous?" Toru said after taking a deep breath. Himiko nodded. "My saliva can act as a natural coagulant if I want it to. Part of the whole blood drinking thing, I think, along with my saliva being oddly sterile. As soon as you're done, I'll lick the wound closed." After blushing at the thought, the three others each gave a small amount of blood. Izuku added the most, by far, while Mina and Toru only added a few drops each and Himiko added a little more. Izuku also tore open a portion of his wrist, and the others were amazed at how quickly it healed without any indication that it had ever happened, in contrast to the others who used one of Himiko's knives to prickle a finger or make a small cut on their palm. After finishing, they had a half-full glass of strangely dark blood, and Himiko took the first sip while the other girls appeared hesitant. Mina followed suit a moment later, followed by Toru with a shaking hand. They all felt a sudden warmth in their chests as Izuku finally finished it. Izuku felt Toru's lips on his, followed by the sound of Himiko and Mina sharing a passionate kiss, a novel sensation, a connection that had never existed before. This continued for an additional hour, during which they were both in a daze as they made each other's toes curl and exhaled softly as they opened up to one another. However, Mina was stopped with a tender glance as she reached for the hem of her shirt. Even though they wouldn't be going there tonight, they both knew it would happen eventually, and the more they anticipated it, the more excited they became. They all eventually became drowsy and, without saying anything, cuddled up in a tender embrace before falling asleep. They had a wake-up call the following morning, so they took a few minutes to get ready and clean up before leaving for their first stop of the day. When they arrived at the Hagakure residence, Toru escorted them to the door where they were greeted by her parents. They were delighted to meet their daughter's new friends, but it should come as no surprise that they were also invisible. The adults were taken aback when Toru invited them all to sit in the living room and chat for a while, but they seized the chance to meet the newcomers. Before Toru revealed her decision to date all three of them, they engaged in small talk for a while. Her parents were obviously perplexed, but she wasn't finished. With her partner's encouraging gaze, Toru revealed herself and dropped the second bomb. Toru was a shorter girl with large round yellow eyes with teal irises, bushy lashes, and long, disheveled, wavy light green hair flecked with pink. At that moment, her parents both froze, then broke down in tears and gave their daughter a tight hug while expressing gratitude to the other teenagers for this wonderful present. They were finally able to see their lovely daughter in person after 15 years. After that, they were less concerned with the other issues. After receiving that incredible gift and witnessing how deeply the trio loved her, they decided to accept it if that was what Toru desired. However, they made the trio promise to look after her for them, and Toru was suddenly surrounded by love and affection as her partners gladly fulfilled their promise. Following that, Mina, Himiko, and Izuku went to meet Ryo and Delilah Asido at the Ashido residence. Ryo had white hair and was a rather unassuming man, but his wife was a different story. With her muscular body, dark horns, and red hair, Delilah was a massive heteromorph of a woman. Despite her intimidating appearance, the woman was incredibly kind and obviously a loving mother and wife. She reportedly worked as a physical therapist part-time, but she spent most of her time taking care of her family at home. In contrast to the Hagakure family, Mina addressed the core of the problem by stating that she was seeing both of the other teenagers in attendance, along with her best friend Toru, and that her parents could move on if they didn't like it. "You think you're man enough to care for my little gumdrop? It's time to find out." The two watched as Mina and her mother exchanged a stern look before her mother sneered and turned to face Izuku. The big heteromorph walked over to the counter and leaned her elbow against it, saying, "Prove to me you have the strength to protect her, and I'll trust you. Fail, and I don't want to see you again. Am I understood?" Mina looked pale. "Izu, you don't have to do this. My mom is really strong. She's never lost before, and I..." Mina sniffled and clung to Himiko's arms like a security blanket as Izuku approached her mother, interrupting her as Izuku kissed her and Himiko embraced her. She heard Himiko whisper, "Believe in him. He's really strong too." Izuku smiled kindly at the older woman before assuming his position, saying, "I won't use my quirk. If I did, I might hurt you, and I refuse to do that. Hurting you would hurt your daughter, and I'd rather give up on being with her than ever hurt her." The woman gave Izuku a strange look at first, but then she smiled after sensing Izuku's strength. The woman made every effort to make Izuku's arm move or even twitch for 30 seconds, but she was unsuccessful. Izuku slowly pushed Delilah's arm down, but his gaze never left Mina's, as though witnessing her amazed expression gave him more strength. "Not only does Mina get her beauty from you, it seems she gets her strength from you too." Izuku bowed to the woman after it was over and Delilah appeared worn out. "I am honored to have gotten the chance to meet her and you. I still don't like this, but I am a woman of my word. Just tell me the truth. Do you love her?" Mina said, observing her mother blush, but then letting out a groan. Izuku grinned. "I do. I love all of them. As soon as each agreed to go out with me I made myself a promise. Every fiber of my being will be their shield, and my strength their sword. I would die for them, but that's a seriously difficult task, so don't take my promise lightly. I will protect them with my life." "No matter how strong you are, you can't protect her from everything," the woman sneered. Himiko detested this, but she made a bone knife in her hand and showed it to Mina's parents before hurling two at Izuku. Izuku laughed at Delilah, saying, "Himi, mind displaying my devotion?" One buried itself in his forehead, the other in his heart, and he didn't even flinch. "I might not be indestructible, but every ounce of my durability is hers to use as a shield. I hope I proved my point." Izuku took out the knives, and the parents went pale as he said, "Cut me, tear me apart, bleed me dry, I don't care." "That was stupid and reckless. Why would you do that?" Mina said, catching Izuku as he stumbled after the adults nodded. Izuku laughed, "Because you're worth it. I'm going to take a short nap while my insides heal up. Why not tell your parents how we met, my lilac love?" Mina sighed, "Why'd all the cute ones have to be crazy?" As Izuku sagged forward, Himiko laughed, I ask that question every day. Now come up here, sweetness, I need cuddles, and you need to tell us a story. Izuku always downplays them, so I'd like to hear it from a less biased perspective. Izuku awoke to find himself in a strange place and a strange hand caressing his face, but it also had a familiar scent, like caustic bubblegum. Izuku smiled, reached out, and gently kissed the hand. Good morning, Mina. Did I miss much? Izuku asked, but instead of receiving a response, he got a tear-soaked kiss, and his eyes opened. With red rage in his eyes, Izuku simply embraced Mina and asked, "Who hurt you? Who wants to die?" An armchair nearby snickered at this, and Izuku stopped when he noticed Himiko appeared okay, but that didn't make sense. Why was Himiko not crying and Mina was? Himiko grinned at Izuku's obvious bewilderment and said, "Took you a bit longer to sleep that one off, so I started telling them about you, and as you can see, Mina had an adverse reaction to our time at school." "Did you have to?" Izuku complained. With a dejected expression, Mina said, "Yes. No secrets, remember." "That's not entirely true. All of my secrets are fair game, but there are things I know, they aren't mine to share. I promise though, as soon as I can, I'll tell you," Izuku said, reaching down to wipe away her tears before planting a kiss on her forehead. "Fine, but I expect compensation." "I'm thinking, dinner," Mina said, her face contorted. Himiko chuckled. "That can be arranged. Mama Inko isn't the only one who can cook after all." They had to postpone for a few days after phoning Toru, but ultimately all three families joined together for a delicious dinner. Sadly, Toshinori failed to show up once more, but Inko was more than capable of managing the other adults. Despite her diminutive size, she shared Izuku's warmth and commitment, which made her stand tall. After some trial and error, they found that Toru could not only reflect light but also absorb some to release in tiny blasts. One of the revelations they made during a demonstration of their growth was that she released a small flash of light when a thrown knife came a little too close to her. Mina noticed some acid leaking out when she nicked her hand while removing a blade, so she closed the wound. The cut vanished after a few minutes. Though it wasn't much, she also noticed a slight increase in her physical strength, which gave her hope that she would actually get stronger once she conquered her acidity. Izuku saw two changes. First, he could see Toru's parents' appearance if he focused and shifted his eyes into thermal vision. Secondly, Izuku was splashed during a demonstration of Mina's now much stronger acid, but his skin remained unaffected even though the acid melted steel. The other parents were also shown Izuku's claws and fists for the first time, and one of them was pleasantly surprised that he hadn't used them against her. By the end of the evening, the teenagers were laughing at their parents, bonding, which they defined as getting totally wasted and telling each other stories that their children would undoubtedly prefer were never mentioned again. For example, for several years, they had to constantly replace Mina's bed linens because they believed she was urinating, but in reality, she was simply perspiring excessively and her acid was ruining them. For example, when Toru was a toddler, she refused to wear clothes, and she got lost more than once because no one could find her. When they arrived at Himiko's story, the good times came to an end. The parents quickly found themselves torn between bitter anger and hopeless despair. It was unimaginable that anyone would treat a child, much less their own, in such a way, and the teenagers heard it all. Himiko was aware of Inko's love for her, but it became evident when she spoke of it, wept for her, and became angry for her. The other girls felt conflicted because she was a Midoriya, now and forever. They were different from Izuku and Himiko. They considered their upbringings to be normal. Indeed, there had occasionally been animosity from those who disliked heteromorphs, but that was common, right? Did they truly deserve to have partners who were as strong as they were? As the two felt their partners embrace them and saw the love in their eyes, all of those questions abruptly vanished. It didn't matter what was typical. They would simply get better if they didn't deserve them. The fact that they loved one another and would continue to do so for as long as possible was all that mattered in the end. For the remainder of the week, the quartet remained together, and because Toshinori was occupied, they even worked out together, converting wagers into training opportunities. Until the day the UA letters arrived, many earned kisses and promised dates were exchanged. It wasn't shocking when only one letter arrived, addressed to both Izuku and Himiko, as they lived together and no one questioned their success. While their parents already knew how to handle it, Mina and Toru were frightened to open their letters. One of their partners showed up at each person's door to give them a hug and reassure them that everything would be all right. It was helpful to know that they would still be loved regardless of what the letters said. With 18 rescue points and 34 villain points, Mina passed. Mina was ecstatic to hear All Might congratulate her on her passing, and she kissed the adorable blonde next to her who always had faith in her. The second of which they hadn't even realized existed until that point. Not everything in Toru's letter had been good. With only 16 villain points and 14 rescue points, she barely missed the cutoff on the practical exam, despite passing the written exam. Although you didn't pass this time, there is still hope. Train hard, get stronger, and wow the staff at the upcoming sports festival. Nezu reassured her that he believed in her and was excited to see how much she would grow, even though it was a bitter pill to swallow. Toru got a fierce look in her eye and raised her fist, saying, "The principal is right. I'm already a lot stronger than I was a week ago. I'm going to get stronger. I'm going to be a hero, and stand by your side. My name is Toru Midoriya, and I won't let this stop me." Izuku held her while she cried out her disappointment. When Toru realized what she had just said, she blushed, but Izuku just smiled warmly and said, "Well, Ms. Midoriya, I guess I'll just have to help you. After all, what kind of husband would I be if I didn't support my beautiful wife?" Toru turned invisible to hide her blush, but Izuku simply laughed and said, "You know that would work, hun. I have thermal vision, and you are positively glowing." Izuku gave her a chaste kiss and held her close while whispered in her ear, "I believe in you, Toru, so I'll make a bet with you. I bet my position in the hero course that you'll join me there by the end of the semester. If not, I'll join you in general next semester, but if I'm right, not only will you, but I'll give you a free pass. If you want to go to a carnival, I'll find one. If you want me to be your personal chef, I will. Anything you want, it's yours. But what if what I want is you?" Toru whispered, beaming at Izuku before averting her gaze and blushing. He kissed her tenderly on the forehead and said, "I love you, Ru, and if that is what you need as a goal, then sure. You show the world how amazing I know you can be, and I promise, I'm yours, for a whole day." They held each other for a few minutes before Toru's phone rang. Izuku turned her head to look into his honest eyes and said, "Love, I'm giving you a blank check, nothing is off the table." When they learned the news, Mina and Himiko's video call to congratulate Toru abruptly soured. Since they both loved their invisible partner equally, they were quick to offer additional incentives, which ultimately made Toru feel less depressed. Instead of the 3 one-on-one days she would receive as a reward, she had a reason to succeed now. No, her desire to not disappoint them was what motivated her now. She couldn't disappoint them because they loved, cherished, and trusted her. Like them, she would rise to the occasion and be a great hero. A few hours later, the four of them gathered at the Midoriya home, with one group bringing snacks and the others movies. They planned on spending a peaceful evening cuddling and simply enjoying each other's company after they opened the letter from Izuku and Himiko. They ought to have realized it wouldn't be that simple. They opened the letter and listened to the recording as All Might emerged wearing the annoying yellow suit that his children had unsuccessfully attempted to conceal or destroy in secret. Before we discuss other issues, Himiko and Izuku Midoriya, let me start with the formalities. You both placed in the top 5 on all of this year's written tests, not just the heroics ones. Furthermore, you did so well on the practical exam that it would be an understatement to say you passed. I must first discuss the second scoring method for the practical before I disclose your individual scores. You see, being able to fight villains isn't what defines a hero. Rescue points are given to people who uphold this crucial value because caring for our communities is the real definition of heroism. All Might broke, and the area surrounding him was occupied by several screens that displayed candidates guarding, assisting, or diverting robots for other competitors. The screens gradually switched to acts that were unique to the two of them. Himiko distracting robots to give others a chance, Izuku clearing debris, and both of them doing everything in their power to succeed without negatively affecting others. This old man is undoubtedly very proud of you too, but that can wait. What I'm about to show you is only visible to the top 10. All Might broke once more, and a board with 10 names and their rankings took the place of the earlier screens. V stands for villain, and R for rescue. Total: 140 Izuku Midoriya V80, R60. Total 100 Himiko Toga V60, R40. 87 Katsuki Bakugo V67, R20. Hiroshima Agio V39, R35, total 74. V28, R45, Ochako Uraraka, total 73. Shiozaki Ibara, V36, R32, total 68. Kendo Itsuka V25, R40, total 65. Tenya Ida V52, R9, total 61. Total 59 Tetsu V49, R10. Tokiyami Fumikage V47, R10, total 57. 2 of the 4 were moved by the subtle change in All Might's smile from his typical one of assurance to one of paternal pride, but the other 2 were simply perplexed. Nevertheless, All Might resumed his conversation. As you are probably aware, I previously set a record of 112 points on the entrance exam. I'm happy to say that you now have that honor, young Midoriya, and because of that, I'm going to share a secret with you. All Might went on, leaning in and murmuring in a mock conspiracy. I'll be joining UA's faculty this coming semester as a heroics instructor. In light of this, allow me to be the first to extend a warm welcome to your academic hero. To the horror of Izuku and Himiko, the video wavered and then abruptly showed a deflated Toshinori. While their partners desperately attempted to pause the recording but were unsuccessful, the other 2 appeared perplexed. I apologize for being absent lately, kids. There is an absurd amount of paperwork involved in registering to teach, but I assure you that Inko and you are constantly on my mind. I asked Nezu if I could add this brief passage at the end because I never imagined that I would be in this situation, but I couldn't be more proud of you both. Additionally, your request was granted, something I neglected to mention before. This semester, you'll be in Class 1B. I can't wait to see you and Inko once more because I adore you both. Dad might be out until then. The other 2 looked like gaping fish as he finished with a resounding thumbs up, now in his All Might form. Himiko looked sheepishly at the other 2 and said, So, your dad is All Might and you didn't tell us. Mina scolded them both. I need you to calm down and be rational. Can you do that? Mina nodded frantically as she gazed into Izuku's crimson eyes, which were so different from his typical loving orbs. Izuku covered her mouth, and his eyes became very serious. Izuku let out a sigh. Firstly, I'm sorry, our connection to him is new, and he has a lot of enemies. Enemies that might hurt my mom. Himiko, you are your parents to get to him, he said, his body slumping slightly and his eyes turning green again. Himiko wrapped her arms around him. We love you both, but Dad's been keeping unattached for decades, so nobody got hurt. We need you to keep this secret. Give us time, and we'll tell you everything. Toru and Mina nodded and took each other's hand. Izuku and Himiko replied with a smile and a motion to follow them but keep quiet. For the first time, they all discovered Inko lounging on the couch. Something wrong, dears? She asked, smiling at the children in anticipation of good news, but as she noticed the serious looks on their faces, she became clearly concerned. Himiko sighed. Dad's a moron. Inko wanted to chastise her for being impolite right away, but decided to hold off until she knew more. We were watching our acceptance letter. We'll be joining 1B this upcoming semester, Himiko added after noticing that. As she began to cry, Inko abruptly embraced them and said, Congratulations. I knew you could do it. My little heroes are going to be rocketing up the charts in no time. I'm so proud of both of you. All Might was the one who told us in the recording, Izuku said in a slightly accusing tone. Apparently he's going to be teaching at UA starting this upcoming semester. Inko scratched the back of her head and looked away sheepishly, telling Izuku everything he needed to know about whether she knew. The teens let her gush for another minute before gently forcing her back into her seat in confusion. There was an extra message at the end, from Yagi, and he wasn't being very subtle. Did he now? How bad was it? Inko moaned as she glanced at the other 2 girls and saw a hint of awe that had not been present before. Himiko chuckled bitterly. Enough. You need to call Dad and get him here, tonight. There's a lot of explaining to do, and he's the one who made this mess, so it's on him to clean it up. That's what we agreed to after all. When they all agreed on this plan, Inko sighed. She hadn't anticipated this. Since neither of the teenagers wanted to be responsible for having to explain any of this, the "your mess" policy was meant to encourage them to keep quiet. With a hint of annoyance, Inko took out her phone and started typing. Looking at the girls who weren't her daughters yet, Inko moaned after 10 minutes or so. He'll try to be here around 11, but until then I've been cleared to answer anything I can. Inko then shifted so that everything could sit next to her. Expecting Himiko to take her customary place, Izuku sat down in his usual chair, but she chose to sit next to Inko, letting the other 2 occupy her place. As a result, Izuku was sitting on a leg with both Mina and Toru while he caressed them. The girls were a little apprehensive, but it really helped to have their Izu hold them. How did this happen? I know Mama Midoriya is beautiful in her own right, but how long have you been All Might's secret girlfriend? Mina began asking after everyone had taken their places. Inko blushed at the compliment and sighed. Those are actually two very different questions, but the easiest one to answer is that Toshi and I have been together for less than a couple months, but we've been seeing each other for half to 3/4 of a year. While he was training Izuku, we started to talk and blush. One thing kind of led to another. People forget that under the muscles and bright smile, he's just a man, a very lonely man sitting at the top with nobody to comfort him. He does so much for everyone else. He gives so many people hope and comfort, but nobody's ever there to care for him, to give him hope. So, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not All Might's secret girlfriend. I'm Toshinori Yagi's girlfriend. I love the man, not the god-like hero. The two gave that some AWWS, but Toru asked, why was Mr. Yagi training Izuku then? With a bewildered expression. Himiko responded, a number of years ago, All Might got injured. It nearly killed him, but he's too strong to give up. Problem is, he's not as strong as he used to be. Between age and the injury, he's going to have to retire in the next few years. This thought sent a wave of fear through both girls, but Izuku's gradually growing warmth helped offset the chill. According to him, he'd been looking for a successor, a protege to teach, so that when he had to go, he could hand his position to them, and know that the world was in good hands. He chose Zuzu. The girl turned to gaze at Izuku in wonder, but his eyes appeared to be flickering red faster and his face was strangely stony. In a whisper, he said, the villain that hurt Yagi, we think he's still out there. He's out there, and he's my responsibility to deal with. Someday, I'm going to have to kill him. He held the two in his arms and gave them a look that was equal parts pain, rage, and shame. Izu, no, you're a hero. Heroes don't kill unless they have to. I know he hurt Mr. Yagi, but that doesn't, Toru stammered, causing the two to recoil in surprise. Izuku didn't yell, but his eyes finally stopped flicking and started to glow an angry crimson as he hissed, you don't understand. I don't know if you can. That monster is hundreds of years old. He's slaughtered more people than anyone will ever know, at least a few thousand. He didn't just hurt Yagi. He killed his mentor, and hers before that. I'm the 9th in this cycle, and it's time for it to end. The first was that monster's younger twin brother, and it only makes sense that I be the one to end it. He was my mom's ex-husband. He created me, and then ran away before I was even born. This all started with him killing my uncle, so it only makes sense for me to end it. Izuku's face fell, and he started to cry, the red bleeding from his eyes as he did, I'm sorry. All of you deserve better than me. I'm a monster, born of a monster, and destined to do monstrous things. I've tried to convince Himi to leave me behind, but she won't. Maybe you too can. Please, take her away from me. Love her the way she deserves. Don't let the darkness inside me destroy any more people I love. Rather than retreating, the pair threw themselves into Izuku's arms, kissing the boy they adored. Then they grinned and said, we refuse. Mina was giggling. We love you Izu, and this is just more proof we're exactly where we need to be. Toru raised his nose. We aren't going to leave you, ever. Is all of this a little scary? Yeah, but as long as we can be with you, we know we can do it. Himiko grinned, it's like I keep telling you, Zuzu. If you insist on seeing yourself as a monster, then we'll be your keepers. We love you Izuku, and it's time you accept that you're not getting rid of us. Himiko cracked a sly grin, don't forget, you still need to take responsibility, and make us all your wives. The two on his lap blushed as Izuku froze, but they both leaned forward and whispered in his ear, that's right, Izu. You have to take responsibility for making us fall in love with you. All of a sudden, they were drawn into a passionate three-way kiss. When they parted ways, Izuku grinned. If that's what you want, then I have no other choice. I guess this monster has truly been tamed by a trio of beautiful young women. Looks like I have to become number one now. How else will I be able to pamper my loves like the queens they are? The group asked more questions and exchanged stories over the course of the following few hours. A nervous, exhausted-looking Toshinori entered the room at around 11:30, but what greeted him was something that made him smile. Many people were focusing on the man, over the myth. Himiko was lying on his chest with her ear to his chest as the four teenagers cuddled up together on the floor, the two he hadn't yet met holding gently to each of his son's sides. The sight made the hero feel strangely warm, and it was only enhanced when he felt Inko's arms encircle him. Toshinori thought he would be reprimanded for his carelessness, but Inko pulled him away toward her room so they could speak without upsetting the teenagers. Instead, Toshinori got a tender kiss. When Toshinori attempted to apologize after they were safely out of sight, Inko simply grinned and said, "Toshi, it's okay. We all talked, and they won't say anything, but there is something you should know." Looking at her anxiously, Toshinori said, "I'm ready, my love. Whatever it is, I'll do what I can to help." Inko laughed. "Well, they made a decision, and it looks like you have 3 daughters now, because they want to be with Izuku too. That's the cost of their silence. They'll stay quiet, but in exchange, they want to be your daughters-in-law someday too." Toshinori coughed up a lot of blood and almost passed out from shock. However, Inko was already by his side to absorb the anticipated spill. And Izuku agreed. "Of course he did. What are we going to do with him?" Toshinori sighed after a moment. Inko laughed. "I blame you. He was a one-woman man before you showed up, and now he's got 3 future wives. I swear, I don't know how this happened. Now I have 4 weddings to plan." "4?" Toshinori asked, looking at her bewildered. "I suppose we could live in sin forever, but I figured you'd probably ask eventually," Inko said, squinting. Inko laughed once more and Toshinori turned pale. "That solves that question. You Midoriyas always get what you want." Toshinori winked and said, "So what do you want right now, Ms. Future Yagi?" Before picking Inko up and carrying her to bed. Blushed Inko, "You know what I want, now come to mama. She can tell daddy's had a rough day. Let me help you get some sleep. The kids want to make us breakfast in the morning and your new daughters want to meet you." After a minute, Toshinori crawled into bed beside Inko and said, "I love you, Koko." "I love you too, my Toshi." Inko cuddled up next to Toshinori and they fell asleep, unaware of all the difficulties they would face but confident that they would face them together. Analysis. I'm not sure if I'll have the next chapter of this story ready by next week, but don't worry, devoted readers, if I'm correct, I have something terrifying to share. Next week is going to be crazy, in any case. However, we must first review this chapter, so let's get started. What makes Izuku seem so unbelievable to Recovery Girl? In addition to eating enough raw protein to kill a teenager his equivalent size, 10 times over from a seizure, his liver kidneys failing, or a heart attack, Izuku consumed more than 16 gummies in one sitting, which is enough to give him energy and aid in his recovery from severe trauma. It's a ridiculous situation for even the most ridiculous quirks, even if his body uses it as fuel. It is impossible for any human to survive. A brief explanation of Izuku's current perception of his quirk is also included. With time, it will evolve and become more precise and accurate, but there you have it. Izuku has a Hisashi button, as well. People will quickly learn not to push the button. Does anyone know how Himiko actually discovered Izuku's distress? Evil chuckle. Additionally, Team 4 Stars Hellsing Ultimate is a fantastic series that you should watch if you haven't already. I adore encouraging children, and I can only imagine how lonely and difficult it must be for Inko to witness Izuku and Himiko's unwavering devotion to one another without anyone to love her in return. It's not the same, unless you're doing something unethical, but let's not get into that. I'm not saying that spending time with your children diminishes the love a parent can feel. This brings us to our second union ritual. Izuku's boost can therefore be obtained in 2 different ways. Eat his blood, which must be administered purposefully, or have sex with the same stimulation. This was my only choice because I didn't want them to actually roll in the sand on the day they actually met. I thought it was an interesting idea to meet the parents. It's obvious that none of them give a damn if their parents approve, but they understand that it wouldn't be fair to keep it a secret and that it's best to give them an opportunity to comprehend. It's up to the parents whether or not to try to keep them apart, but by being honest about it, you give them an opportunity to comprehend. Carrot and stick, too. Toru received a huge boon, which was sufficient to convince her parents to support her, so they received the carrot. The terrifying stick belongs to Mina. Izuku won their respect after proving a point. He will continue to have to perform such tasks in the future. What, then, did each individual receive? Toru can now store and fire bursts of light, as well as control her visibility. Although they are not yet very strong, they provide her with a means of self-defense. She can also move much more silently now, much like Himiko's cat. Mina's capacity for healing is restricted. It's not much, but it helps with minor wounds and endurance, and both she and her acid are much stronger. Because of the synergy between Himi and Toru, Himiko is also quieter. She can also change the shape of her blades, but that will be covered in more detail in the next chapter. I haven't yet entered Izuku's melting pot. I would have to read almost every chapter if I did. It's more entertaining to watch how he employs each ability than it is for me to simply tell you, but I will eventually provide a detailed rundown. With the exception of 3 to indicate each character's distinct role in the narrative, I largely left the practical scores unchanged. Izuku receives a significant score in terms of villain points because of his much stronger quirk, the fact that he is a skilled fighter, and the fact that he didn't freeze up. Additionally, he can move much more quickly and effectively than someone like Katsuki, who must anticipate using a lot more energy per attack because each explosion has a cost, because his claws and fists require virtually no energy to maintain once he calls them on. Even though it's not much, a partially trained Himiko is frightening because we've seen Himiko battle fully untrained opponents in the show. Regarding Bakugo, everything depends on the person who waits. Naturally, Toshinori makes mistakes. Sometimes he acts like an airhead. Before they prepared to meet Toshinori the following morning, Toru and Mina had Himiko help them look extra presentable. Instead, they encountered a very exhausted skeletal man. When he arrived for breakfast with Inko, he was a little gaunt and had bleary eyes. It would be an understatement to say they were disappointed, but they also felt bad about it. It was their fault, not All Might's, that he was only a man. They had always pictured him as some sort of god. Despite being warned, they had allowed themselves to become overly optimistic. They all spoke, and as they saw the man's nervousness and shyness now that he was completely exposed, it finally occurred to them that this was the true reason he was a hero. Even though Toshinori was a shy, anxious, and easily embarrassed man, he went out every day grinning as if everything would be all right. That he would keep them safe. He was a vulnerable man who did his best to protect everyone, which is why he was the symbol of peace rather than because he was a strong, untouchable god. By the end of breakfast, they both respected Mr. Yagi twice as much as they had ever respected All Might, and to his astonishment, they hugged him before he had to go. As the teenagers grinned and wished their dad luck, Toshinori laughed to himself and said, "Stay safe, and I can't wait to see you all again soon." After resolving that issue, they alternately assisted one another in packing for UA. Though they all knew they wouldn't sleep there, they would each be given a room in the dorms. They actually had a little argument over that, but ultimately they all decided that Izuku's room was the only reasonable option. In this manner, no girl would feel as though their emerald monster was favoring them. They had allowed Himiko to have unrestricted access, which was already problematic enough. They would have to accept it for the time being since she was his first, but it would be much more equitable once they reached UA. Himiko went so far as to separate them and grant them access to the Dream House Fund. It was an account set aside so they could purchase a plot and construct a house together after they graduated. The others began to cry as the two of them added to it over time through odd jobs. It seemed like a proposal somehow, and they gladly agreed to assist. Wearing their new uniforms and grinning, the foursome headed to campus on the morning of their first day at UA. Long-sleeved, button-up white shirts, a gray blazer with blue-green stripes on the sleeves and collar, and a red tie made up the uniforms. The girls all wore pleated skirts of the same color, while Izuku wore blue-green pants. The only distinction between the girls' uniforms was that Toru's had 2 gold buttons on the shoulders of her jacket with a space between them, while everyone else's had just one. At first, it made Toru sad, but now it only makes her want to join her loved ones in heroics as soon as possible so she can receive her rewards. Until Toru had to separate to find her class, no one gave the group much attention, and each of them kissed her. Even though they had decided to get together under a tree by the entrance after classes, it was still difficult to watch her leave them. They simply didn't feel complete without her, invisible or not. The other 3 continued on until they came to the door of 1A in the heroics department, where they kissed each other goodbye once more. They heard arguments as soon as the door cracked open, so they quickly closed it in fear. Mina appeared perplexed, but her partners merely gave her hugs while pleading with her to exercise caution. They made her swear to avoid the explosive idiot because he was too much to handle. Izuku pleaded, "Mina, please, tell us if he does anything to you. We won't let him hurt you." Himiko barked, "If he even touches you, I'll skin him alive. I had to put up with him abusing Zuzu for years. I won't let him hurt anyone else I love." Mina blushed and said, "Don't worry, lovelies. If he tries I'll just burn his face off with acid, but I love that you're both this worried about me. She kissed each of them again and said, "I'll be fine." Then she turned and went into the room, leaving Himiko and Izuku alone in their concern. Even though it wasn't a long walk to their classroom, they were unable to smile as they entered and found their seats in the back. Since they were seated next to one another, they could at least support one another if necessary. No one confronted them about it if they were observed doing so. Himiko abruptly sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Somebody's coming. If I were you, I'd get to your seats." The majority of people followed the hint, but some did not, so they had to hurry and stumble to their seats when the doors opened loudly and a big man with gray hair and blood-red eyes entered. He had a large frame, 2 noticeable lower canines, and a few visible scars. Red gloves, an orange mask, white knee-high boots, thick vambraces with tubes up to the back of his neck, and a tight, dark red skin suit with a U-shaped collar were all on the man. He approached the front of the room with heavy steps, but before he could say anything, a boy with green hair smirked at him and said, "Of all the heroes, I didn't expect them to get the blood hero, Vlad King, to be our teacher. This is a real honor." The bigger guy cleared his throat. "Well, it appears my reputation precedes me. My name is Sekijiro Khan aka Vlad King. Feel free to call me Vlad, Khan Sensei, King Sensei, honestly I've heard it all. As long as you keep it respectful, I don't really care. As you may know, my quirk is blood control, so don't think I'm a pushover. I had to rise through the ranks with a villainous quirk, and now I stand here as one of the most respected heroes in Japan. No matter what your quirk, it's not an excuse to fall to villainy. I make you all this promise, if you put your trust in me, I'll help you become the incredible heroes that we both know you can be. What do you say? Can I get a plus ultra?" The crowd applauded. "Good. Now, I want each of you to come up here and introduce yourself. If we're going to work together we should know a bit about each other." Vlad motioned for the student occupying the first desk to begin. A slender, lethargic boy with black eyes, shaggy brown hair, and a faint tan. He began with an even voice. "Name's Sen Kaibara. Not really much to say. I'm a pretty easy-going guy. My quirk, Gyrate, allows me to spin body parts like a drill. I'm bilingual if it helps, so English is not a problem for me. I guess that's it. I'm Togaru Kamakiri. I'm a proud heteromorph, and if you have a problem with it, me and my quirk Razor Sharp will happily educate you. I can create blades from any part of my body, so don't think I'll go down easily. I'm a thin, pale yellow-green skinned boy with a fluffy green mohawk and a pair of blade-like pincers or tusks growing from his cheeks," Kamakiri said calmly before making his way to his seat. A boy with white hair and a completely black face came next. "Name's Shihei Kuwaro. My quirk is black. If it's darker in shadow I can merge with it, so watch out at night. I might just sneak up and give you a fright." Shihei laughed, "But in all seriousness, I'm a lot like my boy Sen over there. Except while he's a buzzkill, I like to have a little fun. Looking forward to getting to know you all." He bowed and returned to his seat. Next was a girl with teal eyes and medium-length orange hair pulled back in a ponytail. Like Shihei, she grinned at everyone, but this girl's smile was sweeter than his, which was a little mocking. "It's nice to meet you. My name is Itsuka Kendo. My quirk is called Big Fist, and it's pretty self-explanatory. I like going to the gym, martial arts, and baby animals. Don't underestimate me though. I didn't get 7th on the entrance exam for nothing. If anyone wants to spar I'd love to go anytime, but more than that I'm here to help if you need anything." Kendo bowed slightly and returned to her seat. After Kendo had brown eyes and a shoulder-length bob of black hair, making her a very neutral girl. "Yui Kodai. Quirk. Size. Any inanimate object I touch will become whatever size I want. I like books, silence, and trains," she said without showing much emotion, and then she began to leave with the same lack of emotion. A short girl with honey brown hair in a bob followed, but this one had a noticeable mushroom-shaped hairstyle with a fringe that completely obscures her eyes and most of her face. Nevertheless, Himiko caught a glimpse of her own eyes, which had cross-shaped pupils and a slightly cat-like appearance. As she approached and began speaking, she appeared uneasy. Izuku and Himiko thought it was adorable when Komori practically ran back to her seat. I'm Komori. I mean Kanoko Komori. My quirk is called Mushroom. I can produce spores of any mushroom I'm aware of or eaten. Because of that, I really like mushrooms and gardening. I'm not actually sure if growing mushrooms counts, but I call in gardening. Bye. A girl with dark green eyes and green thorny vines for hair came up next. My name is Abara Shiozaki. I enjoy charity work, singing hymns, and generally spreading the love and light of the Lord. I pray that we can all get along well as we help those in need wherever we can. My quirk, vines, may not be the most flashy, but I promise to give any aid I can. Also, since I was taught that secrets are a sin, I will admit that I scored 6th on the entrance exam. Thank you. Abara bowed once more before returning to her seat. The next person to introduce himself was Jirota Shishida, a young man with shaggy brown fur over most of his body, sharp teeth with a few exposed canines, and small rectangular glasses. His tone was fairly sophisticated, saying, "Hello there, my name is Jirota Shishida. Much like Kamakiri, I'm a heteromorph, but you will find me to be a consummate gentleman as much as can be arranged. Despite my beastly appearance and quirk, beast, I aim to be exactly that. I enjoy tea, literature, and the occasional scrap. My quirk gives me more strength the more I give into it, but at the cost of my mind. It is unfortunate, and I do hope I'm not imposing, but my nose is quite sharp, so I would very much appreciate it if we could avoid heavy fragrances and the like. They are regrettably murder on my sinuses. I look forward to meeting all of you." A small boy with short ice blue hair was up following him. "I'm Narengeki Shota. My quirk, Twin Impact, is a lot easier to show than explain, but I'll do my best. Basically, if I hit something, I can charge it so a secondary attack goes off remotely with a bit more power than the first one. I can make it work with others too, but there are a few limitations, and I'd rather not bore all of you. Beyond that, I don't have much to add, but like Ms. Kendo and Ms. Shiozaki, I'd be happy to help where I can." The next girl began to move toward the front, but she paused and whispered to Kaibara, who nodded and grinned at the short girl who appeared to be grinning back. He led the blonde with the round face, tan horns, and equine muzzle up to the front, where her Prussian blue eyes appeared to sparkle. As they continued to whisper, Pony slapped his elbow in embarrassment, and Kaibara laughed. "This is Pony Tsunotori, and her Japanese isn't the best, so she asked if I'd translate for her. She doesn't want to give a bad first impression, I guess." He laughed. "Sorry, Pony. She wants me to tell you all she's from America. Texas, right?" Pony joyfully nodded. "She prefers Pony, so try not to be weird about it. Her quirk is Horn Cannon, and it allows her to fire and control her horns to an extent. She likes action movies, and is a huge otaku." That observation resulted in another slap. Pony nodded and bowed to everyone, saying, "As you can see, she understands Japanese for the most part, but speaking is a bit rougher." That it. Izuku saw that she had hooves as she was making her way back. Perhaps he could help her with her Japanese. Her cuteness had nothing to do with it, but Himiko couldn't help but laugh when she noticed the hungry expression in her boyfriend's eye. "Name's Kosei Saburaba. My quirk is solid air. I can create walls and platforms from my breath, and I'd rather keep my likes and dislikes to myself for now. I'd rather people get to really know me, ya know, and not just a 10-second version of me." A man with chin-length gray hair, sharp shark-like teeth, and a tan-colored substance around his otherwise black eyes was walking forward with a sense of complete confidence and a hint of aggression. "My name is Tetsu. I know it sounds odd-spoken, but it's not the same thing repeated 4 times, or any shit like that." He growled, then sighed, saying, "Sorry about that, it just really gets to me when people don't take the time to look before they make stupid jokes. Please just call me Tetsu. My quirk is called Steel, and it allows me to create a steel second skin. I like manly heroes like Crimson Riot, hanging out, and I'm a bit of a gym rat too. Like Kendo, I'll definitely take on anyone who wants to spar. I got 9th on the entrance exam, so bring it." Tetsu bowed and walked back to his seat with much less aggression than before. Izuku laughed when he saw Himiko come forward. "Hi, there. My name is Himiko, and as of a couple nights ago, my surname is now Yagi. Not really comfortable announcing why, but let's just say my birthers weren't great people, but it's not an issue anymore. My boyfriend's family loves me enough to make up for it, so no complaints. My quirk is called Transform. If I drink a bit of someone's blood, I can turn into them. Voice, looks, the whole thing. I don't get memories, but if I know someone well enough, I can basically become them well enough to trick just about anyone. The transformation's length depends on how much I drink, also I can make these." Himiko created a bone knife for them. "It takes almost no stamina to do, and they're sharp enough to cut through titanium and high-carbon steel. I think that's about it. Himiko was about to leave when she stopped, grinned, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I scored second on the entrance exam." She then went back to her seat, ignoring the confused looks she was receiving at that realization. A girl with dusky green eyes and dark moss green hair that hung just past her shoulders almost bounded up to the front. "I'm heartbroken that Ms. Yagi is taken," she said, winking flirtatiously. "Okay, fine. My name is Setsuna Tokage. I'm one of the 2 recommendation students for this class, so don't get any ideas. Ms. Ryuko was kind enough to help me get here, so I refused to let her down. I like rom-coms, pranks, and cute blondes, so don't think I didn't see you 2 pony." Setsuna casually began juggling her head and said, "My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter. With it I can separate and reattach my body parts at my leisure. My current limit is around 30 pieces, but it used to be 10, so who knows how many I'll be able to do soon." Setsuna bowed as her head landed on her shoulders before returning to her seat and giving Himiko another wink. A boy, with fair skin and a speech bubble for a head came up next. His mind was filled with text instead of speech. "Hey, name's Manga Fukidashi, and as you can see my quirk comes with a pretty severe drawback. I can't talk, but at least nobody has to worry about talking over me. My quirk is called comic, and I can materialize onomatopoeia to have tangible effects. Not really safe to show you right now, but I like reading both manga and actual books, so count me in if you want to start a club. I love entertaining kids when I can, so there's that. I don't know, I didn't really plan for a meet and greet." With a bow, Fukidashi went back to his seat. The next to rise was a boy with rather flat face, beige spiky hair, and no lips to cover his teeth, making him look like a skull. He started talking with a slight nod. "Juzo Honanuki is my name, and I'm the other recommendation student in here. But don't worry, I'm not going to flirt like Tokage. I like fighting games, a lot of sports, and stuff like that. My quirk is called softening. Anything I touch turns to putty in my hand. It only works on inanimate objects, but walls, the floor, weapons, all of it is fair game for me, and don't worry, I can reverse it too. Also, I'm bilingual as well, so if Sen gives you too much trouble, you can always use me as a translator, pony." He nodded once more. The next person to appear was a tall, yellow-skinned boy with a broad, muscular frame and a head that resembled a glue dispenser. Unlike manga, he didn't appear to have any trouble speaking physically. "Kojiro Bondo, at your service. My quirk is called Smeeding. I can spray something similar to fast-drying glue. It's not much, but it's great for capturing or slowing down villains, so I think I'm just going to sit down now. I'm not really a front and center kind of guy." Bondo hurried back to his seat, appearing to calm down as soon as he was no longer the center of attention. When the other 2 didn't move, Izuku sighed and moved to the front, having waited to see if they wanted to go first. There was some complaining when Izuku Midoriya said, "I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I chose to be here over 1A. I believe 1B is just as good as 1A, and as a result I'm happy to be with you all. Maybe I'll share why I chose B another time, but for now, I'll stick to the standard stuff. My quirk is called Dark Evolution, and that's because it's not a static quirk." Vlad was most intrigued by this. "I could describe all the things it lets me do, but we'd be here all day, and it wouldn't matter because I could develop a new power at any time. They all follow a theme though. My first power was complete regeneration, and for a long time that's all I thought my quirk could do. Cut me, bleed me, blow off my limbs, or turn my head into paste. I've survived it all, so I can confirm I'm basically indestructible. That's not to say I don't feel pain, but I've adjusted to it, and I'm sure if someone found a way to completely destroy me I wouldn't come back, but kind of hard to test that." "Wait a minute, Midoriya. You can't just make claims like that, and not explain. Also, what did you mean by new powers?" Vlad said, stepping forward and interrupting for the first time since they began. Izuku sighed. "I'm not really comfortable explaining the specifics, but let's just say I had a really determined bully growing up who was more than happy to see exactly how much I could regenerate." Vlad sighed. "Do I need to file a report? This seems like a very serious matter." Izuku bowed and said, "I'm an apex predator, and proud of it." A shiver went down everyone's backs at that, but a few felt a different sensation as well, made worse by the dreamy look in Himiko's eyes as she nearly drooled while watching him walk back to his seat. "No need," He can't hurt me anymore, and before you ask, he's still around. He just doesn't scare me anymore. Izuku turned to Setsuna and winked, saying, also, I'm Himiko's boyfriend, but if you want, you're definitely invited to have a chat. Boo, I'm Reiko Yanagi, and I'm not going to lie, I'm kinda spooked by Mr. Apex back there. My quirk is called Poltergeist. It allows me to telekinetically control objects around me, but only up to the weight of the average person, so while I can float about in short bursts, I can't lift somebody bulky like Mr. Ken, or heavy like the Predator. Might be able to lift Shishida though. He couldn't possibly be that heavy. I enjoy horror movies, scary stories, and all things spooky, Yanagi went on. Izuku whispered, all things spooky. Do I count, Ms. Yanagi? The girl seemed to ignore him, but Izuku could see a slight flush on her cheeks before she floated back to her desk. She might be able to explain to him why ghosts often groan so loudly. At last, the final pupil began to approach the front of the class. He had reptilian black eyes, black shoulder-length hair in a low braid, and lightly tanned skin. After he took his place, he bowed and began his introduction. Good morning, my name is Hiryu Rin. Like Pony, I'm a foreign exchange student from Hangzhou, Zhejiang, China. My quirk is scales. It allows me to create durable scales from my skin, and I can even fire them as a ranged attack. I look forward to training with those of you who wish for a challenge. I also enjoy tea, so I'm happy to find another among us with such refined tastes. Thank you. Rin bowed once more before returning to his seat, nodding respectfully at Kendo. Clearing his throat, Vlad returned to the front. An interesting group of students and personalities this year. I hope you paid attention, because these are going to be your closest allies for the next 3 years. I can tell you from experience that connections you make in this very room might save your life someday. Now, it's time we go join the rest of the school for orientation. Let's try to move in an orderly fashion, you'll have time for getting to know each other better later. The orientation for new students was ultimately a rather routine event. A brief introduction to the staff, including Principal Nezu, a couple of succinct speeches from their seniors, and information on where to find school guidance counselor Hound Dog in case they needed to speak. Class 1A was conspicuously absent, but only 1B appeared to notice, and when a loud explosion was heard outside, they simply carried on as if nothing had happened. Vlad then gave them instructions to put on their PE uniforms, all of which were unisex and breathable, and proceed to a designated training area. The uniforms included a short-sleeved shirt of the same color and a pair of dark blue pants. The white lines on them became UA as they moved down when worn together. Sensei, why are we here? Is this test? Pony asked in somewhat broken Japanese as they reconvened at the field Vlad had shown them. Vlad smiled. Yes, Pony, this is a test. Up until now you haven't been allowed to use your quirks during standardized tests. That changes now. Your quirks can be an important tool in the pursuit of heroics, but before we can get the most out of them, we need to know what we're working with. As such, we are having a quirk apprehension test. You all remember them well, I hope, but for those who don't, there are 8 tests. A 50-meter dash, standing long jump, ball throw, seated toe touch, grip strength, repeated side step, sit-ups, and the distance run. I will be recording your results, and ranking you. Last place gets cleaning duty for a whole week. Now let's start with a demonstration of what I mean. Took out a soccer ball. Izuku caught it. Midoriya, I want you to throw that as far as you can. It's up to you how you send it flying, but as long as you stay within the circle, it's all fair. A few students scoffed when Izuku smiled and said, okay. Can everyone step back, and please, those with sensitive hearing, try to cover yourselves as best you can. Himiko simply grinned and moved behind a wall for cover, which led some students to follow her. Those not in the front row watched as Izuku reared back his arm, which was suddenly covered in wriggling red tendrils before a huge black fist took its place. The ball broke the sound barrier as it flew, causing a sonic boom as Izuku's arm shot forward. The tendrils drew away, leaving those who hadn't moved to sit on their butts or grip their ringing ears. 1 minute later, Vlad declared, 1.3 kilometers. Impressive distance. Izuku sighed and said, thank you, Vlad-sensei, but I wish the circle had been a bit bigger. I could have added a bit more distance if I could have gotten a running start. Despite their best efforts, the other students were unable to surpass the 1 kilometer mark. Shishida came closest with a remarkable 654 meters, but Izuku easily won at almost twice that distance. This pattern continued in the grip strength test, where Izuku received a ridiculous score of more than 800 kilograms before the device broke in his hand. Fortunately for him, Juzo was able to match him in that test by softening his own device until it broke as well. Rather than getting upset at the display, Izuku simply grinned and congratulated him on his accomplishment. They were split up to run heats for the 50-meter dash, and Izuku and Himiko ended up competing against each other, apparently on purpose. The blonde won with a time of 2.5 seconds, while Izuku took 2.6, shocking the entire class. Himiko slapped Izuku on the head and sneered, saying, "What are you doing, Zuzu? I know you can run faster than that." Izuku laughed and said, "But I had such a nice view. I didn't want to spoil it." Himiko gave him another slap and a quick kiss, so he wasn't particularly bothered, but Izuku put in more effort when it came time for the long run. Izuku did go over to a bag and begin eating a foul-smelling bar after the test, but they didn't just lap people, they had multiple laps over the next furthest runner, and worst of all, they hardly appeared exhausted. Vlad paled when asked to view it, but he didn't ask any questions just yet. With Izuku and Himiko among the nearly half of the class clearing the sandbox, the standing long jump proved to be a joke, and the sit-ups became a competition between several students who were all vying to outdo Izuku. Only Tokage, Shishida, and Tetsu remained to oppose him in the end. Shishida eventually gave way first because his size was simply too great to support. Tetsu lay there, sweating profusely and immobile, and had to give up. Ultimately, Vlad ended it because Tokage was essentially cheating and Izuku was hardly perspiring. She was drifting back and forth as needed, her torso detached. After receiving a undefined result, they simply moved on. Izuku received a score in the top 5 for both the repeated side step and the seated toe touch, the only events he failed to master. This is how the scoreboard ultimately appeared. 1 Juzo Hononuki 11 Izuku Midoriya. 2 Hiryu Rin 12 Himiko Yagi. 3. Itsuka Kendo 13, Shihei Kuwaro. 4 Kojio Bondo 14 Setsuna Tokage. 5 Kosei Saburaba 15 Jirota Shishida. 6 Yui Kodai 16 Pony Tsunotori. 17 Narangeki Shota 7 Tetsu. 18 Manga Fukidashi 8 Togaru Kamakiri. 19 Reiko Yanagi 9 Sen Kaibara. 20 Kanoko Komori 10 Abara Shiozaki. No one questioned the top 5, and while some were taken aback by their final destination, the majority weren't. Tetsu was dissatisfied with his job, but he only used it as motivation to get better. Izuku had refrained from revealing his full strength and had only used his hammer fist and a few strength-boosting techniques he had learned over the months. His favorite trick was still a mystery to Himiko, and he was eager to surprise her. Izuku asked Vlad if he could show his classmates how they performed versus 1A in order to motivate them, but the pro declined, pointing out that it would be a privacy violation to share those results. Izuku shrugged and decided to inquire later about Mina's class's performance. Unexpectedly, that marked the end of the day's official classes. Himiko and Izuku began to move toward the girls' locker room because the staff wanted to give the new students time to settle in and get comfortable in their rooms before real classes began the next day. Izuku's form was covered in red tendrils, as Vlad and the other students witnessed, and then the tendrils transformed into his regular uniform once more. Yui deadpanned, "That's convenient. Does that mean he stores clothes inside himself or is he just naked all the time?" While the majority simply blinked. "If his quirk is like mine, then it covers his body," Tetsu said without hesitation, while most of the girls blushed. "That kind of confidence is so manly." Tetsu grinned. They were unaware that the couple had heard everything and simply continued to move in the direction of the girls' locker room while grinning. If someone had been nearby, they would have seen the two holding hands while exchanging names and then repeatedly squeezing their joined hands. Kendo. Izuku squoze twice, and Himiko responded with 3, causing the boy to roll his eyes. Himiko asked, "Yui, once," but Izuku answered with 2, giving him a strange look, and he simply shrugged. Komori. They both squoze twice this time. Himiko shot him a disbelieving glance and asked, "Abara?" Izuku responded with a single squeeze. Pony. They both grinned as they squoze 3 times this time. Setsuna. Izuku shrugged, squoze twice, and was surprised to get 3. And finally Reiko. Himiko was taken aback this time as Izuku laughed and squoze 3 times to Himiko's 2. After giving it some thought, Himiko grinned and said, "So we want Pony, Kendo, Setsuna, and Reiko." Izuku grinned, I definitely like them the most, but hear me out. I think there might be more to Abara than she appears. She seems like a hard no, but there's a hunger hidden in her eyes. I only saw it for a moment earlier, but I'd like to see if something's there. Izuku murmured, none caught my eye, but to be fair, do you like any of the guys? Fair is fair, and I promise you won't hurt my feelings, kitten. Hamiko paused for a moment. Shishida and Tetsu are cute, but no. Nobody I'd truly consider. Tetsu could be fun, but I get the feeling he's compensating, or gay. Just a feeling. And Shishida is a sour chocolate. He looked like he might really know how to ravage, but his personality is all wrong. He's probably too gentle, pass. Izuku gave her a kiss. Well, if you change your mind let me know. I might not be into guys, but I'm not going to stop you. I love you Himi, and if I have to share you in order for you to be happy, I can. Hate it with a burning passion, but I love you more. Hamiko kissed Izuku, and that's why I love you. You're already everything I need in a man, and I prefer sharing with you anyway. If I'm going to get all hot and sweaty, I want to do it with you, and like a dozen sexy ladies, but never without my green monster. After receiving a number of strange looks while waiting outside the girls' changing room, Izuku had an idea. Izuku changed his form, slipped out of view, and resumed his vigil. Hamiko was astounded by what she saw when she came out of the room. A tall, strong girl with long hair that reaches her mid-back and is primarily black and green. According to Hamiko, curves in all the right places are close to being a butt, but not as voluptuous as Momo's. Hamiko would have bowed to the goddess in front of her if she had been a devout girl. Hamiko felt her heart almost explode in her chest as the girl turned and grinned at her. The girl strutted over and whispered in Hamiko's ear, "What do you think, kitten?" "Like what you see," with a slight swing to her steps. Hamiko mumbled, "Zuzuzu, is that you? Marry me, take me, eat me alive, I don't care, I didn't think you could be any more perfect, but..." The girl pulled Hamiko around the corner and then transformed back into herself after giving Hamiko a gentle kiss and saying, "I need you to calm down now." Izuku exclaimed, "Sorry if that was weird. I just got tired of the disgusted looks I was getting. Apparently a boy loitering outside the girls' changing room makes people kinda judgy." "You could have joined me inside," Hamiko asked with a seductive smile, drooling a little. "I wouldn't mind a closer look at that other form of yours." Izuku laughed and said, "Nah, it was just a test. I wanted to see if I could make something new, and I can." It felt weird though, not bad, but odd. Izuku took Hamiko's hand and said, "Come on Himi, the others must be getting worried." Hamiko nodded, though she was a little disappointed that she would no longer be able to see that other form. But after a moment, Hamiko grinned. She would get her chance if Izuku were to become her again after he had already done so once. The couple was shocked to see a new girl with Mina and Toru as they got closer to the tree they had decided to meet by. They thought she was cute, with a brown bowl cut and large round pink cheeks. Izuku had the strangest deja vu when he looked at her, but before he could inquire about her, Toru rushed up and gave them a hug. "Tell me everything. Is your class nice?" "Mine was." "Apparently Jiro and Momo are in Mina's class, but she wanted to wait for you before saying much," the occasionally invisible girl exclaimed as she gave them both a kiss, much to the surprise of the new girl. "Breath, cutie, why don't you introduce your friend? Is she a new candidate in need of testing?" Hamiko interrupted Toru with a kiss. Her eyes briefly flashed before she licked her lips. After stepping back, the younger girl bowed and said, I'm Uraraka. I heard from Mina that he would be here, and I wanted to thank him for saving me." When Izuku realized where he had previously seen her, he laughed and said, "No need. I would have done it for anyone." "What's she talking about, Zuzu? Have you been playing hero again?" Hamiko glared at Izuku. Izuku cocked his head sheepishly, "Kinda. Sorry Himi, with everything going on I forgot. During the entrance exam she got caught under some rubble and almost got stomped by the Zero. I got her out of there, but then, you know what happened. I had to stop it, and we've been a bit preoccupied since." Mina flushed as Toru giggled, "So you make it a habit to save cute girls in distress. I'll have to keep that in mind." "Stop that, Mina, I'm not cute. If it weren't for my cheeks most people would probably say I'm plain looking." Uraraka blushed and began to fidget with her pointer fingers in embarrassment, but she could hear them all scoff at her in frustration. Hamiko approached Uraraka and raised her chin, saying, "Lies. Nothing but lies. You're a beautiful girl, and I won't hear anything else about it. Have some pride in it. The girl's yellow cat-like eyes briefly captivated Uraraka, but she quickly averted her gaze out of embarrassment. She said, "So who are you? And, you all seem really close." In an attempt to shift the conversation. Himiko laughed. "I'm Himiko Yagi. You know Toru and Mina, obviously, and the sexy monster is Izuku Midoriya. As for us being close, of course we are, we're a polycule." "A what?" blinked Uraraka, after giving them a very perplexed, but non-judgmental, look. The brunette felt Mina put an arm around her shoulders and smiled, saying, "A polycule. We're all together, and dating." Uraraka blinked owlishly and flushed. "On that note, how would you feel about growing our little family? There are a few cute girls we saw in 1B, but as equal partners you still get a vote. We wouldn't want to make either of you uncomfortable or feel like you're not enough, but variety is the spice of life, so why not build a whole spice rack?" Himiko asked, laughing, and Izuku kissed her cheek. The girl obviously needed a moment to process that information. "Is that even legal? Can you do that?" Uraraka asked, taking a step back after receiving enough of a shock to start thinking again. Chuckled. "My parents asked that same question the night we told them, and it's not illegal to date multiple people, but marriage is still monogamous. Since Himi was here first, we agreed she should get the honor officially, but nothing says we can't each have a mock wedding, even if it's not legally binding. We love each other, and that's all that matters." Uraraka said, "Okay then, good luck with that. I'll just go then, bye," after nodding and moving away one more step. After she left, Himiko chuckled and asked, "So, quick vote. Anybody opposed to trying to include Uraraka?" All she got in return were smug smiles. "Motion carries, but we'll have to be careful. It has to be her choice, so don't try to force it." Mina grinned. "Yes mom, I'll be good," the pinkett said, sticking out her tongue. Himiko rushed forward and kissed Mina before she could retract her tongue, but not before nipping it. Mina, still in shock, blushed and nodded when she heard Himiko whisper, "I prefer mommy, and don't make me put you over my knee, like a bad girl." Himiko simply purred, "That's my good girl, now let's go check out our rooms. This mama needs cuddles." Izuku simply picked up Toru, causing her to squeak, and then comfortably settled against his chest, while Himiko led Mina away. Izuku's wide frog-like mouth smiled as she watched Himiko leave, but no one else saw who was hiding in the tree. The UA dorms were enormous. Each year has its own building, and the heroics course had a single co-ed dorm, whereas the other courses had two, one for each gender. As a result, when Izuku entered with another girl curled up against his chest and Mina and Himiko entered holding hands, 3/4 of their dorm watched in confusion. The tall boy from the exam began to rush over as soon as he saw Izuku, and his irritated expression was enough to wake Mina from her daze. "Ida, you need to calm down. Leave Izu alone." Mina scowled as she released Himiko's hand and moved to stop the freight train that was approaching her man. "Ashido, I don't know what your connection is with him, but I suggest you end it. I saw him during the exam, he's dangerous," Ida said, glaring at Mina but never taking his eyes off Izuku. "What seems to be the problem, Ida? Some B-class trash giving you trouble? Do you need?" a new voice said as it entered the room. The blonde boy froze upon seeing Himiko, his blue eyes filled with fear. With a smile on her face, Himiko said, "Hello again, Nito. I missed you, little bro." She extended her arms to embrace him, but the boy recoiled in horror. Nito was trembling and appeared prepared to run at the first sign of trouble. "How did you get in here? Get out, you blood-sucking monster. You don't belong here." Himiko, meanwhile, flinched as if she had been hit. Everyone backed off during the outburst, with the exception of Izuku, who moved to protect them with his body, Mina, and Toru, who hurried to console Himiko, who appeared to be about to cry. "I've heard about you, Nito. Your sister worried about you every day. I don't know what your parents told you, but," Izuku growled, his eyes flushed, and he appeared to tower over everyone. "Don't lie. Green hair, freckles, you must be that lying bitches so." Nito began to laugh hysterically. "Say one more word about my mother, and I will tear you apart." "I don't care who you are," Izuku said, suddenly holding Nito by the throat off the ground while red tendrils appeared on his fist and emerald lightning began to arch off of him. "Bitch killed my family," Nito sneered, "I'll say what I want." Izuku frowned but put Nito down as Himiko moved forward and placed her hand on his chest, saying, "Let him go, Zuzu. Inko didn't kill anyone. I don't know what happened, but I'm still here, little Ito, Himiko said, glaring at Nito. You aren't my sister. You're a demon, a monster. I'm happy they threw you away. At least now you're among your own kind. Don't ever come near me again. You might have destroyed the Toga name, but I'm still here. I will avenge my parents, and I'm not going to stop until you and everyone like you are dealt with permanently. Nito stomped away, leaving a bewildered Himiko to follow him. Izuku gave her a hug without saying anything. She started crying after a minute, so Izuku picked her up and simply turned to go to the boys' stairs. No one attempted to stop him, and he vanished in an instant. What the hell was that? I know you love your rules, but your friend was out of line, Mina said as she strode over to Ida. Ida glanced at him and he appeared sad. Ashido, I don't know what that was. I don't know who that girl is, but you saw how the guy reacted. He's dangerous. Please, I know we only met today, but you need to be careful. Ida looked at Mina as if he were garbage. That guy was a name. Midoriya, and he's a real hero. He put his life on the line, and saved me. You really don't get it, do you? You have no idea what those two have had to go through. Screw your rules, and screw you. As Mina and the other girl who had rushed to console the blonde stomped off, Ida watched. To his astonishment, he saw Jiro giving him a similar hateful look as she followed them, a very dejected-looking Momo being led by the hand. Why was Ida feeling ashamed, and why couldn't he understand any of this? Heroes had to abide by the regulations. They kept the people and themselves safe. Why did he feel like a villain when they established the line between hero and villain? He made a decision, but Ida was unaware of it. He would find out, and Ida would speak with the delinquent if necessary to obtain his answers. For the remainder of the evening, no one saw Izuku, Mina, or the blonde 1B claimed to be Himiko Yagi. An irate but less overtly antagonistic Jiro once showed up and took a few snack bags. Strangely, a few drinks appeared to float behind her as well, but no one mentioned it. The others were more than deterred by the punk rocker's glare. That didn't stop many people from talking about them, though. After one of them was verbally assaulted by a member of their sister class, the majority of 1B appeared aloof and defensive, but some were more outspoken than others. The first topic was the true identities of the blonde and brunette, and things only got worse when someone revealed that they had won first and second place on the entrance exam. When a spiky red-haired kid ran back with his acceptance letter projector in hand, it was undeniable, as confirmed by the few other top 10 students in attendance. Then named Kirishima showed the ranking to everyone, acknowledged that he used it as motivation during training, and demonstrated how he had managed to pause and control the recording since receiving it. Tetsu appeared to like the redhead right away, and they soon found themselves talking in their own little world. The occasional, "so manly," shout went unheard, but no one gave them much attention because they were too preoccupied with the evidence that was being shown to them. Not much changed the following day. 2 freshly washed dishes were discovered in the drain board when the early risers from both classes descended to the shared kitchen for breakfast. A half-hour later, Mina emerged with the drowsy form of the previous night's girl on her back, nuzzling her neck in a drowsy manner. After a minute, the aromas of bacon and coffee with an unhealthily high sugar content were enough to cheer her up, and she carelessly kissed the pinket's neck before scuttling away. Hiroshima's eyes didn't widen until they began whispering, at which point he yelled, "Toru! How are you visible? When did this happen?" Mina moaned, "Nice job, Kiri. You spooked her." Toru said, "It's just Kiri, being loud again. Come on hun, won't you let me see your beautiful face, or do you want me to accidentally kiss your nose again?" Mina turned and seemed to grab the air and kiss it. Toru returned with a smirk after they heard someone laughing, saying, "If that's all I need to do to get kisses I might stay invisible forever." "Since when can you do that? Are you two dating now? What's going on here?" Hiroshima asked in a startled manner. Hiroshima took a step back, but Mina continued, "Let me put it in terms you'll understand. Last night was so unmanly that I can't believe you have the gall to show your face. You could have stepped in. You could have helped Himi, but you just stood by and did nothing. None of you did." Mina shot the noisy boy a stern look. "A few weeks, yes, and after yesterday, you don't deserve to know. It was family business. I didn't have any right to," Hiroshima stumbled. "I thought you were our friend, but you're just a coward." Hiroshima paled and shrank as Mina's glare grew more intense and acid drips began to fall off of her with a hiss. "Himi and Izu are my family, and next time Manama does anything like that, well, Izu let him off easily cause I'll burn his shitty face off with my acid." Toru stepped in at that point, forcing the pinkett to look her in the eye with a small smile. Let's go lemon drop. We need to meet up with the others for training, and you know how they get when we're late. Toru gently led the girl away before turning around and waving goodbye before leaving the room in silence once more. People made unsuccessful attempts to approach and question Mina during the remainder of the morning. The class's boisterous blonde bomber seemed to grow weary of it and yell, "If Raccoon Eyes doesn't want to talk, just fuck off already." Mina gave the boy a perplexed look for a brief moment before turning away with a disgusted expression that only made the others more perplexed. The bubbly, excitable girl from the previous day seemed to just sneer and turn her face away from them. They had their own peculiarity in 1B. Upon their arrival, they discovered Himiko sleeping soundly in the corner of the room, curled up in Izuku's lap. Izuku made it apparent that the others could do anything they wanted, provided they kept their distance and didn't wake her. For the others, the girl's gentle purring and the look of tender love on Izuku's face as he comfortingly ran his fingers through her long blonde hair painted quite the picture. For the majority, it was the deciding factor because they concluded that the self-proclaimed apex predator loved the blonde unconditionally, and many of them were a little envious. Why didn't anyone give them that kind of look? As class started, Izuku lifted Himiko and sat her down at her desk. He gave her a quick kiss, which she returned with equal tenderness, even though she was half asleep. 1B classes were quiet. Many wanted to ask questions, but after witnessing Izuku's sheer terror, they decided to just observe and listen. As a result, by the time lunchtime arrived, the two were much more forthcoming. Their classmates eventually approached them before they could depart for lunch, but instead of posing questions, they apologized, some even bowed in embarrassment for not showing up to support them. The two of them grinned, but a lingering Vlad King almost lost it when he heard what had happened without drawing attention to himself. He would have to discuss this with Toshinori. When Izuku and Himiko began to move away from the cafeteria rather than toward it, their class appeared perplexed. Setsuna pulled her hand away to stop them, and it landed on Izuku's shoulder. "Lunch room is this way, cuties. Come on, and join us. We want to get to know you better." "Not a good idea. We already know what will happen if we do, and we just don't have the energy today." Himiko looked at Izuku anxiously, and he sighed. "We can meet up after class if you want, but none of you are ready for this." Izuku then picked Himiko up, and they fled before anyone could stop them again. Kendo, Pony, Tetsu, Kamakiri, and Setsuna wanted answers and knew who to ask, but the majority of 1B shrugged. After finishing her lunch quickly, Mina rested her head on the table while Toru massaged her back in circles and Jiro and Momo attempted to reassure her that their class would soon find something else to do. When Mina noticed the group of 1B students approaching them, it didn't help that she appeared extremely irritated. "No, I've had enough of everyone's stupid questions. Go away before I give you an acid wash," Mina growled as she sat up. The others stared in disbelief, but Setsuna, "Actually we just wanted to get to know you better. I'd be lying if we weren't interested in hearing about them, but that wouldn't be fair. If they aren't ready to share, they have a right not to. So, I heard that loud redhead say your name is Toru, right?" After receiving some perplexed looks, Toru grinned and said, "Yeah, I'm in general studies right now, but I'll be joining you in heroics soon. Izu has been helping me train for the sports festival, so that once I wow everyone I can transfer over," Toru said. Blinking, Tetsu said, "You can do that." Mina laughed. "It's one of the incentives for the other courses to participate. A lot of people missed the cutoff after the entrance exam, and this gives them a second chance. My Toru is training hard, so you'd better be careful." "Why should we be worried?" Kamakiri barked. Kendo exhaled. "There are only 40 spots in the heroic class. If a student transfers in, someone has to get kicked out," paled Tetsu. Mina looked at Setsuna. "Explains why she's training with Midoriya. Guy's a beast. With him helping your girlfriend, she's a shoo-in for transfer. You all must be great friends." Toru and Mina began to smile, and Mina appeared to soften even more as she said, "Izu is a great guy. A real hero. Yeah, we saw him taking care of Himiko earlier. He seems like a sweetheart, but when we tried to invite him to have lunch with us they both started to act weird. I hope they're okay," Setsuna said, giving them a worried glance as she saw her opportunity. Toru's dejected expression and Mina's frown gave Setsuna the impression that she was going to be discovered. However, Mina sighed and said, "I can guess why. They have interesting palates. The first time I saw, I'll admit it was spooky, but I got over it." Observing Setsuna's actions, Kendo insisted, it can't be that bad. So what if he enjoys something weird? It's not like she's drinking his blood or something. The other's eyes widened as Toru and Mina turned away, and Pony blinked and said, you joking right? Mina exhaled. It's not exclusively Izu, we've all done it on special occasions, and most of the time she drinks animal blood. It's a part of her quirk, she can't help it, and it's still not nearly as disconcerting as the way Izu gets sometimes. So, what does that feel like? The drinking, I mean. Setsuna blushed before anyone could inquire what she meant by that. It hurts for a second, but. Mina giggled, it actually feels kinda nice after that. Izu told us that he used to get lightheaded, but he is really careful and tender. It's like a really passionate kiss. Mina froze and looked away a little embarrassed as Toru blushed herself invisible once more. Pony looked up, and neither of you has a problem with that. Someone else. Kissing. Your girlfriend. Why would we? It's not a normal couple thing, but we love each other, so none of us has a problem with it. Toru actually laughed while staying invisible. I like Izuku's kisses too. Wait, are you all? Kamakiri said after appearing to go blank. Toru chuckled and said, together. Yup, we're a polycule. You weren't supposed to tell anyone, Mina sighed. But I love you, and them. What's wrong with that? Toru said as he reappeared and gave Mina a hug. With a quick kiss, Mina said, I know, but not everyone is accepting of our love. We don't want to scare anyone away. Toru was grumbling, I guess you're right. We wouldn't want to do that, especially these three. They were some of the girls mentioned she thought were cute, right? Really? Just gonna blurt out all of our secrets now? Mina said sarcastically as the three girls blushed. You're lucky I love you, or I'd leave you to flounder, and Kendo wasn't on Himi's list, she was on Izu's. If you're going to be loud, at least get your facts straight. She giggled, sorry, lemon drop, but you should know I'm only straight a third of the time, and I get the feeling those times are going to decrease soon. Anything else you feel like revealing? Maybe the fact you like it when I... Quote. Mina asked, scoffing but grinning. Anything else you feel like revealing? Maybe the fact you like it when I... Mina whispered something in Toru's ear, causing the occasionally invisible girl to cover her face until everyone heard a thump as Jiro appeared to faint from a nosebleed. Mina scratched the back of her head in shame after they decided she would be alright, saying, whoops, forgot she has really good hearing. Kendo steered the conversation away from the gutter and toward learning more about Mina and Toru. For the remainder of lunch, they simply told stories about what they liked and didn't like, as well as their upbringing. Kamakiri kept most of his story to himself, but Tetsu was more than willing to fill in. The rest of their classes that day were fairly enjoyable, and both Himiko and Izuku began to show off their intelligence a little. One of their classes was Law and Ethics, which Nezu himself would teach every 2 weeks from now on. Despite Kamakiri's aggressive nature, Himiko and Kamakiri proved to be extremely knowledgeable about the law, and they soon found themselves smiling as they debated various ethical situations while Nezu served as an unbiased judge. Izuku displayed his prowess in math and history since he had found them to be an interesting diversion as a child, but after they were dismissed from class, the 4 teenagers Izuku, Himiko, Toru, and Mina simply vanished and didn't return for another 3 hours. When they did, Himiko was walking beside Izuku, who was holding the exhausted Mina and Toru, who appeared to be unable to move as they nuzzled into Izuku's embrace. Izuku was the least tired of them all, but he had a focused expression on his face. Without saying a word, Himiko ran up the stairs while Izuku slumped into a corner, still protectively holding the other two, and growled when anyone got too close. When Himiko returned, it was carrying a basketball-sized Tupperware container and a tall boy with a blue mask and 6 web-connected arms. Izuku set Mina and Toru on either side of Himiko, and after giving them each a kiss, he lumbered away, looking at everyone before grinning and saying, Momo, could you make them a blanket? Neither of them seemed to want anything until they felt Himiko's gentle touch take the place of the warmth of Izuku's embrace, causing them to melt against her as they fell back to sleep. Would you mind watching them for me, Tetsu? I have to complete my training. It should only take an additional hour or 2. Tetsu saluted. Sure thing, bro, and Momo nodded, already working on the woolen blanket. I'll look out for your princesses. Izuku wandered off with his box in hand after laughing and saying, thanks. Kirishima joined Tetsu in his defensive stance on the couch nearby, drawing a suspicious glance, but Kirishima simply smiled sadly in return, saying, I've been thinking about it all day, and Mina was right this morning. I made a mistake. I may not be familiar with toga, but... Himiko hissed, it's Yagi, her pupils appearing even more feline. I apologize, Kirishima said, staring at her in confusion. You say your name is Yagi, but it was Toga at the exam, and Monoma is your brother. Is it really my fault that I'm a little perplexed? No, not really, but please, don't call me Toga, Himiko sighed. That name bothers me. I haven't been a Toga since I escaped. This attracted a lot of attention from the other people in the common room, so Himiko sighed once more and said, I guess after last night you deserve a few answers. She gave her girlfriends a small hug for support as she began to explain, grinning slightly. Nito and I used to be really close when we were little. He was my Ito and I was his hi-hi, but when my quirk entered the picture, our birthers changed and the smile turned into a pained expression. They began beating me whenever I tried to get what I needed, the woman said. It hurt when they called me names like demon, mistake, and abomination. What 5-year-old is prepared for their most cherished people to suddenly despise them? They split us up, claiming that my sickness had harmed or corrupted Nito. Class 1A appeared perplexed while Class 1B turned away, until Shoji, the 6-armed boy, interrupted, saying, I assume your peculiarity has something to do with blood. Although it was obviously not a question, it was posed as one. Both of our quirks are copying, Himiko said, nodding. Nito has the ability to touch someone and temporarily take on their quirk, but my quirk is a little different. I'm sure some of you already know, but not getting what your quirk needs can have serious repercussions on your body, Himiko said, causing some to recoil in surprise. I can copy a person's appearance, cadence, and general mannerisms with a few minutes of observation, and a bit of their blood. Yeah, Tetsu said, my body starts to become lethargic if I don't get enough iron. A few others, including Kirishima, Kamakiri, Komori, Abara, Honi, Bondo, Ida, Kaminari, Sato, Shoji, Siro, Mineta, and Momo, also began nodding. I get dizzy and have a lot of headaches. Seeing how many of her classmates seemed to understand, Himiko grinned and said, well, it's blood to me. Depending on my level of activity, I really only need a pint to a liter a day. Animal blood is ideal, but it's only about half as effective as human blood, but I wouldn't consider drinking from someone unless they offered. If I don't get blood, my mind starts to fray like a junkie. The room fell silent. According to the doctor's mama and I spoke with, I was slowly going insane due to quirk-based insanity, and my birthers refused to give me any blood. I'm still a little embarrassed about it, but Zuzu, Mama, and Dad are helping me realize that it wasn't my fault. Little animals, classmates, I couldn't help myself. I was only ill as a result of abuse and neglect. Ida appeared thoughtful in the back, but Setsuna slowly walked up to Himiko and said, I'm sorry, Yagi. But I'm perplexed. Mama and Dad are birthers, but who are your parents? Himiko laughed and said, Toshinori Yagi and Inko Midoriya. After a moment of reflection, Himiko grinned and said, I don't just love Izuku, you know. Izuku's mom, and hopefully step-dad soon. My hero is him. I was saved by him. Izuku saved me when he discovered me in a park when I was 7 years old, desperately trying to fit in and suppress my hunger. He complimented me on my fangs and smiled when he saw that I was in pain. He found them attractive, and I was a monster because of something I had been told. When I explained my sadness to him, he drew me away from everyone and then opened his arm with his own teeth. The smile on his face when he offered me his blood is something I will always remember. In hindsight, I shouldn't have, but his smile was so charming, and I was really hungry. He didn't think much of it because he regenerates, but it meant a lot to me. Later, I met Mama, and she didn't despise me. She said she would assist me. Kendo and Setsuna led Himiko onto another couch and sat on either side of her as Kendo grinned. That's really sweet, I guess, but what happened after that? I essentially lived with the Midoriyas for the next 3 years, Himiko said, receiving a sidelong glance. As long as I didn't bother Nito or my birthers, they didn't give a damn about what I did. I hated him in part. He was never harmed, screamed at, or subjected to any of the same treatment as me. However, Mama was compassionate and ensured my well-being. In addition to the fact that my Zuzu is a genius, my grades improved because I was able to concentrate on my studies at last. However, I made a mistake. I had to return to my abusers for end-of-term exams, so I brought a bottle of blood with me, and they discovered it. They almost killed me, but I managed to escape, and Izuku gave me some of his blood so I could perform well on my tests. I also used his appearance to escape. They had never even bothered to find out his name, let alone get to know him. I barely made it home, and Mama took me in full on that day. Despite some strange looks in the room, Kirishima questioned, she adopted you? Himiko laughed. No, but I believe she might have if I hadn't been so deeply in love with Izuku. She persuaded my siblings to grant her custody in return for not reporting them to the authorities. I persuaded her that was far enough because I still loved them and didn't want to keep them apart from Nito. I didn't see or hear from them again after that. They never showed up for my emancipation trial last year, and I suppose I now understand why, but I'm positive Mama had nothing to do with it. What about your dad, this Yagi guy? Testu asked, tilting his head. I might take drastic action if someone harms someone I loved enough to allow them to use my name. However, it's not manly. To everyone's astonishment, Himiko burst out laughing. Oh, Dad could definitely do it, but he never would, he said. It would be against his morals and code, and it would be easier to sink Japan than to persuade him to even entertain the idea. Since Endeavor would never wear a tutu, you might as well get him to do so while you're at it. That's how similar he is to my Zuzu. Everyone gave her a strange look once more, and Himiko sighed. Okay, I'll give an example. Both cursed with heroic hearts. You have the option to reroute a train that is hurtling down the tracks down one of two tracks. On the right, it kills a class of toddler orphans. On the left, it kills an equal number of elderly people. What are you doing? The room went silent as some people looked around, unwilling to respond, and others made educated guesses until Momo and Kendo hushed everyone and turned to face a smirking Himiko. So what would they do? Kendo sighed. You all overlooked the most straightforward and challenging response, which they would both choose, Himiko chuckled. Himiko clarified, if the choice is sacrificing someone to save another, they only see one answer as correct, to jump in front of the train themselves and derail it. A few of the others laughed at this. They decide to sacrifice themselves rather than murder either group. Everyone turned pale at that, and Abara appeared ill. But that's suicide, she said. It's still wrong, even if it's to save lives. How could you accept that? Because I know they wouldn't die, Himiko shrugged. Himiko sat back and closed her eyes, saying, it's painful for them, but their quirks won't let them die. They would survive, and come home to Mama and I no matter what. After some arguments, Kanoko turned to Himiko and asked, what is Midoriya's peculiarity? In class, he was extremely evasive and merely mentioned the name. Mina admitted that you both had odd quirks, but she wouldn't say more, said Kendo, turning away sheepishly. Himiko smiled Cheshire style. And I won't either. I apologize to everyone, but I am unable to disclose the details of my husband's circumstances. Pony blushed and perked up. Husband, are you married? No, of course not, Setsuna said as she hurried over. Yes, Yagi. All of the girls blushed as Himiko turned away, and Setsuna began to stutter. With sympathy, Himiko winked and said, all right. Someday, but not yet. In any case, you might get a look tomorrow since we have heroics. Himiko grinned and said, I'm going to bed. Himiko began to nod off, but before she could do so, she said to Kirishima, Kiri, did you know Mina and Toru love you like a brother? Tet, please make sure Nito doesn't slit my throat or anything until Izuku returns, and can take over. They were always talking about you. Don't let the events of this morning depress you. Mina simply felt hurt. She still has feelings for you. Believe me when I say that a sister's love endures forever. Little brother, she will pardon you. I am aware of it. Thanks, big sis, Kirishima said, letting a tear fall down his cheek. Izuku came back an hour and a half later with the empty container. To the other classmates, he appeared worn out but not particularly filthy or hurt. Izuku nodded gratefully to the two boys and gently carried the three girls from the couch into the elevator. Izuku appeared to do it without any problems, despite how awkward it appeared, and he simply grinned at his girls as the doors closed. The following morning was just like the previous one, but when the early risers arrived, Himiko and Izuku were discovered cuddling on the couch. What attracted the most attention was not Himiko's enormous green hoodie, which was obviously Izuku's, or her tiny pink shorts. All Izuku was wearing were red sweatpants. The others would have had an unhindered view of the man's toned muscles if Himiko hadn't been lying on his chest. Even the local gym rats had to concede that the man was jacked. Setsuna noticed her friend drooling, but she knew it might just be her anticipation of their spar. Setsuna sighed, Shit, it didn't have to mean Kendo wanted him to. Izuku and Himiko exchanged an embarrassed look as Vlad told his class in homeroom, "Future heroes, there has been a change. Aizawa and I don't really trust All Might to handle your first heroics class on his own, so we pulled seniority as teachers. He might be a more seasoned pro, but he's no teacher." Vlad then pressed a button, causing the wall to open and reveal 19 briefcases. Vlad turned to Izuku, a little perplexed, and said, "Midoriya, I noticed you didn't turn in a design." "Why?" As everyone hurried over to get their cases. "You'll need your costumes. Find your case and go change." With a smile, Izuku got to his feet and said, "Don't need one. I submitted a design for approval, but I already have it prepared." He snapped his fingers, causing his entire body to briefly be covered in tendrils before vanishing to reveal him wearing a new disguise. Red fingerless gloves and boots, dark green jeans, a black zippered hoodie, and, most unexpectedly, a deep hood. As they marveled at him, people moved away. His appearance was modest, but his face was hidden by the hood, leaving only two menacing emerald glowing eyes. Izuku grinned and pulled back the hood, saying, "See, I'm always prepared." As he left, everyone noticed a design of a happy cat wearing a tiara on the back of his hoodie, which made Himiko blush. Both A and B were shocked to see each other changing when they went to the girls' locker room, but they quickly got over it and concentrated on helping their friends or getting into their own costumes. The others simply tried to ignore Himiko and Mina after the first person went to investigate why they appeared to be giggling behind a row of lockers and returned with a deep blush that Momo seldom displayed. When they were all prepared, Himiko appeared wearing a black leotard that fit her entire body and was made of interconnected parts that could be removed quickly. On top of it were several gold items that, although they appeared to be jewelry, were actually tiny instruments, including gauze, capture tape, a container of topical painkiller, and other possibly helpful things. Like Vlad, Himiko wore a gold necklace around her neck, and a narrow tube ran from the end of her middle finger down her arms. At first glance, it seemed rather unremarkable, but when you considered her peculiarity, it became apparent to them how it was used. It was a straw. Himiko could unclip the necklace and bring a hidden port to her mouth so she could drink through it, even though it was clipped in place to prevent it from moving around much normally. Her middle finger's slightly different end, a syringe tip, was also concealed by the tiny clawed fingertips. Himiko completed the ensemble with a gold tiara on her head that concealed a communication system and reinforced slippers that allowed her to move silently. Mina was walking beside her in a sleeveless black and pink bodysuit, black boots with yellow trim, and matching red fingerless gloves similar to Izuku's. She had on a pair of goggles that appeared to protect her eyes and adapt to the light conditions. Around her shoulders was a fluffy green mantle that, if curly, resembled Izuku's hair. A utility belt containing Himiko's trinkets was slung around her waist. The most striking similarity between them was the shapeless, emerald monster with red, angry eyes that was portrayed on their backs. "Why does Hiko get to be on your back? What about me and Toru?" Mina pouted as they left and joined Izuku after noticing the cat on his back. When Izuku snapped, the image slightly changed to show two stars, one pink and the other faded silver, by the cat's head. "Better princess." Izuku grinned. After giving it some thought, Mina smiled and kissed his cheek in front of everyone, saying, "Yup, thank you, my sexy monster." This caused a few strange looks, and one short, purple boy gritted his teeth and cried blood. After everyone had settled in, All Might appeared carrying a few boxes and smiled as he addressed the sessions. "Good morning, Zygotes, and welcome to your first Heroic Fundamentals class. Your homeroom teachers have wisely decided to join us, and I look forward to receiving their input on this class. Now, on to business. This is going to be a heroes versus villains exercise. Each of you will take turns reaching onto this box to determine starting teams. We are going to do 2 rounds, so don't worry if you get a bad matchup in the first round. Now come up, and once you're done I'll explain the scenario." Fortunately, Momo, Jiro, and Kirishima were the people that Izuku, Himiko, and Mina were paired with. As promised, All Might gave them a basic rundown after everyone had finished. 10 minutes would be allotted for each battle. Villains would have 5 minutes to set up a trap to render the heroes helpless or to defend a fictitious bomb until the allotted time ran out. The heroes had to either touch the bomb or use capture tape to apprehend the villains in order to win. Under the supervision of the 3 professionals, 2 fights would be going on simultaneously in separate buildings. Unexpectedly, Momo and Izuku emerged victorious in the first battle against Shiozaki and Kamakiri. Jiro and Himiko were playing hero against Mineta, who had purple hair, and Todoroki, who was bicolored. The two hero teams paused out of sight because of Momo to wish their partners luck while the villains set up. Momo and Jiro appeared more apprehensive and merely hugged, but Himiko and Izuku shared a tender kiss. Izuku hugged Jiro as well before they parted ways, whispering, "Don't worry Kyoka, I'll protect your love with my life. Moron, I'll protect yours too, as much as I can." Jiro blushed and said, "I'll protect yours too, as much as I can." They split up as All Might declared that they could begin, and each went off to fight. With a chuckle, Himiko said, "Don't worry Kyo, I'm a great fighter. I just need you to direct me. This won't take more than a couple minutes, then you can check on your bestie." Himiko received a tender glance, adding, "It won't matter though, with my Zuzu as her partner she won't get a scratch." Jiro began concentrating on pinpointing their opponents' locations, but on the inside, it was comforting to hear Himiko so confident. Something told Jiro to trust them, even though she might not fully understand his strength. "That's not a plan, how can you even suggest that?" Momo was looking at Izuku in frustration at the time. Izuku laughed and said, "Yomo, it's not just a plan. It's a good plan, and even if I'm wrong they'll be too tired to really put up much of a fight." Momo murmured, "So, you want me to just watch while you fight them 2-on-1? Izuku nodded. "No, I want you to let me try to fight them 2-on-1. While I tire them out, you're going to analyze them for weaknesses you can exploit if I'm wrong. If you see an opportunity, try to end it, but I don't think it'll work." "Fine, do what you want." Momo crossed her arms and scowled at him. As he began to enter the front door, Izuku winked at his partner and scoffed, saying, "Thank you, princess." Momo blushed, but Izuku simply laughed. "Did you know you're cute when you pout? Kind of like a little girl throwing a fit because she wants candy. Too bad I'm not sweeter, or I might let you taste." Several other girls in the surveillance room also flushed. He does realize we can hear him, right?" stumbled Kendo. Mina laughed. "Oh, he knows, and I'm sure he'd be willing to be your Candyman too. If you're interested." "No way, Kaki isn't cute," Kendo sneered. Setsuna laughed. "Yum, maybe I'll take you up on that offer. I like them sweet and strong." "You will not. Not only is he already dating someone, but, just no," Kendo said sharply as she turned to face her friend. "Somebody sounds defensive, worried someone else will cut in front of you in line." Mina giggled as she and Setsuna exchanged glances. Kendo simply complained as she returned her attention to the screens. The punk girl had just finished telling her blonde friend everything she could about what was in store for them over with Himiko and Jiro, and Himiko grinned. Himiko made 2 knives with a flick of her wrist, but they had hooked blades that resembled fish hooks rather than the straight stiletto style she typically made. In a natural blind spot for people inside, Jiro was shocked to see Himiko silently scale the building's side. Jiro tried to listen for any changes as she went along, but all he could hear was Mineta laughing while he muttered grotesque things about some of the girls they were seeing. Himiko's knife slicing through a window's glass was the next sound Jiro heard. Todoroki gasped after realizing that he had a knife to his throat. All Might then declared that Shoto Todoroki had been apprehended. "Jiro, I know you're listening. Bicolor is out, but the bomb isn't here. Where's the pervert?" Himiko complained, and she heard it. Jiro made another unsuccessful attempt to locate Mineta. Sighing, she touched her cell phone. "Don't know. He must be hiding somehow. If you make your way down while I look on the way up we should be able to find either him, or the bomb. We win either way." Himiko barked, "Just be careful, Rockstar. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to your sexy self." Jiro was blushing. "Not the time, but I will. You be careful too, kitten." When Himiko hissed, "No, only Izuku can call me that." Jiro was taken aback. Himiko simply blinked in confusion before cutting the line. Jiro muttered, "That was weird," and began looking around the first floor. She kept looking until she was abruptly tripped by something, which caused several objects to pin her to the ground. She heard Mineta suddenly click his tongue and say, "Damn it, only the washboard." He reached down and took Jiro's earpiece off, saying, "Stay here, and out of my way. I was hoping to be against that Yaoyorozu girl, but Yagi is plenty curvy. I'm going to have to take my time capturing her." Mineta laughed and turned to leave. "How did that pervert sneak up on me? Now I'm stuck, and he's going to." Jiro pouted, adding, "No, I can't let that happen. The little shit is the enemy of all women." I have to stop him. Jiro looked around, trying to find a way out, but she was unable to do so without her arms or legs, but then she remembered her jacks. They remained unrestricted. She would need to exercise caution. Focusing on quietly weakening the ground around her pinned limbs, Jiro jacked into the floor. She had to be careful not to let the sticky spheres come into contact with anything else, and it took some time, but she was eventually successful. Jiro grinned evilly and muttered, "Here I come, you disgusting little shit." Momo rolled her eyes as Izuku entered his battle site 3 minutes prior, grinning. When he noticed Kamakiri waiting for him in the center of the room, his smile only grew. Izuku chuckled, "Kamakiri, I'm not going to insult you and try to sneak past. I know you respect strength, so you and me, right now. No tricks, just a duel. You win, I let you capture me. I win, you let us pass. What do you say?" After giving him a stern look, Kamakiri grinned and hurried Izuku, making scything blades emerge from his arms. "I know you're playing me, but you're on. Bring it, Greenbean," Kamakiri said. "You bring it, Mantis." Izuku grinned and charged Kamakiri, his fists turning into hammer fists as tendrils covered them. Izuku's new fists dripped blood as the two collided, but Momo didn't appear to notice. The two boys got into a fight. Izuku kept getting cuts, but Momo noticed that they appeared to heal almost immediately after they were made. Kamakiri was almost struck by punch after punch, and he started to perspire because he knew that if one of them landed, it would be the end. Everyone heard a wet plop as Kamakiri momentarily lost focus and moved his arm to deflect a punch he was unable to avoid. Now that Izuku's left arm was on the ground, Momo gasped, "Izuku, no!" as the mantis froze in terror. However, they only heard Izuku stomping down on the lost limb while laughing. As the arm vanished into red tendrils and crawled up his leg, everyone watched. When Kamakiri felt Izuku's freshly regenerated left slam into the underside near the tip and saw Izuku's right fist land on the flat of his left blade near the base, he was totally unprepared. The blade snapped and flew, and the boy hardly batted an eye. "Don't worry about it. What's a little dismembered between friends?" Izuku smirked at Kamakiri's stunned face and said, "I'm guessing you can't just reattach this." Kamakiri shook his head, but both boys appeared surprised when tendrils shot out and absorbed the blade piece. "Whoa, that's never happened before," Izuku said, briefly gripping his head before shaking it. Finally appearing to come out of his shock, Kamakiri exclaimed, "What the fuck was that? I tell people I can regenerate, but they never understand until they see it for themselves," Izuku said, rolling his eyes and laughing. Izuku's expression darkened and his smile vanished. "Cut me, stab me, blow me to pieces. I will not stop, and it won't slow me down," he said. "Now stop being defensive and fight me as if I were going to murder you. Let me know your boundaries so I can assist you in crossing them." Gazing into Izuku's emerald eyes, Kamakiri gritted his teeth and grinned, saying, "Okay, let's dance." Aizawa and Vlad turned to All Might as if to ask, "Is this normal for him?" while everyone else in the surveillance room watched in awe and fear as Izuku fought, with the exception of Mina, who simply giggled and some of them swore they saw hearts in her eyes. However, All Might simply averted their gaze until they heard Mina sigh, "Oh, Izu, did you finally decide it was time to put on a show? Better keep your eyes peeled. He hasn't even started yet," Mina said, giggling again as she guided everyone back to the screens. Everyone paled but followed her instructions. Momo stood and watched too, but unlike the others, she saw every inch of it, every nick, cut, and tear, every impact of the blade on bone, every snap of the blade, every plop of flesh hitting the floor before it squirmed back into Izuku's body. However, it was Izuku's manic glee as he forced Kamakiri into ever harder dodges that bothered her, until she finally saw one of Izuku's fists slam into Kamakiri's chest, sending him sprawling into a wall. Izuku took a deep breath, calmed himself, and approached the barely conscious boy. Izuku paused to examine him, then grinned and said, "Good, no breaks. Come see me when you're ready. You need more practice fighting someone you can't harm, even though you're quick and accurate. I can't allow you to continue being so self-restrained." Izuku put a ring of capture tape around Kamakiri's wrist and declared his capture. "You have so much potential, a freshly forged blade, and I'm not going to stop until you're sharp enough to cut through anyone in your way." As Izuku began to move toward the stairs, Momo ran to him and exclaimed, "Izuku! What made you do that?" "I was speaking his language," Izuku said with a simple laugh. "I'm paying attention, despite what some people believe. Every voice and every step I hear. I listen to them and stay prepared. Kamakiri is an honorable and self-assured warrior. This was the only way I could earn his respect, but don't worry, I held back. Momo paused to collect her thoughts, wondering, how much? Jiro found a few of his spheres stuck to a wall, which gave her an idea of how he was avoiding her hearing. After all, people rarely looked up, and continued to move until she heard Himiko whisper, "Kyo, have you found anything? I apologize for my anger. Kindly respond to me, I'm becoming concerned." The girl's grunt and Minetta's laughter were the next sounds she heard. Jiro peered around the corner and saw Himiko holding her usual knives, but one of Minetta's grapes had stuck her left foot to the ground. He laughed and threw a few more, but Himiko simply cut through them, much to his surprise. Minetta complained, sounding irritated, "How are you doing that? I'll be gentle, so why don't you just give up?" "A special quality of my blades is that they can cut through almost anything," Himiko said, his eyes hardening. "If you know what's best for you, you should also stay back. My boyfriend might kill you if he finds out what you did. He must be weak or a moron if he allowed you to leave his sight," Minetta chuckled. "In any case, I'm not concerned. It's not like, Minetta was in the air all of a sudden. The blonde watched as Jiro reared back her right boot and drove it as hard as she could into his balls, not the ones on his head, lifting him a couple inches into the air with a look of shock and pain. As he landed and clutched his manhood in pain, Jiro pinned him under her boot, saying, "Call me a washboard all you like, but you're all washed up." Jiro turned to Himiko and grinned, saying, "So, feel like tying up the grappist and getting out of here. Thanks for the save, Rockstar," and yaw, Himiko grinned as she cut the floor to free her foot. Himiko suddenly looked anxious and said, "But please don't tell Zuzu what happened. Let's just get this over with. I don't want him to become a literal stain, even though I might not like the grape stain." As they walked away, leaving Todoroki to carry Minetta back, Jiro whispered to Himiko, "I wouldn't tell him, but in exchange I want your help with something." Himiko simply nodded and smiled as they went to take a break and watch the remaining matches. All Might then declared victory after wrapping Minetta with capture tape. With 1,000 questions racing through her mind, Momo was following Izuku on autopilot when she noticed a large room with the bomb in the middle. The problem was that the room was covered in vines, and Shiozaki was sitting in front of their prize. The two teenagers nodded apologetically as they saw the vines come to life and wrap them up, making it impossible for them to move, but at least the vines they were wrapped in seemed to be free of thorns. With a sigh, Abara got to her feet and said, "I apologize, but this is the end. Please don't struggle, I've got you. I detest causing harm to others. Can we talk for a moment then?" Izuku asked, still grinning. "I've been bothered by something." Abara nodded and said, "Go ahead. I try to be merciful as a member of the Lord's flock." With a sigh, Izuku said, "I want to learn more about you. All I've seen is your faith, and although having a purpose and guiding principles is wonderful and admirable, I have a feeling there's more to you. Sometimes I see a glimmer of loneliness, hunger, or sadness in your eyes, and I want to try to figure out why. I learned that you value acceptance and truth from my research on your religion, but I feel like you're not being authentic. Isn't that sinful since we—" Abara's expression abruptly darkened and became stern. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no secrets, I am truthful, and I am honest." "When you lie, you stammer," Izuku said, shaking his head. "Everybody has secrets, things they'd rather not discuss or are ashamed of. You are human because of these things, and I accept you." Abara exclaimed, "You know nothing," and for the first time, she didn't appear at all composed or serene. Abara froze, but Izuku simply grinned and said, "And I don't need to." Izuku laughed, seemingly quoting, "We who are art made in your image are as you intended us to be. I don't need to know your secrets to accept that they are a part of you, and to accept you. Every piece is different, and every flaw is deliberate. We want to follow in your footsteps as your children, to construct rather than demolish. Since your creation is the result of your handiwork and design, we do not judge it. Praise be to you, our Lord, and may your name be hallowed." With astonished eyes, Abara asked Izuku, "How did you?" Izuku chuckled, "Is it really that difficult to believe? Even if I'm not religious, helping others requires an understanding of faith." Izuku grinned and said, "I believe I've achieved my goal. Some more than others. Now is the time to put an end to this discussion, but would you like to know a secret I recently discovered?" Abara was perplexed until she noticed that the taller boy's body was absorbing the vines. My body absorbs biomass regardless of source, and your vines are a piece of you. Izuku made his claws appear with a flick of his wrist as he ran toward Abara. Abara tried to stop him, but his claws tore up any vines that came too close. All Might then roared Izuku and Momo's victory, and Abara saw Izuku touching the bomb while grinning. Sorry, Shiozaki, but I didn't want to take the chance of hurting or damaging such a sweet angel. Abara blushed and stomped away. Momo was glaring at Izuku when he approached her and carefully used a claw to weaken the vines enough for her to escape. So that was what you meant, he said. You could have fought Kamakiri with a better weapon, but you decided not to. Why? Before she could ask, Izuku slashed another spot with his claws and made grooves deep enough to see the floor below. Izuku gave Momo a stern look and said, "This is me not trying," before shifting a claw into a hammer fist and holding it up before slamming it down, cracking the floor and making the building shake. Just a quick flick of the wrist and a light punch. Kamakiri would have been in pieces if I had used my claws on him, and unlike me, he couldn't recover from that. Momo, everything I do needs to be measured and controlled in order to avoid killing someone or destroying everything around me. Have you gotten it yet? You were never in danger, Momo said, nodding. Not even a little, and that's why I had you stay back, Izuku said, shrugging with a deadpan, vacant expression. I didn't want you to be harmed, but I also wanted you to see. Himiko and I are unique, but we value our friends, including you. Just let's go back. That much holding back wears you out. The couples reunited and embraced as they made their way back to the surveillance room. Izuku and Himiko led the way, and Jiro heard Himiko whisper to Izuku, "You remembered to hold back, right?" "Of course, kitten," Izuku said, kissing her forehead. Himiko simply grinned excitedly. "I think Kamakiri might join us for training soon, but I stuck to 1% as we agreed." The 4 students who were missing when they arrived at the surveillance room were Bakugo, Ida, the sweet-smelling boy Sato, and the tail boy Ojiro. While most people stayed away, Mina hurried over and gave her friends hugs, saying, "You all did so well. Zuko kept his word, and Hiko was awesome. Both of you performed incredibly well." Kirishima approached Mina and looked at her bewilderedly, asking, "What promise?" Mina was too excited to be stopped by Izuku and Himiko. "Zuko promised not to use more than 15% of his strength," she said. "I'm incredibly proud of them both. You know I love you, Gumdrop, but sometimes you have a big mouth," Izuku complained as he gently knocked on her head between her horns, causing the room to fall silent. "You were not allowed to discuss that." Mina looked away and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Sorry, I was just happy." "I forgive you, but you know the rules." Izuku drew her close and planted a kiss on the spot he had struck. Mina flushed. "Daddy, will you punish me?" "No, that's your punishment," Izuku said, rolling his eyes. "The typical ones don't count because you like them too much." "How much?" glared Kamakiri. "To what extent were you serious?" 10%, but don't let it bother you," Izuku sighed. "I can't handle more than 50 yet without my limbs blowing up like watermelons with each blow, and no one in this room has ever seen me go higher than 25. It's a useful psychological tool, but it's impractical and extremely painful." "Wait, doesn't your quirk come with something to deaden your nerves or help with the pain?" Tetsu asked, tilting his head. "Not even a little bit," Izuku shook his head. "In my battle with Kamakiri, I felt every wound. I simply don't notice the pain anymore unless it's extremely severe because I'm so accustomed to it. Most of the time, I can push through it or block it out." Izuku grinned. "Want to see how I used to look? Up until a year ago, all I could do was regenerate, but after going through a growth spurt, my quirk fully awakened." The stunned classes nodded and anticipated that Izuku would reach for his phone, but instead they took a step back as his body shrank until he was only about 5 feet 5 and all of his muscle vanished, his hair reverted to its previous green curls, and he was back in his middle school uniform. A few of the girls thought he was adorable, but they remained silent, and he waved, "Tada," with a small smile. "I kind of want to relax now. Could you make me some pillows, Momo?" Momo nodded, and after a short while, Izuku moved to a corner and sat with Himiko and Mina curled up by his sides. Mina appeared to truly enjoy cuddling with this new version of her boyfriend. Now that the classes had calmed down and were prepared to pay attention, the 3 teachers gave a breakdown of each combatant's performance. Himiko and Jiro received praise for their skillful use of stealth, though they were reprimanded for their lack of alertness. Todoroki was told to keep a closer watch but was promised a chance to demonstrate his abilities soon, and Mineta, reluctantly, was informed that he also performed well with stealth but was warned that he would be expelled if he tried anything perverse like that again. The teachers were much more critical of Izuku and Momo, mainly Vlad and Aizawa, who told him that he was needlessly reckless and that his decision to not give it his all was extremely disrespectful to his opponents. Izuku simply nodded along, much to their annoyance, and Momo received some criticism for agreeing to let Izuku carry out his plan, but they had to admit that it had some merit and could have worked to exhaust their opponents. Kamakuri and Obara were commended for first exercising restraint, and then giving it their all, but they were both internally conflicted. The remainder of the first round of matches passed without any more spectacular demonstrations. Strangely, a few people saw Himiko and Mina giving Katsuki hateful looks throughout his match, and when it was Mina's turn to go, she used her acid to melt all 8 of the other floors except the one the bomb was on and render the stairs completely impassable. It was a long match, but since there was no way to get to them, Mina's team just waited out the clock. Following each match, Izuku demonstrated their tactical expertise, and Kendo added technical observations. After the first few, the teachers were left speechless. After everyone returned to the surveillance room, they completed the drawing over. Much to their delight and everyone else's horror, Izuku and Himiko were paired up. However, things only got worse when they were paired up against Katsuki and Monoma. Even though it was going to be the final match, the tension between the two teams was felt by the entire class. The 3 Ts continued to criticize each participant's tactics, tool use, and technique, with only the rounds that lacked their critical eye. Himiko was able to make sure that the missing T was covered. The final round finally arrived, and even All Might appeared tense as the teenagers left to take their places. Since Izuku and Himiko were the villains, only All Might knew what they were planning. Katsuki appeared focused and tense as they walked to the starting location, while Monoma simply had an evil sneer. Katsuki recoiled when Monoma briefly touched his hand and yelled, "The fuck are you doing, copy bastard?" "Getting the last piece I need to finally get revenge for my parents," Monoma said, making a few pops appear from his hands. "The demon is mine, but don't worry, I won't stop you from killing her pet monster." "I don't know what your deal is, and I don't care," Katsuki growled and hissed. After saying, "You may not want them, but they are still my family, so this is your only warning. If you try to hurt them more than absolutely necessary, I'll kill you," Katsuki angrily stomped off, acting as though being close to the other blonde made him sick. "I assumed you detested him," Monoma said, staring at the bomber in confusion. "I assumed you would comprehend." "I suppose not." Monoma let out a sigh and kept getting ready for what he was going to do. When All Might said it was time to start, the two blondes parted, but Katsuki didn't really care because he didn't want to do anything with the extra anyhow. When Katsuki entered the building, he saw Izuku waiting for him, but the brunette wasn't grinning, and Izuku's intense, focused gaze made Katsuki feel proud as he pondered whether today would be the day. Himiko was sleeping on the 8th floor with her back to the bomb, when all of a sudden she felt something wrap around her and saw a blonde, furry boy with vine-like hair dash past, using explosions to propel himself forward. She wasn't sure how he was doing it, but Monoma appeared to be using a combination of Shishida, Obara, and Katsuki's quirks simultaneously, and even as she frowned, the teenager was complaining to herself, Monoma was supposed to be limited to 1 quirk at a time and for a few minutes. Did Himiko give false information? Unable to resist, Monoma ran back toward the girl he had wrapped in prickly vines and grinned, saying, "I never thought my opportunity would come so soon, but I guess my luck is turning around." "Don't worry, demon, I'll make it fast." Monoma collected as much explosive sweat as he could as he prepared to set off a point-blank explosion against his bound target's chest, but froze when he saw her smirk, and her yellow eyes changed color. Monoma hissed, "You bastard." He was getting frustrated with Katsuki because something wasn't right. He was wondering when Izuku had become this acrobatic, because every blast was dodged like it was nothing, and the punk wasn't fighting back. This whole thing was wrong, but then he got lucky with a blast, and he got his answer. He had blasted off half of Izuku's face, but instead of regenerating, he saw another face looking back, with a fanged smile. Katsuki growled, "Himiko, fucking damn it, I ought to have known. Why are you unable to simply let me do what needs to be done? Why won't you just let me save him?" "Save him," Himiko exclaimed as her disguise vanished and she took off the clothing Izuku had given her, exposing her costume underneath. "Are you truly that naive? He was tortured by you. ripped his limbs off, exploded his head like an overripe melon, and made every day of his life as agonizing as it could be for years. He wouldn't have continued to be a hero at all if it weren't for me. Maybe he should have, yelled Katsuki. Sorry to disappoint little bro, but my queen is in another castle, Izuku said, laughing as he absorbed the vines that were binding him and reverted to his usual appearance, his costume unwrinkled. Why do you always get in the way? Yelled Monoma. She must die. Even as he spat and cursed, Monoma was on the verge of tears because of her. My parents are dead because of her. She wasn't satisfied with making them look like monsters and leaving me. She had to take them away from me. The only family I had left, and she had them killed. I don't know who did it or why this happened to you, but we had no part in it, Izuku said with a dejected expression. Nito, I love your sister, and she loves you. Her brother is you. Allow us to assist you. You must allow us access in order for us to assist you in identifying the true offenders and ensuring that justice is served. Why do you suppose it was us? At the very least, you own me. I was there, I heard them begging for their lives in my nightmares. I heard the goon WHO killed them clearly, laughing as their body bled out. I heard him say that they shouldn't have crossed the boss's wife or hurt his daughter-in-law. I know it was you all did it. Izuku didn't even attempt to avoid Monoma as she lunged forward and sank a clawed hand into his chest. Rather, Izuku embraced the boy and said, Nito, please respond to me as precisely as you can. What time did this occur? 1 year, 6 months, and 5 days ago, Monoma frowned. I will always remember the date. That's not possible, Izuku paled. Dad was only introduced to Mom 11 months ago. He was unable to be. Monoma winced and said, Don't lie to me. Suddenly, Izuku's chest exploded as the explosive sweat exploded, sending chunks of Izuku's mass flying. I am aware of the reality. It will take time to kill that demon, but at least she understands what it's like to lose a loved one. Ignoring how Izuku's body twitched and reformed until he felt a chop to his neck, Monoma began to approach the bomb. As he passed out, he heard Izuku sigh, I'm going to help you, little brother. Izuku put a ring of capture tape around Monoma's wrist just to be safe, but then he fell to his knees to reflect. I'm going to get justice for the two of us, Izuku said, searching for a way to wrap the other boy up when his arm suddenly changed into a whip-like vine of biomass stronger than steel. Sadly, his sleep was short-lived as he heard Himiko say, Zuzu, can you come down a floor, over the communications All Might had given them. Please bring Ito as well. The explosive ass wants to talk to you. Izuku was taken aback by that. He could tell Himiko was agitated and irritated, but he was unable to figure out why. It should have been easy for her to beat the irate Pomeranian. After a brief confirmation, Izuku went down to investigate, but as soon as he entered the hallway, his eyes turned red with rage, and he started growling. Katsuki was standing next to Himiko, pressing his palm against her temple. Izuku growled, You have 3 seconds to remove that hand or I'm removing the arm. Izuku kept growling but nodded to allow Katsuki to continue, grinning, Agree to my terms, Jiko, and I will. This is what's going to happen, Katsuki said. 1-on-1, you lose, you give up on this suicidally foolish attempt to be a hero. If you won, I would think of a prize, but since you won't, I'll let you decide. Do you agree? Izuku placed Monoma against a wall and assumed a ready stance. When Katsuki took his hand off Himiko's head, Izuku was perplexed when Himiko refrained from attacking, instead going over to tend to her younger brother while glaring at the explosive teenager with hatred. The fight started as soon as Katsuki launched himself forward with a powerful right swing, but Izuku simply grinned and began to move into position. Just as Katsuki was about to pass by, Izuku grabbed his outstretched arm and used the bomber's momentum to judo slam the teen into the floor hard enough to form a small crater. Fortunately, the floor held, but Katsuki felt the air being forced out of his lungs on impact. Avoiding an axe kick, Katsuki was smiling despite the pain. The two teens rushed each other. Izuku formed his hammer fist for more sweat to collect in his palms, and just before they would have collided, Izuku snarled, Stop teasing. You're holding back, and I know it. As you did when we were kids, hit me. I'm no longer that helpless youngster you could mistreat. Give me everything you've got so you'll understand when I grind your face against the floor. I'm sure you've figured it out by now, but these gauntlets work like collectors for my sweat. Let's see what happens if I unload an entire drum at once, Katsuki said, grinning as he leveled his gauntlet and got ready to pull the pin. Aizawa yelled over the speakers, "Bakugo, don't you dare pull that pin. It won't kill him, but it will." Izuku positioned himself ready and said, "Eraserhead, back off. He'll never learn if I don't accept it. You better fucking dodge this, or I'll paint the walls with you, AP shot." Katsuki yelled with a fit of laughter. When the dust settled, the terrified onlookers saw a smiling Izuku absolutely unmoved, his right arm transformed into a truly massive blade of bone. For a moment, they all believed Katsuki might have blown the green teen away. Unlike the walls next to and behind Izuku, the blade was intact despite crackles all over its broad surface. Izuku turned his other arm into a whip and grabbed the stunned blonde by the ankle, dragging him in like a fish, seemingly about to bring the heavy cleaver down and cut him in half, but at the last second it shifted back into a hammer fist and slammed into the boy's chest. For a brief moment, everyone saw arcs of green and red lightning begin to come off the green teen before he scowled and seemed to force them back, saying, "No, I'm not going to use that. He doesn't deserve the honor." The blow was powerful and heavy enough to propel the blonde not only through the floor they were on but also downward until he reached the ground floor without being stopped by the 6 additional floors he had to crash through. Izuku lovingly reached out to Himiko and scooped her into a one-armed embrace hold, knowing that even Katsuki would be immobile after that. Izuku just stepped into the hole he had created and performed a meteor drop, landing just a few inches from the conscious but immobile Katsuki. He then placed Monoma over his shoulder once more. It was a final attempt to demonstrate that Izuku could have permanently silenced the irascible teenager if he had so desired. Izuku took a step back in confusion when he saw his longtime bully smile and laugh as he began to cry in apparent joy. Izuku had anticipated anger, curses, and threats of retaliation later. "It's over. It's finally fucking over. No more acting, fear, or worry. He did it. He finally fucking did it," Katsuki exclaimed, laughing and crying without even realizing it. Izuku approached Katsuki and pinned his chest beneath his foot. He didn't really put any weight on it, but he was ready to if the blonde had gone insane. "What are you talking about, Katsuki? What's going on?" Izuku said in a firm tone. Izuku briefly saw the young boy who had been his best friend, his brother, when Katsuki grinned at him. Izuku froze when Katsuki said, "You're an idiot. You spent so much time watching and learning how to understand how people think, but you never once caught on to what I was doing, Izuku." Katsuki hadn't used his name in over a decade. "I knew from the moment you told me about your quirk, you'd try to become a hero, but you were too soft. If I didn't do something extreme, you'd only get yourself killed. Being a hero means you have to fight the most unhinged and dangerous people around. If anyone was going to have the power to actually kill you, it would be one of them, so I made a choice. I became a wall, a cruel villain in order to force you to either give up on your dream, or beat me, and you finally fucking did it. I don't have to worry about having to give Auntie Inko the news you died anymore. I don't have to be afraid, or have nightmares about holding her as she cries. You beat me, so now nobody short of All Might himself can take you away. I'm just so fucking." Katsuki burst into fits of giggles. The pieces began to fit together as Izuku stood there in shock, staring down at Katsuki. "So all these years, all the beatings, abuse, and pain, this is why?" he asked. Katsuki rolled his eyes, "Of fucking course. Didn't you notice nobody else touched you? Those leeches that followed me around only ever heckled and laughed. Did it never occur to you that a softie like you should have had a bunch of bullies once they realized you wouldn't fight back? Hell, I even stayed away when your girlfriend was around. Did you think she intimidated me? Are you fucking kidding? I don't give a single shit about shit like that. If I had really wanted to hurt you, I would have gone after her, but I never even got close. I made empty threats to push you, but never once even sent a firecracker her way. I hurt you because you could take it. If you weren't so fucking stubborn, and just gave up or punched me in the face, this all could have been over years ago, but you didn't. I wanted to just scream the answer at you, but that would have made it all a waste. I was sure threatening Himiko would finally make you nut up, but holy fuck, even that didn't work the first time." Katsuki turned to Himiko. "Honestly, I started thinking you could do better after a while. What kind of man won't defend his girlfriend? Like fuck. Thank you for your help, by the way." Himiko kept glaring at Katsuki. "Don't thank me, scumbag. I still can't believe you ever thought this was a good idea. I only agreed to help you this one time, because I knew my Zuzu would plant you in the ground like a tree." "You knew?" Izuku asked, looking devastated. Himiko exhaled. I only found out about a minute or two before I called you down. Until then, I was as clueless as you. I agreed to let him take me hostage, this one time, but regardless of what happened I was going to tell you everything as soon as it was over. I'm sorry, Zuzu. Izuku laughed and said, I knocked out your brother, and you schemed with mine. I guess we're even. He also took off his foot and said, I hope you know, this doesn't make us okay though. I still hate you for what you did. Izuku's face fell as he turned to face the blonde underneath him. Katsuki grumbled, I can accept that. I'd rather you hate me and live, than live in a world without you in it. By the way, I surrender. That last hit fucking hurt, and I need some painkillers, but don't think this is over. I'm still going to be number 1, and now I can focus on that, my number 2. After freezing at Katsuki's words, Izuku grinned slightly and said, good to have you back, Kachan. As Izuku assisted his brother in returning to the surveillance room, All Might's celebration of Izuku and Himiko's victory seemed to fade into the background. It was understandable that Aizawa was furious and attempted to glare down Izuku, but Izuku didn't flinch when the teacher tried to use his quirk. He simply shielded Himiko from the impact by using his new blade as an umbrella. The fact that Izuku's quirk was a mutation, the only type unaffected by erasure, seemed to surprise the 3 teachers, who had all assumed it was a transformation type. Both men were now very interested in the Green Teen's abilities and agreed to closely monitor him moving forward. All Might then bounded off, claiming he had paperwork to complete, leaving the other teachers to finish up, much to their annoyance. The more physically inclined noticed something that really bothered them. Even though most people looked at Izuku with a hint of fear or discomfort, Izuku didn't appear exhausted or out of breath following his fight with possibly one of the strongest guys 1A had. Someone had made a strong statement. As of right now, Izuku was the best student in 1B, possibly the best of the entire year. Everyone was exhausted from the fighting when they returned to the dorms, and Izuku needed some time to reflect. His loved ones understood that he needed some privacy after his mind had been cleared of the adrenaline from the actual fight. While Izuku took some time to himself to get his thoughts straight, Mina and Himiko led Toru to Himiko's room to explain. He discovered a note on his pillow when he got there, but he didn't see how it could have gotten there because the windows and doors were locked. Izuku read the note nervously. At first, I wasn't sure about you, but now I am. I desire you. You've created a harem, and I want in. Leave your window open and unlock it when you're ready. After dark, I'll visit you. I don't like to wait for anything, so don't keep me waiting too long. Lizzie, I hope you get yours soon. I know you can hear me, Tokage. I'll bring it up with the others, so have a little patience. In the meantime, try not to get too excited. I promise to take my time with you later. Izuku sneered, great, a thirsty one, but at least she wasn't scared off. Izuku guessed who Lizzie was. Kendo looked at her friend with concern as Setsuna suddenly flushed down in the common area. With a simple smile, Setsuna said, Itsuka, I think I'm in love. I never thought I'd find someone who could actually fuck me to pieces, but, Setsuna began to drool, I might let him try. Kendo was just grinning. Honestly, you need to get your thirst under control. This always happens. You find someone interesting, have lunch, and then completely lose interest. You barely even get to know them before calling me to help you sneak away, much less let them fuck you to pieces. Seriously, if you weren't my best friend, Kendo gasped, maybe Shiozaki has a chastity belt or something I can put on you because this is just getting ridiculous. With a sneer, Setsuna said, you're just mad nobody asks you out. Don't take your frustration out on me. Then she smirked and whispered, do. That night in your grandfather's dojo was magical. Kendo broke down. Shut it, Lizzie. I already told you. No. I like boys. I just grabbed the wrong jug at the party. Also, it's not my fault I like strong men, not weak boys. If he can't beat me on the mat, he has no business under my sheets. Setsuna laughed. Well, what about Tetsu or Rin then? They seem strong. Why not go for them? I can help. Kendo exhaled. I don't think so. Rin is nice, but there's no spark. Tetsu, well, we both know why Tetsu isn't an option. Love the guy to pieces, and he's a good sparring partner, but I'll never be what he's looking for. Too bad Midoriya is taken. Did you see how he drove that Bakugo guy through the floor? I'll admit, it was kind of hot, but it doesn't matter. He clearly loves Yagi, and they are really cute together. It's fine. I don't need a partner. I'm going to be a great hero, and help revitalize the dojo. Now back to your severe thirst issue, who are you even after? Knowing you, it's probably Todoroki, or Shoji. Smiled, I might be a reptile, but I'm no snake. I don't kiss and tell, but I think I've really found the one this time. Kendo hugged her friend and said, I hope so too. After everything you've been through, Lizzie, you deserve someone to love you. The new normal was repeated the following morning. To everyone's delight, a small feast consisting of French toast, fresh fruit, and a few spiced meats was left behind this time, even though Izuku and his girls had already left to train before the other early risers. There were only plates and silverware to clean because everything was brand new. Vlad called the class to order that day. The class representative voting is the order of the day. You've all had a few days to get to know each other, and you've been living together, so I'm not going to hear any excuses. We need a president and vice president, so here's how we're going to handle it. Everybody gets a vote. If you want to throw your vote away, waste it on yourself. Most votes gets the prize, with the runner-up their vice. We are going to do this fast and orderly. Once we're done we will go over the footage of yesterday's exercise to point out flaws and give examples of what we expect. You have 3 minutes to vote, and I'll do the count. Get to it. The class fell silent as soon as Vlad was done, and then Himiko got up and said, I'll vote, but I don't want the title, so please don't vote for me. Anybody else feel the same? Kodai, Pony, and Yanagi also stood up, and Himiko grinned and said, well, that's 4 less options everyone. I hope that makes the choice easier. The 4 girls sat, and when the allotted time was up, Vlad displayed the results. Honanuki. 1 vote. 1 vote for Tetsu. 1 vote for Kamakiri. Kendo. 8 votes. 9 votes for Midoriya. With a sigh, Izuku moved to the front with Kendo at his side. Well, this is unexpected, but I'll do my best. Kendo nodded in agreement, but she appeared a little uncomfortable being so close to the green team. So you all heard some of my analysis yesterday, but I never really explained how my quirk works. It's all about biomass. Anything that is living, or was living, has biomass, and my body absorbs and turns it into power or materials to make me stronger, meaning I'm constantly evolving. Thus its name, Dark Evolution, Izuku said, taking advantage of the fact that his first match was the first one displayed. So what? You eat some chicken and get a beak? Laughed Kamakiri. Himiko growled and sank a knife into Kamakiri's desk before Izuku could respond, saying, it isn't a joke. You have no idea how hard it is for him, or me. Izuku turned to Kamakiri and flexed his arm into the enormous blade they had previously seen. Funny you should be the one to take shots, or do you not recognize this? It is after all a gift from you. Izuku sighed, adding, Himi dear, calm down or you'll make yourself thirsty. I can handle this. The blade pieces you absorbed, Kamakiri said, looking pale. Izuku grinned. I wasn't sure that was how it worked until my body suddenly acted on its own, but you weren't far off, I guess. I am what I eat, but you need to remember that, for if I ever lose consciousness, my body acts on its own to keep me alive. If I get hurt, my body needs biomass to heal, and it's not picky where it gets it from. We haven't tested it, but until I know for sure it won't happen. I go down, run. Plants, small animals, people. After yesterday I know that I could attack someone, and it scares me. Vlad leaned forward. It can't be that bad, right? It's not like your body can absorb more biomass than your own body mass. I'm not so sure about that, but it doesn't matter. Let me guess, you bench 5 to 600 lbs. Izuku shot Vlad a sardonic glance. About that, why? Asked Vlad, raising an eyebrow. Izuku grumbled, if you can lift me off the ground, I'll buy your lunch, but if you can't you give me Ms. Joke's number. Vlad asked, why would you want that? With a bewildered expression. Izuku laughed, going to trade it to Midnight Sensei for something I want, but I can't get without having to answer a lot of questions I don't want to deal with. It's all legal, so how's about it? Or do you not trust Midnight Sensei? Or are you afraid you can lift a teen over your head? Would be pretty embarrassing. Vlad sighed, fine, don't squirm, and I want steak, prime cut, and medium rare. Izuku said with a sly smile, sure thing sensei. To make things as simple as possible, Izuku crossed his arm as Vlad got to his feet. Vlad spent the next minute doing everything he could to just lift Izuku off the ground, but he was only able to raise him a few centimeters. What is this? Why are you so heavy? Vlad growled angrily. Himiko laughed. Zuzu's mass is condensed, so that it doesn't slow him down. One of the reasons he's so strong is because his muscles have to be able to compensate for his mass. How much did recovery girl say you weighed now? That was just after the entrance exam. 1064 lbs, but I probably packed on more now, Izuku said with a faint smile. So, Vlad said, pale, if you needed to absorb your body weight it would require, as the room fell silent. The entire class, just about, Izuku murmured, that's why I'm warning you. If I ever go down, don't try to save me. I would rather die than hurt any of you. So, your regeneration is yours, and that blade is Kamakiri's. What about the others? Shishida asked Izuku, looking at him curiously. Hamiko nodded in response to Izuku's glance. Izuku exhaled. I have other powers, but without their permission I'd rather not get into how it happened. As for my core ones, blade was Kamakiri, whip is Shiozaki via the vines she wrapped me in, my hammer fists were the first I got and is from my dad, and my shapeshifting is Hamiko's, we both have vampiric tendencies, when we. Hamiko complained, I drink blood, and find biting intimate. Can we move on, or do we have to share our whole sex lives? As several students flushed. That will not be necessary Ms. Yagi, but you forgot your claws, Mr. Midoriya. Is there something you want to tell me? Vlad said, clearing his throat. Vlad looked at Izuku intently. Izuku exhaled, I didn't want to admit this, but, I saw some guys about to rape a couple girls. I know it's illegal quirk use, but, I saved them. The main guy had a beast quirk, real nasty sort with bag lady hands. Must have busted his lip or something cause some of his blood got on my fists in the fight, and my body absorbed it like Kamakiri's blade pieces. I wasn't even aware it happened until I was training, and they just appeared. Izuku cocked his head, actually, let me test something. Uncle Victor, Shishida gasped as Izuku's body changed into Kamakiri, Shiozaki, and then a big, furry man with claws. You know this guy, Izuku said in a low, growling voice while still in the shape of a large man. Sighed, loud drunken ass, Uncle Victor. At least this explains why he was incarcerated a few months back. As disturbing as seeing you where his countenance is, you can't really do any further damage with it. Just be careful, the Gid owes a lot of bad people a lot of money, and has a list of enemies a country mile long. Could you please change back now? I find his face very distressing. Nodding, Izuku said, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Shishida, I won't use it again. With a smile on his face, Shishida said, no, use it if you must. You are a kind soul, Izuku Midoriya. You will be a grand representative for us. Kamakiri snarled, please never use mine again, but Shiozaki simply stared at the ground. Her face was unreadable and hidden. A few students were left feeling anxious or flushed by their representative's breakdown, and the remainder of the class was devoted to watching and analyzing the video. Hamiko laughed as Izuku praised her strategy and her self-control. However, as Izuku watched Mineta sneak up on Jiro and then Hamiko, the room fell silent. Even Vlad found it difficult to move under the oppressive weight of Izuku's murderous intent, which pervaded the entire room. Hamiko was the only one who could move as she hurried over to give him a hug. Izuku shuddered, and his body appeared to be covered in red and green lightning arcs once more, but this time it was a complete cloak. He growled, he touched my love, tried to taint it with his dirty hands. He must die. I'll tear that grape stain apart. Paint the walls with his insides. He must die. He must die. His eyes were dark red pools of pure rage. Hamiko simply comforted her love by holding him. Izuku calmed down gradually and embraced Hamiko. He noticed the expressions on everyone's faces, but even though some of them were afraid, many others seemed to understand, and some even nodded as if they were supporting him. Izuku merely grinned. He would do whatever it took to keep these people safe because they were his people.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.